This is for Tenzing Youth.
Recording.
Oh. All right, let me.
So, I imagine that as Klaus and Six go off to do whatever the hell they are going to be doing, Tenzing and Varric are probably just staying behind to tend to their wounds and whatnot. And Varric will go up to Tenzing and just seeing that you're still patching yourself up from being trampled by a woolly mammoth, Varric will go, are you okay, by the way?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I just, thought maybe my skull would be crushed. But I'm the best I can be, yes. How are you, though?
I'm a little, shall we say, annoyed at the moment, but more concerned. Are you sure you're okay? You were in a right down, scared predicament there.
I mean, and he gestures to his form. He's already plopped down onto the dirt, uncaring where he's sitting at the moment, and gestures at the wounds, gestures at his posture, which is slumping because he was at around 4 health until you healed him enough. I can remember what his he pulls up his sheet. Oh yeah, he's still at 4 hit points. Yeah. So
never use hit dice.
Well,
this is the start of the short rest anyway, so it makes sense he'd still be
okay.
He's still kind of gathering his wits together after that entire thing, and he just looks exasperated. To what exactly, it's a mix of things. To the mammoths and this whole thing and why they're there in the first place, among other things. Yeah, I'm holding up.
Like I said, if anything's bothering you, let me know. I mean, I can't imagine what's like being trampled by woolly mammoth. Oh god.
You don't want to. I'd rather not imagine you being in my position.
I'd be dead.
I don't want to. I don't want to imagine you in that position. And he sighs, and as he's patching himself up, he looks off into the distance, where Six and Klaus had walked off. And then he looks back at Varric, and he makes a face of... he cringes a little bit, and he asks him, Varric, I mean, I know the answer already, I think, but have I gotten sloppy?
Sloppy? In what way?
Well, let's see, I went down 3 times during the fight with the bitch with the poking stick. I went down... God, how many times did I go down in this fight? Given these things shouldn't have been provoked in the first place and I wasn't being attacked by 2 of them. But there's that, and any other time, even... Honestly, I'm still kind of mad about the play fight with Grimson.
Tenzing, I don't think you've got sloppy. I mean, first off, let's be honest here. Everyone has a bad day. That fight with Crimson, I'm sure, was just you getting your sea legs back under you.
Yeah, well, I've gotten 3 bad days around this message.
Well, I wouldn't say that a fight with a Vatal was a bad day for you. I mean, yes, you did definitely take some beatings and came close to getting, killed there, but I don't think it was any fault of your own. She was a very powerful enemy.
I know, right.
And we did spend a lot of time trying to untie people, and get them to safety. So
But that was a bad move. I mean, I really wanted to get those people out as quick as possible, but
we're gonna have a fourth time.
I mean, I'm not great. I'm not a battle master or anything, but I don't remember being this bad, and me being in a group should have made it better. I know I'm not going to win every fight, obviously, but
Listen,
I don't know.
we've gone up against some horribly scary things recently.
He
I mean,
shrugs.
well, think about it. I mean, Vatal, first off, was supposedly a god. I'm still not 100% on that. And, well, Crimson, to be fair, is a tough son of a bitch. On a one, that's a pretty even fight. Then, with these mammoths, I mean, you ran in there and put yourself in front. I mean, that's the thing, is that you keep putting yourself in front of others. I think that's why you're going down so much, is that you keep putting yourself in the forefront, shielding us.
I suppose. I just,
Do you think I could last half a second as long as you do?
If you know the answer to that.
Yes, I do.
I suppose I was just worried that I could be a better shield. It's funny enough, I do remember, for example, even though Scar is the cleric that he is, and even remembering Leon, they both had shields. And, I'm not sure if I'd be able to use those, but it's just... Again, whenever I'm with this group, I'm just learning so much more. Magic seems interesting because I have no idea how the hell that even works. And then the fighting styles that all of you have are just so different. How I learned was, back at home. I've had some friends who were actually planning to possibly be gods themselves, travel all the way down to that prison island, given their satars there, so it's more likely that they get hired and such. Learning styles from them, but that's it. I wasn't really exposed to much else, not that I was going to be a fighter in the first place.
Well, two things. First off, Tenzing, you said you want to be a better shield. You do know you're still a person, right? You're not just here to keep us safe.
I know, but,
Your safety is as important as ours. If you need to pull back, we can manage. We always want you to make sure you're not putting yourself in a horribly dangerous situation if it might get you killed,
He pauses at his words and thinks about it. A bit of sadness washes over his face the more he thinks about it. I suppose you're right. I suppose I'm still dealing with some residual guilt. Or things I could have done. Things I wish I could have done. But even though I know there's nothing really much else I could have done.
Well,
I mean, it's just hard when, as far as you know, you amongst a very small amount of people ended up surviving, and in that moment you could have fought, but of course when I think about it, I probably would have died if I had fought then. It's something that's just deep-rooted in my head that I need to sort of unlearn.
well, from the sounds of it, if you had stayed and fought, you wouldn't be here today. Your death would have unfortunately added to the numbers, and you wouldn't have had a chance to make your life mean more.
Yeah.
Tensi, I'm glad you're here. I really am.
I'm glad to, mate. It's been nice feeling a bit more normal again. It's interesting. Rimson, we had a talk before, and he had mentioned how even though my family and home were far away, there was still a chance of having a new one. And even though at least two of you have still only met recently, as well as who's left of this party have become really attached. Sort of family of my own. Maybe that's just me, but
No,
I want to protect you all, make sure that you're all safe. And even though there are things I need to do with my own goals and whatnot, you've all become part of the goals to make sure you're happy and safe.
I appreciate that, and I want you to know the sentiment is returned. I would like to think of you, much like I think of Six as a sister, I think kind of you as a brother at this point. Or, well, let's be honest here. And I am very sorry about this. We haven't hung out too often recently.
No, what the hell?
Listen, I've had a lot going on myself personally. I've been having to come to terms with a lot of things, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of wanting to get the Chaos Crew another go here at something. But can I tell you something? I think you should hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
I recently got some advice that I think is pretty good, and I wish to impart upon you.
Mhm.
And that is to, when you look at your failings, not to look at them as things you should have done better at, but think of them as things you could have done better at, things you can learn from. Take it as a learning experience, you know? Like, that's what she said, and I think it's very good advice.
It's funny. I think I remember telling you similar advice as well, and
Have you?
I have.
My memory must be going.
No, it's alright. Destalia, after all that, and you were at the inn, and you were, still.
I'm not
more-
going. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
going to lie. I was not in a good position to take in information.
That is alright. It was
I'm
afterwards
very
you were a little more susceptible, well, more open to advice, I suppose. But it's just strange because I'm in this middle point of starting to accept things and then also fighting off the lingering things. It's like I said, it's unlearning. But I will keep that advice in mind.
Right.
Continue to, give credit where it needs to.
Oh, well, I mean, like I said, you are a fantastic warrior, as far as I can tell. Let's be honest here, you could carry so much more than I could. You're incredibly strong and hearty.
Well, that's physically anyways. You carry a lot more than you think.
Oh, no, I can't really do too much.
Oh,
I'll try to do what I can and help keep you guys up, but I can't say I'm as impressive as a healer as Mr. Scar. I only know the woman's spell, and it doesn't really do too much.
so we're both battling this conflict in our heads because, again, if you weren't there, there's still a lot more damage that we'd have to deal with ourselves. You make sure that everyone's in line. You are our eyes. Being far away, you're able to tell what's going on as we're focused on what's happening in front of us, and that skews vision, And I do. And despite having, other level heads in this group, you still initiate a lot of things. We move forward pretty quickly because you're here.
I don't do too much,
No, you do more than you think. And again, even though you've been dealing with things and you haven't been able to hang out with me, and he just kind of leans over jokingly. No, don't. And he puts a hand on his head back. Really, don't worry about it. We've been through shit. You've been through a lot of shit, especially for the first time. It's understandable.
Yeah.
But also know that I do miss hanging out with you, and I hope we can have more downtime eventually to shenanigans and whatnot, maybe even on the road.
You know what? How about this? Once we start our vacation, once we get this done and we can get back onto vacation,
Right.
why don't you and I devise a way to play a prank on, say, Klaus and Crimson? Kind of a welcome to the club sort of thing, like a hazing ritual. Tell them we all did it.
On one half, I am very excited for this plan. On the other half, I'm not quite prepared to die yet.
Oh!
But also, do tell.
Well, I'm thinking, what can we do? What can we do?
He leans over. You mentioned you got more beans or something.
I talked to Pinky about it. She will be making you a batch very soon.
Yes, I'm so excited. I miss those so much.
Ah, man. But speaking of which, I hope you don't mind, but we do take a week in Findlefair, so I would like to spend a bit of time with her when she is here.
He presses his lips together. As soon as he said week, but as soon as he said week in Findlefair, then his face kind of scrunches up a bit.
Well, how about this? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think I can keep going without taking some sort of break. I need some time to decompress and think about things, but if you're not keen on staying in Findlefair, we could just simply you guys could go on to different locations and I can just stay back in Findlefair and we'll meet up in, say, a week or two.
Maybe, I suppose I could do other things.
Well, how about this? If you want to stay in Findlefair with me while I'm on vacation, how about I take some time and I teach you how to, say, play the flute or the viol? Or I could teach you Gnomish.
So the language could be fun.
We can work on it while we're on the road too. It'll be a great time.
He thinks about it for a second. There's actually there's his instruments back home. And that, I suppose, is a bit similar to your fiddle. It's called the Morinkur. Maybe regular, something like that.
Sure, if it's similar to the fiddle, I could probably teach you.
Funny enough, I suppose the common name for it is a horse fiddle. So.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Oh, you know what we could do? Once we get our act together, why don't we try to convince 6 Klaus and Crimson
to band.
Yes, we could be traveling musicians. Oh, it would be so much fun.
6 will be a vocalist.
Well, of course. I think she has a very lovely voice.
And then you could be backup vocals along with your accordion.
Well, we'll talk about maybe co-lead singer. We'll have to work out the details. But, maybe we'll swap songs. Maybe there's some songs that sound better in a female voice and some that sound better in my incredibly masculine voice. Have I ever told you how deep I can get my voice? I can actually sing a pretty good bass.
How low?
This low, my dear friend Tenzing, It is quite impressive, is it not? One would think that my small stature would prevent me from having such a low voice. Well, I've always made good impressions, you see.
He's holding back a snicker, even though it kind of hurts to laugh at this moment, but he's still laughing anyways. That's, yeah, I mean, that's lower than I could ever go, so.
Well, when you work with your voice launch, you tend to try to expand your range a little bit as much as you can.
I suppose. I've not been one really for professional singing, but I suppose I'd hum from time to time. Haven't done that in a while.
Well, I can give you vocal lessons if you so desire.
Maybe. I think I'll stick to humming.
Fair enough, but if we ever find your horse's fiddle, I will... Because I'm not going to lie, I cannot pronounce whatever the heck you said earlier.
Morinku.
Morinku.
Yeah.
I will have to remember that. But once we find your Morinku, I will try to teach you how to play.
Well, I'm lucky enough. If I don't know, meet a merchant on the road who happened to be on the islands and got that kind of instrument or wherever the hell they're made.
Well, I'm sure we could, once we get back to Finderfair, I'm sure we could find a music shop that would service us.
Well, if you teach me how to use that instrument, then maybe I could teach you some songs that I learned before.
I would love that very much.
But,
Well, I was just gonna ask you something.
Yeah.
I do want to know, just... I know you're not fond of working for General Lionheart.
No.
I don't want a bad relationship with her. I don't like her necessarily. But she has kept leading us towards helping people, which I'm a fan of. And so I have a hard time reading her, but I don't think she's necessarily a bad person. I think she's definitely done some bad things, don't get me wrong.
Yeah. She's
Complicated.
complicated and, well, to me, we're essentially just her pawns. But I suppose it is better being on a good side rather than a good side or just neutral side. It's better to be on that side rather than the latter, given how much power she actually has.
Yeah, I don't want her to be... I don't want her to have disdain for us. But my hope is that if we do this job well for her, she'll at least, at the moment, stop giving us such a hard time. Because I feel at this point, if we don't take her work, I'm afraid what might happen.
I don't think she's giving us a hard time per se. It's just we do the work and then she feel like she probably gives us an out. We don't have to take the work from her. We just happen to take it so fast, which I'm surprised. I thought we were gonna maybe think about it and go to a town and find something smaller to do.
Well, two things. First off, Grimson very eagerly took the job without even asking any of us. Second,
Right.
and then that son of a bitch goes off and fights mammoths? Like, what the hell is up with that?
He's,
I know we're thinking he's got... we know something's up, but I just... Idiot. Anyway. I'm sorry. Not to get sidetracked.
No, it's fine. It's just when he's got a lot of pressure on him, and I think with each day it gets worse as he has a time limit. We don't know how long that is. He wouldn't tell me, but from the looks of it, he doesn't have much longer.
I don't know. We'll have to talk to him, but we'll find out. But anyway, back to what I was saying before. sorry to get sidetracked, but
Oh, it's alright.
we've seen some pretty dangerous stuff, and this adventuring thing has been proven to be quite dangerous. Can you do me a favor and promise me something?
Yeah.
If ever I were to fall in battle, or any other circumstances, could you promise me that you'll get my father's paintings back to Vatal, back to the Painters Guild Hall, and you could... Vera kind of pauses and looks down. Get my body back to my mother, who also lives in Vatal. The guild should be able to tell you where she lives, but I'm sure she would appreciate having that for a funeral. And if you pass through Findle Fair, could you let Vicky know what happened at that time? I have a bit of a... Bear kind of looks a little embarrassed. Crush on her.
Tenzing's jaw clenches and his shoulders tighten up, seeing where this conversation is going. And
I don't think I'm going to die anytime soon, but
no, it's this is a good thing to know, given how many dangerous situations we've been in, and it makes sense. I will do my best for you, and I definitely will make sure that your body is taken care of. You deserve that, at least.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll take care of you.
Thanks. Is there anything you would need if ever the worst should come to bear?
Well, given that my body's already rather heavy, just by itself when I'm awake, what more than dead weight? Well, back home we'd have, the older generation would have sky burials in which, you just leave our body at the top of the mountain and let us decompose as is, sort of letting ourselves get back into the earth and moving on from there, but burials are not that bad either. You know how much I love flowers, so if I suppose if it's possible to, I guess, bring me back home, but I know that's probably really hard, but if it's possible, that'd be nice.
I
Buried
promise.
with them. But if that's not the case, just find me a nice flower field, something.
When you say them, do you mean Kovacs, or do you want us to go back to your island?
I meant island, but I suppose being
No.
grave anyways is fine too. There's a flower field there. Oh, I get to say hi to him.
I was...
That works.
No, I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that, but
No, yeah.
you have my word, I will try to honor you as you wished.
And, well, like your paintings, if you meet more people like me, and they're in not a great position, I know it's a lot to ask, but if you could help them in any way, even if it's just comfort, or, if they maybe know me and tell them I tried.
Of course, make sure that we run across your people, we'll make sure that they are left better than they were found. And your name shall be honored.
That'd be nice. I mean, to be honest, I don't care about my name. I don't care about whether I'm known across the world.
But I do. You're a good man, Tenzing, and I think people should know that.
Thanks, mate.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry to have brought this up, but I want to be prepared.
No, yeah, like I said, it makes sense. And he fiddles with the end of his shirt. And he's distracted with the conversation, so he hasn't been patching himself as much. Oh yeah, there's something to think about. No, we'll hope for the best, and we'll continue to get stronger. Right? We have each other, so
Right.
we'll be fine.
Heck, we're not going to die. You and I are the Chaos Crew. We'll always think of something.
We're the Chaos Crew, that is, if you join the Chaos once more, Mr. Responsible.
Well, you know. Listen, with Scar gone, we've got to make up the deficit somewhere. And I'm not going to lie, myself personally, despite how short of a time frame we've been traveling together, I feel like I've grown quite considerably as a person. But I just want you to know one thing. No matter what happens, there's never any reason to say goodbye. We won't have to, I don't think. Because I know. Just know that if you call my name, I will be there. And Varric will give you a smile.
So, essentially, in the words of Kovacs, you can ride with us, and all I have to do is call your name.
Yes, I'll watch over you.
Thanks. I'll know that when I hear your tiny feet running around, and I see a monster's feelings get hurt, I know that it's you giving your magic.
Okay, I have to ask, are my footsteps really that recognizable? I don't think they are! I don't think I really have much in the way of footsteps either. I'm super light.
Varric, when you know someone long enough, you start to recognize another person's footsteps. I could name... If you gave me the sounds of my family and all of their hoof patterns, I could name out each and every one of them most likely. So, yes, I can recognize yours pretty easily.
Is Tenzing lying?
No, he's not lying.
Alright.
I mean, given there aren't many centaur, but you've been around me long enough. You could probably tell the difference between my trotting versus some other horse.
Yes, of course I can.
Is Varric lying?
Make an insight check.
Do you need an insight check for that?
We'll see. Yes.
Varric would never lie to you.
He would never lie. He's my brother, after all.
Oh.
Oh, Dylan.
Was it okay?
Oh no. Put duck grizzle in your... Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's friendship before recording. Yeah, it sounds like a not great day today.
Yeah.
It happened, but no.
I really hope it's something not serious, like he just ate some bad sushi and is just isn't feeling well. But it doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it. We can dream. But yeah, I mean, if he opens up to any of us, that'd be.
We were talking about
Uh,
Nikki, check the recording.
Heath has it, and
Heath, check the recording.
I mean, I think we were generally talking about.
just a heads up. I mean, since this is going to be everyone that's here. Once your conversation ends, we can start up the session.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, this is all of us already.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, right, lying to you.
Right.
Oh yeah, perfect.
The hooves.
Yep, I can absolutely recognize your footsteps.
See, exactly
Or
what I'm
footsteps.
talking about.
Well, I mean, you clearly have a much different anatomic structure than a horse, so it makes sense.
Slightly. And I hate to say it, but I mean,
Horse
I
butt?
I have half the body of a horse. That's something I can't deny. As much
That's-
as I don't like to say it out loud.
Why not? It's not like we actually make fun of you for it.
Well, I know that you don't, and you all mean well. I mean, I trust in all of you. It's, well, I suppose this is another thing that's been bothering me, is when you're... Just imagine being the only gnome in your entire radius within an entire empire, and you are like one of like 10, and sometimes you don't even see 10 at a time. You see maybe 1 or 2 at best ever. The last Santa I saw was, well, there was guards that were pulling someone to do Akador, and you've seen how others treat me. It's just it's a little alienating,
Well, Tensing, you do know I am one of very few gnomes that live in the Northern Empire, right? Most of them, the vast majority of them live south. I have rarely met other gnomes outside my family.
Sorry, I didn't really realize that.
It never really bothered me.
But even then, you, I mean, I'm not trying to step on your toes or anything, but you still have, well, to put it shortly, 2 legs, and you still are able to get... Sorry, I don't mean to make this a pity party or anything. But it's just
No, I understand, but
I'm just... Every time we go into battle, or going to an inn, or go anywhere really, I am very much reminded how different I am just by my anatomy alone.
I mean, I can't relate fully, but have you ever seen me pick up a pint of ale? The thing's like half the size of my head.
I'm surprised you're holding that axe right now really well.
I'm really not. I have it strapped to my back.
Like a backpack to even out the weights.
Yeah, kind of, but
Speaking of, we need to get you to do some push-ups so you can actually lift that thing.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'd like to get stronger, but there's a lot of other things I want to work on first. But
I don't think,
before we exit the conversation we were having, I want you to know, I am also reminded that I'm different every time I have to climb onto a bar stool or, sleep in a bed that is, quite frankly, too large for me. I understand where you're coming from. I do. It's to the extent to which you have it, no, but I do understand what it's like to live in a
different.
world not designed for you.
Yeah. Right. I haven't really been thinking of it like that. I'm sorry, I haven't really noticed.
It's fine. It's
I'm
been
in
like
my
this
head a
my whole
lot.
life. No. It's been like this my whole life. I'm used to it, and I know how to work with it. It's nothing bad. It's just different. And yes, while I will never be able to, at least in the north, go up to a chair, pull it out, and then just sit right down without having to climb onto it unless I'm in my own home.
Mhm.
It's not, like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's just different, and it's okay being different. You and I are, like I said, easy to pick out in the crowd. But, like I said, it's okay.
I just, I don't mind being a centaur. I'm happy to be one. I have my own perks, I suppose. For example, having 4 legs to begin with and such, and being able to run out and carry you all, especially when you're down. That's one thing I'm
It is
proud of
something
having.
it's something I'm mighty grateful for, if I may add.
Oh, that battle at Glucksburg was fucking terrifying. I'm glad I had you both on my back. But yeah,
That was not a good day.
I suppose I just have to get used to the fact that, well, it's just adjustment and letting go a bit of my pride. It's like on the boat, you know, I could have just easily gone into the cargo hold without a fight and just slept there and be good with it, because at least I have a place to sleep.
But it's not necessarily something you want to do. And
No, but well, at least I'm not. Well, worst comes to us, it's either going to be a great thing or an awful thing if I end up saying yes to sleeping in a stable. So we'll see how my development goes on this.
don't worry, I'm sure we can always get around you having to sleep in a stable, but who knows? Maybe if we ever journey down south, they'll have rooms for you. Who knows?
Well, I'm pretty sure my cousin down there is doing wonderfully.
Oh, you
given
never told me
their
you had a
luck.
cousin.
Oh yeah, cousin Pema. She, I thought I told about her. She's grown up around a bunch of dwarves, and she sends us letters. Well, she used to send letters to us. So she,
she can curse like with the best of them.
absolutely. From what I've been told, she can cuss like a sailor, and she can outdrink anyone, despite her being fairly small. Like she's, if you could compare.
Very cocked an eyebrow the moment you say small.
Okay, so if you could compare a deer to a horse, that's her size, essentially. She's rather small compared to me.
I mean, that deer is still a pretty good sized animal, I'm not going to lie. But
yeah.
maybe,
But
who knows? I mean, actually, did I tell you that my cousin actually works for the Painters Guild up in Vatal?
Oh, the
Northern
lawyer?
Capital. Yeah, the lawyer. The one who I accidentally knocked
smashed
down.
a bottle with.
Listen, I just sent him a really nice vase. It will look
Mhm.
wonderful. It will replace the one I broke, and I wrote him a letter of apology with some gold. You know, sort of a, hey, sorry about that. Didn't mean to accidentally knock you out. It was an accident. Completely forgot about that.
I mean, I'm no scientist, but I'm pretty sure larger items being held versus smaller bottles might do a little more damage than, you know.
Well, no. Listen, the first bottle broke his vase as it missed him. The second bottle hit him in the head and probably caused him to lose a little blood. He was annoyed, but listen, he and I used to butt heads a little bit back in college, but we'll be fine. I'll just go and buy him a stiff round once we get to Vatal at some point, and we'll be all good.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Trust me when I say we will be fine. Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. We're going to have wonderful adventures. We're going to find your paintings. We're going to find my relatives. And everything will be good. And we will have magic beans and have another round of spin the bottle, truth or dare, whatever you call it, around the campfire. Which
When the hell did we do that?
You do? Oh, this, I keep forgetting that none of you remember. So we were all drunk. Kovacs was still around. You'd be happy to know that you've ranked the most handsome among the group.
Well, of course.
According to him. But yeah, most of us got drunk. Six tried to pants you. No. She tried to moon you because that was your dare, and then she tripped on herself, and then she passed out.
That sounds very uncharacteristic of me.
Well, that's what happens. And then nobody... I did a backflip, but you won't believe me.
Wait, you did a backflip?
I did a backflip. Sometimes I can't believe myself, but I did it.
I am in disbelief. When the heck did you do a backflip?
I did a backflip when all of
How
us
the
got
hell
drunk
does that even
and-
work? What?
I have strong legs, you know.
You're
You just gotta
bullshitting
buck
me.
enough. You know what? The next time we do this again, I may attempt if you dare me to. I also
I
might hurt
dare you
myself.
right now!
I mean, there's one person
no,
who
do
kind
that.
of believes me, but
Listen.
even then,
Wait,
What?
don't do that right now. You'll,
no,
Really
God,
hurt.
no, I'm fucking bleeding.
yeah, sorry. Do you want me to, start, try to sew you back up, by the way? I have a really fine sewing kit here.
Sure, I could use a couple stitches. I need to just sit and rest and just be happy that we're on the grass again.
So, by the way...
Yeah.
Nikki, quick question. If I were to take my sewing kit and actually start sewing Tenzing back together, would that, by chance, do any healing for them?
I mean, if you want to try, make a medicine check with disadvantage.
Oh God.
Wait,
See,
what
I'm
if I use...
wondering.
What if I use my ring of the
Huh.
whatever?
Impromptu stitching almost isn't a good idea.
Hold on, what if I use my ring of the artisan to give myself proficiency in, a sewing kit?
Mate, I wonder that stitching thread is a
Let
little
me
bit
double
different
check.
from sewing thread. Don't you think that's going to give a little bit of a burn, through?
No, it'll be fine. I know what
You-
I'm doing.
You can try.
Well, if I give myself proficiency, does this make this better?
It's still a disadvantage. You're just proficient now.
Awesome. All right. So, don't worry.
Translucent.
I know what I'm doing.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Absolutely.
You're a painter, you're not a cleric.
Like I said, I have a little bit of healing. So you said a medicine check, right?
With disadvantage, yes.
God.
All right. So hold on. Let me.
If it hurts even in the slightest, he's gonna move away.
Let me.
Become Verikstein's
alright.
monster.
God.
I'm just gonna give myself proficiency with this for a moment.
I just think Varric's gonna show himself to Tenzing somehow.
All right.
We're brothers for life.
Hey.
17.
Okay. Well, you thankfully don't damage Tenzing in your attempt to sew him with a sewing kit, which is not meant for medical use whatsoever.
That's
Um,
fine.
But I mean, the quote unquote stitching looks clean, even if it doesn't really do anything.
There you go, immaculate.
I'm surprised that worked. Well, I don't have open wounds, I guess. Thanks.
No problem. It's what I'm here for. And
The wounds are still bleeding.
Varric will just turn around despite that and just to himself just do that little fist. That thing you do when you just put your fist go ha yes.
Fist pump.
It's sort of, you know what I mean? The yes.
Meanwhile, Tenzing, despite how clean the stitches are, you are still bleeding from the places he did.
This is a pat with whatever cloth that he can get. It's still bleeding. Could you maybe just sort of put pressure
I'll
on
have to
that?
I'll have to tighten the stitching. Hold
No,
on.
no.
And actually, you guys, if you want to start the actual session, we can have this whenever.
Yee boy!
All right, Judah, are you also ready?
Yep, I just got done with my game.
I
Before
will
we start
say-
in earnest, before we start
oh.
in earnest, I want to pee first.
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
actually, I was like, oh, suddenly, bladder.
Well, Keith has it paused. Hold on.
I got recording again.
All right, so.
And Tenzing, one more thing.
Yeah.
And Varric will just very carefully kind of hop onto your back to avoid hitting any wounds. Just so he can get sort of like level with you.
He
And
looks as backwards as he can manage.
you're doing great, and you will continue to do great. And Varric will go in for a hug.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Have a little more faith in yourself.
He goes around and hugs him and sort of pulls him away from his back and then just kind of holds him in the air and hugs him tightly.
Oh, there we go.
Kind of
Okay.
laughing. You as well, mate. You're doing better than you think, and I suppose we just have to mind each other to pat our own backs in a sense.
Yes, I appreciate you saying that, and we'll, like you said, we'll keep each other informed to make sure that we are aware of each other's strengths.
We're gonna get stronger together. I've got
And
feelings.
And probably get more trauma together.
And get more trauma together, but at least we're not doing it alone.
That's all we can ask for, right?
The
The road ahead's going to be a long one.
Hmm.
But at least I got you to ride on.
Yeah. Well, the buck's already open to you, so if you ever need a lift, go right ahead. You don't even have to play me a song anymore.
Vera just gives that sort of like, aww.
You've gotten my blessings because you're family, and also you've been great and part of the Chaos team, so you've earned it.
Chaos crew, gotta get that CC in there.
Chaos crew, my bad.
I think, trust me when I say, I think that you and I have, at the very least, found ourselves some good companionship.
I think
Before they get back, though, I did want to ask you, though, what do you think of Klaus and Grimson?
In what way?
Just in general. Grimson on a little mad hat. I think he's overall jolly, and I think I like the guy overall, but he's a little socially unconscious, and we saw what happened today.
I think that both of them are good men who have been given, well, to put it plainly, dealt the shitty cards in life. And they both have the reasons why they are the way they are. Klaus with his sort of grumpy disposition, and Crimson trying his best to be happy, but clearly has his problems going for him as well. I
Yes.
think that, strange enough, even though we sort of picked them up rather, not haphazardly, but we picked them up rather quickly. I think that, in the end, I wouldn't have had it any other way. I like having them around, and they've done good.
Yes.
I know for me, I've been having problems moving forward, and Klaus has helped me with opening my perspective because I've been in my head so long. And Crimson has reminded me that I can also move forward in other ways. I suppose one has helped me in my head, and the other has helped me outwardly. So I think they're nice. They're good, and I consider them as friends, even if it hasn't been that long. They've already shown what good people they are.
I'd like to agree with you. Although I will mention that Klaus does tend to have a bit of a grumpy attitude.
You just haven't seen him smile yet.
I still don't know if it's possible.
It's possible. I've seen it.
Giving Tenzing a sort of like appraising look.
Well, for example, a painting that you did.
I was about to say my painting doesn't count.
I mean, let me look at it, and points at his bag to, wanting to actually see it.
Alright, Merrick will show him the painting.
Remind me again what kind of smile this is.
Sort of almost kind of like a snicker, like a soft sticker.
That's actually pretty close. And given this, I think a wrinkle over here, or like a dimple, I don't know, or something, his eyes squint a little bit more, I think. But yeah, you've somehow actually gotten pretty close to it.
Well, there's only so many ways his muscles can contort and all that, but
That's true.
I'll be able to compare if I ever see it for myself.
Just shit on him a little bit. And I mean that in the fun way.
Okay, Varric starts pulling up his pants.
No, not that kind of way. That's not the fun way.
I know, I'm kidding. Anyway.
But give him a chance. But
I'm
you
trying to. Like I said, I don't think he's a bad person. I just think he's a bit grumpy.
he's a little bit grumpy, but he has his moments. You stick around with me and Six and get back into the Chaos Crew. You're going to see it a little bit more.
Eventually, it's just like I said, I've got a lot I want to work on right now.
Yeah, understandable. We'll take our time, and after this, we can all discuss this vacation. To be honest, I need a little bit of a mental break myself, so we'll see what happens. I'm not sure if I need a week, but a few days at least would be nice.
Yes. I would very much like an even week. Also, I would have asked for 2, but everyone seems rearing to keep moving.
Yeah, there's... it's a big world, and I guess personally, my goal, so I get a little antsy if I stay in one place too long.
Right. Well, I'm sure there's places you can train in Findlefair.
Maybe. I'd be honest with you, I'll probably stay outside of the city. I'll be around close by, and if I need something, I'll get it, but,
Oh, well, I can always send you a message if anything were to hit the fan. Or, fan something. That kind of fan doesn't exist in this world. If...
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But I'm glad to have got to have this talk with you, mate. It's really been a while, and I'll check on you. I'll check in on you more just to make sure you're doing all right, and give those reminders. You're doing good too. Hello?
Alright. You guys good?
Good. I'm going to have to BRB 1 second, but feel free to go ahead.
Fucking son of
I'm
a bitch!
still not.
Yeah, you got muted.
I'm taking care of one more dog.
Alright, you guys take care of that, and then we'll start once everyone's here.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'll pause.
Alright, here's the recap. Alright, Six here to give the recap this time around. So we did our thing with reporting to Vidalia about everything that happened on that godforsaken temple. I'm funny. Alright, so originally we thought we'd be able to continue on our way, but apparently Lord Cooper is dead. So that's and now we've got to look for his murderer. We were told who to look for and pointed in a general direction, and we're told to be careful because apparently he's a crafty bastard. but it's alright. I got to ride a horse for the first time, so that was fun. A lot less fun later on when Grimson saw a fucking mammoth and decided, you know what? I'm gonna sink a bloody fucking axe in its head. That's a brilliant idea. So we fought some
If I
mammoths.
may interject, Six, while 3 of its mates were around, or 2 of its mates were around.
Yes, I'm gonna get that back. Leave. So,
But I thought friendship.
No.
this is my turn.
For a moment, picks up Varric and walks away.
Hey, but no! Can we just have a conversation about this?
No!
So, we fought some mammoths, lost, had to run, or else we would have died. Klaus almost died, but apparently I've got more time, weird power or something, so he didn't die, I guess. But whatever, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. He's safe, I'm safe, we're all safe, and Grimson's a duck. Since he tried to attack Tenzing, seems to be going mad. Got to deal with that too. But anyway, after that battle, we all decided to take a bit of a rest after that fight. Klaus offered to teach me meditation, which I took the opportunity for. That was fun. He's a good teacher. But all fun things must come to an end, and it's back on the road for us. Alright, let's get back with the group, Klaus. And then strides on off.
Of course. It's about time now.
Just
Oh.
put me down!
No, you're stuck in the hug forever, you're not leaving. Oh, hi.
Quietly, as they're still like walking back to the rest of them, still out of earshot, Klaus just leans over towards Six and is like, "You're going to help me with this, with the foraging, right?"
Oh, of course. What exactly are we foraging?
Well, I have most of the supplies. I just need and kind of looking around the general area. Is there, by chance, a wild field of really any type of grain, like something that he can potentially make a bit of a paste out of?
Make a perception check.
While he's doing that, is there a forest nearby? I think we stopped by a forest, correct?
No.
Oh, it's been a
Woods?
while since I've been in this character sheet. Sorry. Go ahead.
Woods, maybe?
Nope.
I'm looking for a place we could hide a body.
Oh my god.
I make a perception check.
Give me 1 second. Natural 1.
You looking around, you think, you know, maybe if Tenzing were to help you, you might be able to fit the body up in the tree branches of that tree over there. No, it'll look up. It's
Oh
fine.
my god.
By the way,
God.
Tenzing, on a completely unrelated note, if we were to put a
Huh?
body, say, in between those 2 branches, do you think anyone would notice?
And Klaus, no, you can't really spot anything.
Shit. Well,
What are you
Six.
looking for?
Remember, I think I had asked if you can scout out for me to ask what the others seem to like. I already have a good idea as far as some northern food that I can make, but
Of course. I'm right on it. Leave it to me. And she gives like a little wink and salute and then strides on up over to the other group.
I'm just saying, if we like put his arms like really stretched out, his weight should stay like near the center of the trunk, and it should be fine so long as no one looks.
Do I even want to know what you're talking about?
We're trying to find a place to hide the body that we got out of the bed. Oh, you weren't there for that.
He wants to hide a body in a tree because he thinks that no one will notice because no one ever looks up. But if we go down the road, you could still see a body hanging in a tree.
Wait,
Oh, that's a good point.
reel back. You killed someone.
Oh, no. Yeah, you were passed out for this. So, you know that pink bag that I pulled stuff out of?
Varric.
There was a body.
Wait, where's the body again? DM?
It's in
I
the bag.
forgot.
It's in the bag of holding.
Oh, okay, he stuffed it back. No, he stuffed it back in, but then it like spat it back out.
That was a pink bag.
By the way, guys, For once all this is over and we make our way back to Findelfair to deliver the news to the general or wherever else we're heading, what exactly sorts of foods do you guys like? We've sort of just been living off rations. Perhaps we might be able to find something to buy.
Ooh, that's a very good question. Hell, it's been a while since I've had it, but oh my goodness. Have you ever had, salted caram... have you ever had salted calamari?
Salted
Delicious.
calamari.
Yes. So it's basically this sort of... So basically it's they're squid tentacles that are cut up. They're dipped into a sort of batter and then let to fry for a good while. If they're fried perfectly, they get this light airy crisp to them with this so delicious tender meat in the inside. Add a little bit of a sort of special dipping sauce and c'est la vie.
All right. And now what about you, Tenzing?
Are we looking for anything specific? Are we going to a town for something, or?
No, I'm just curious for if we ever come across it while shopping in towns. What's your favorite food or treat or what? Just so I have it on mine.
I mean, really, I'd eat anything if I see, but
Anything?
Beef steak. Have you ever
with a-
had a burger before?
What about from home? Was there a food that you really enjoyed?
Well, thinking about it, I guess I don't really quite remember how to make it anymore. It's been a while, but
Maybe we could find it in a cookbook if you know the name.
maybe. I don't know if you recognize the word sutheitsai.
What's it called?
It's sutheitsai. It's a milk tea essentially, but it's not. Well,
Wait,
if
what's
I
it
were to
called?
put it in a northern sutheitsai. It's like the northern equivalent, I guess. It's like a sort of stew, beef stew, depending with. It's essentially milk and dried. Well, I'm trying to. Hold on, we call it borts, but it's dried. It's dried meats and lamb's tail and a few other things. I'd have to look it up again. A few grains in it as well, and you cook them up. You put them together. It takes a long time to make, honestly, but it's essentially a milk stew with meat in it.
Could you write out the spelling for that?
Yeah.
Why are you so interested? Are you just wanting to try some new foods, or?
Yes, I was just curious. And you never know, with all the traveling we're going to be doing, perhaps I might come across it when doing my shop.
What
By the
about
way,
you? What do you like to eat?
Well, I'm still learning that, but I very much enjoyed that ice cream.
So you're a sweet tooth.
Apparently. I haven't really had the opportunity to try other sweets.
Mm.
Have you ever had salted caramel?
Also, Zaki, can you write the name of the thing?
Oh yeah.
6, have you ever had salted caramel?
Nope. Everything that
Oh.
you've seen me eat since traveling with you is everything that I know that I've eaten.
Oh, you know what then? You and I were going to go to a candy shop.
A candy shop. That's not
Candy
that
shop.
bad of an idea.
Oh my goodness, there was one up north. Oh, you should have seen it. It was literally 2 stories, and there was just candy to the eye can see. There was everything in there.
All
When
right.
we were in the city, if I was behaving myself well when I was a child, my parents would go and take me as a reward.
We'll have to give that a shot then. Oh, and there's Klaus. And Sixel turns to her back, or facing the other two, and when looking at Klaus, give like a thumbs up in front of her so that the others can't see.
Why are you sticking your arm out like that?
She's not sticking her arm out, it's like directly right against her chest.
Why are you holding your hand up?
She can hold
Close.
her hand up if she wants to.
Klaus sees it, just gives a discerning blink before looking off. He was just kind of leaning against a tree, low-key scoping what was happening.
He would have seen Six go up and ask them questions. Varric is still being hugged by Tenzing. He hasn't put him down yet.
Wait, I'm still doing this. Can you put me down now?
Nope.
Please, I need to find a better spot to hide a body.
No.
Is
you
this
talk
really
about
the
that.
time to be worrying about that?
I figured we should probably do it while we're on the road, maybe somewhere in a neat little corner where no one's going to notice.
Tenzing
Well, there's no
slowly-
rush.
He puts Varric
I
in
don't
one
like
arm.
having a body on hand.
Shouldn't have that bag in the first place, he says, while slowly taking Six and hugging two chests, so then they are both somewhat lifted.
Ah!
Ooh. Okay, hi. Hey, Six, how's it going?
Hello. Are you feeling rather affectionate today, Tenzing?
I am affectionate, and I sort of almost nearly died again. Let me have this.
All
been
right,
a long
all right.
day.
Come here, you. And she'll give him a tight hug in return, and then kiss on the cheek, and then once again wave Klaus to hurry on.
Derek will join in this group hug.
You want to join in, mate? There's still room. My arm still has a little more room because Varric's a little small, so that means extra arm space. You can get a foot on.
Why does everyone always bring up my height?
I will pass.
Also,
Wiggles
Tenzing.
fingers.
should you even be lifting us up? You're injured.
That's
Don't worry, I
okay,
sewed him back together.
He sewed me back together, and I'm still bleeding.
It's a
What?
work in progress.
Wait, Varric, since when have you had medical experience?
First off, I'm insulted. I am very well acquainted with all forms of interacting with the world. You could call me a jack of all trades sort of thing.
Tenzing, where did he sew you?
He nudges, or he nods his head back to part of his horse half that got stumped on.
She makes her way over to look, and then
That
just
is
gives the two of you a stink eye. It's just like, and if you did this incorrectly, and Tenzing got an infection or something while we're out on the road.
Oh, wait, pish posh. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I used to be number one at my sewing club.
You are full of shit.
No, seriously. Well, we spent a couple of years in Vatal for my father's work, and so I was enrolled in a public school, and they had a sewing club, and I was one of the best at it.
Tenzing slowly sort of just lays down and falls over, dragging them with.
Okay.
Infection, dying.
Seriously though, Tenzing, we should probably get this out of you.
Okay, first off, my sewing work is perfectly fine. I sterilized the needle with some alcohol. So,
Did you sterilize the thread as well?
Yes, of course I did.
You did not specify all that.
We can assume Barrick's smart enough to do that. He has a 14 intelligence.
Yeah,
You do
but
not- you are
he
not-
also used sewing on.
Yeah.
Listen, Barrick has a 14 intelligence. He thinks about these things. All right.
No.
Oh, come on!
If you thought about these things, you wouldn't have used sewing kit stuff or medical stuff.
Okay, let's be honest here. I was making a joke, and it was the best I had. Also, come on. It's not that. Come on. Let's be honest here. It was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Dying infection.
Anyway,
Seriously, let's get this out though. Tenzin, we don't want you to get sick.
he's not. He's fine. The thread is clean.
Could I get some help bandaging? Because I'm still
Yes.
bleeding and it kind of hurts now.
All right, let's patch ourselves up.
Alright.
I should. Tenzing. I should still have a little bit of sun before you can have.
Oh, you're
You're
cutting
cutting
out
out there.
real
You
bad.
keep cutting out.
Oh, sorry, it's because of that internet issues.
Internet-
He just said, if I believe so, I'm pretty sure I have more of that medical salve from before, so you can have it, the rest of it, if you want.
That sounds good. Then he, while still holding the others, he does grabby hands.
I'm going to hand you the salve. If you touch me, you're going to lose the arm.
Oh, don't be such a negative Nancy.
Come here, you know you want a group hug.
I don't like being touched.
Even if it's just a poke.
He just stares.
Wiggles fingers.
I'm just going to put it down here. And he places it on a nice patch of grass.
Oh, come on, at least hand it over. Please, please, please.
I don't trust you enough to get close.
Wow, you don't trust us?
I've
After
got
everything we've
it,
been
I've
through.
got it. Six goes to pick it up.
Klaus, I'm
No. But as she comes close, right, and away from the others, that's when Klaus goes ahead and it's just, so what did they say?
Alright, so Varric said salted calamari, and Tenzing said sute sai? I guess it's sort of a beef stew of sort with milk, dried meats, lambtail grain.
Well, are you sure? I'm definitely not the type to carry fucking octopus around with me, or squid, or any of that for that matter. I'd have to fish, but the latter, on the other hand, I have an idea. Alright. Thank you.
No problem. And she says a little louder to everyone, ugh, I'm so clumsy with picking this up. Alright, there we go, I got it.
Can I tell they're up to something at this point? They're acting sus.
Yeah, she went to pick up something and she's immediately starting to talk. Is this suspicious looking at all?
I mean, this is Klaus. This isn't really plotting, necessarily.
It's so suspicious. Something's up.
He's plotting.
I mean, make an insight check.
For all you know, this could have to do with their training.
I mean, Tenzing doesn't really particularly care, but it looks funky.
And you beat Six's deception.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Klaus assists.
Oh,
Remember,
that is
I'm
true.
here too.
You didn't say
You
that.
roll again.
All right, you don't get to say. You don't get to do that against me and then not let me do shit.
Second roll was worse.
Damn. Well, it'd be like that.
Yeah, she rolled a 19 with deception, but Varric beats that. So, Tenzing, you don't notice anything weird. Varric, that seemed a little off, but you didn't hear anything or really anything particular. It just seemed a little weird.
As Tenzing is still holding me, I'm just gonna whisper into his ear. I think they're plotting something.
It sounds like something food related, so I don't mind this plot.
You did not hear that.
I mean,
Y'all didn't hear
no,
shit. You
no,
guys
it's-
just
it's,
analyzed.
I mean, he's gathering for the fact that she asked what kind of food that they liked. So he's just like, if it's something food. I guess I should rephrase, if it's something food related, then it's okay. Because she did just ask out of the blue what kind of food you guys like, you know.
She did
so.
specify that it was for herself, though.
Okay, then I redact my thing if it's 2 meta. So
Just
Yep.
training things.
this training things.
I think they're plotting something.
Like what?
I don't know, and that worries me. I think we had to strike first. Tenzing, we have selected our target.
Wait, which one? Both of them?
No, the grumpy one. Well, the grumpy one first, maybe 6
Wait,
later.
wasn't the grumpy one already the target?
No, we were debating between him and Crimson.
Oh, right. So, first target.
Aye.
Wait, did you guys already try to pull a prank on him before? At least you did.
No, I don't think I did. I mostly told him not to. Fell
The
down
boils
stairs.
on the skin because of the beans.
boils. Yeah.
Also,
Oh, right.
Six makes her way over with the salve while you guys are muttering.
Yes, yes.
What are you both muttering about?
Nothing.
What are you muttering about?
I'm not muttering, I'm speaking right to you.
Mm-hmm. Likely story.
He's playing detective. He's very suspicious.
What makes you not suspicious?
Suspicious.
Alright, come here, Tenzing.
And he eventually lets Varric go and sits
Oh,
himself
thank
up
God I
in
can be on the ground again.
And he laid down, so you were technically on the ground already.
Six will try to tend to your wounds, and you know what? Let me just do a check just to see something. Okay. Yeah, so she just, for a moment it looks like she's considering maybe trying to remove the stitching that's in you, but decides against it and just instead layers the salve onto you.
That feels better. Remind me... actually, yeah. So, I mean, first of all, remind me when I send a letter to Nadine to also thank Felicity, since a lot of this is her medicine, but also Varric. Varric,
I know what you're getting at. I'm still
Yeah.
evaluating.
I think this is a good time, at least for now.
I don't know, we're kind of in a rush. I mean, I guess we are taking a break, but
I mean, it's just a small thing, right? I don't think it'll
What are
take
you
that
guys
much time.
talking about?
we have plans, don't worry about it.
And no plans, just, just speaking of Nadine.
Oh, what about her?
Varric will take this time to evaluate Klaus as we are bringing up the conversation of Nadine.
She had something, for him, but it's, depends on, I guess, Varric to see when he deems ready?
Why does it matter on Varric?
Mm.
I was trusted with this sacred task. Also, I've been evaluating Klaus ever since we started talking about Nadine.
He just seems kind of lost in thought. He's not really focusing on you guys.
Insight check!
Okay.
I just like shouting insight check.
Insight. Excuse me.
Seems he's just thinking to himself, as Judah said.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
Klaus,
like
quick
his
question
eyes
for
are a
you.
little. His eyes are a little bit slanted. He kind of has a squared jaw, and he kind of suddenly comes out of his head and looks down towards them. Just, what?
How are you feeling today? Good? Bad? Relaxed?
Apparently he has something for you.
Yeah, I'm good. If that's yeah.
Do I believe him?
Okay. Yes, you do.
Michael, you can't insight every single thing he does.
Piggybacking off the 20 persuasion from before, you do.
I think you did a GM roll.
Yeah, he did a GM roll.
So if it's
There.
20, then yeah, he looks okay.
Varric squints, reaches into his inner breast pocket, and pulls out a letter. She asked me to give you this when you look like you were in a better mood.
Looks a little bit worn down.
I've had it for about a day and a half now.
Right.
About 2 days.
Day and a half now.
And this is for me, you said.
It's from Nadine.
No, it's for your twin brother.
At that.
Huh. Alright. Well, and he just kind of walks on over.
Varric will hand him the letter.
Alright. He'll just kind of move away a bit because apparently it's for him, so it's probably private. but he kind of moves a little bit of ways to read it.
Alright, let me copy and paste this thing, finally.
I'm so curious.
Finally. It took an extra month to
You
get
have
it
been-
out.
You have been pushing me to give that to him so hard.
Maybe don't forget.
I didn't forget. I've literally been waiting to evaluate class. It has literally been me plotting and timing.
Uh-huh.
But you guys are pushing it, so fine. Here, have it. I was gonna wait until we got back from this trip.
His mood, albeit still being straight-faced, is just... It's drastically improved upon getting off that fucking island.
Sorry, 1 second.
I'm so curious.
I really hope it's just I really like you.
Really?
I'm gonna deafen while I read this.
Dear Klaus, I love you so much. I wish I could
God.
make kissy faces at you from day
Oh
to
my
night.
God.
Please come back and find me and have a happy family with me. I love
Are
you
you saying
so
this
much.
out of character or is this very
Oh, absolutely, God, yeah. This is out of character. Do you think Varric is gonna shit on someone for having a good relationship with another human being?
He's been heavily trying to hook him up. He's hoping.
Yo, I have been trying to be the best fucking wingman. All I need is a magic bean. I don't know what it's gonna do. Yo, listen. How amazing would it have been if when we went to that wrestling lady, if Varric just walked up, popped one of those magic beans in his mouth, and got 20 in strength?
That'd be fucking great.
He'd just be like... Just like, he just hulks out, he just rips his shirt through his butt, like pulsing muscles, and just like, I take on the challenge!
It's just like the belt of giant magic or something. What was it?
Yeah, the belt of giant strength, like,
He gets
like
anchor
just-
arms.
just like, BOOM! He just busts out.
Varric's pumping iron.
Tenzi's like, what the fuck just happened?
Varric has actually secretly been training this entire time for this moment.
He's just been using illusionary magic the entire time, and BOOM! Was finally the word to dispel it. It's why he could climb up that tree so easily.
Oh my god.
You remember that?
I do!
That was fucking amazing.
I applaud him, my boy.
I am back.
Oh, wait, hold on. I accidentally left out one part.
Fuck!
Sorry,
Hang on
sorry,
with you!
hold on. Crap, where was the part I cut out?
Be gone with you, Judah. Back to
Damn.
your silence while me and Zaku continue to snicker at you. He's gone.
I gotta deafen myself now too.
We will destroy this party. But no, I love the fact that we had a paladin who was proficient in athletics, could not do it. Varric's like, yeah, I climb trees. Climbs a tree. God damn it.
He climbs that tree.
By the way, I realized something.
Yes.
Varric being a small creature, if you were to actually look at the physics, should not be taking as much damage from fall damage.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can discuss that with our most wonderful GM.
I do not think they want to do the math to figure out how much damage they actually
Yeah,
be
I
taking.
know.
There we go.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We were discussing how I could probably use physics to prove that Varric should be taking less fall damage than anyone else.
I'm still wheezing over the fact that if Tenzing was the one that falls, because he takes double fall damage. Ugh.
Well, the reason why is probably because you're so redonkulously big.
He's redonkulously thick with 3 C's.
It's why you can throw an ant off the Empire State Building, and it'll actually be perfectly fine when it lands.
I am back again.
All right.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the Quickie Mart. How can I help you?
So Klaus went off to read his letter. The other
He didn't
three
go
chatting.
very far. He just kind of went back to his tree post, not even maybe 20, 30 feet away. But I would say that after he kind of
gains
reads
more
it.
levels, immediately learns how to run on water, and just starts running back to the island.
I mean, yeah, no, no. He reads it all with a bit of a straight face, and he doesn't trash it. He folds the paper neatly and kind of puts it back. It's kind of one of his kind of like side pockets. Before he has little divots, but I would say that after kind of reading it, he looks a bit clouded, but he just kind of releases a bit of a sigh of relief. Not relief, but yes, actually, kind of in a way, a weight being lifted off his shoulders, or like if you've been told something that's, kind of substantial. Just
Tenzing eyes his expression. Curious about the note, only knowing that it was supposed to be given, but
Varric
seems
will look into his mood.
happy enough that he looks okay.
Varric is too much of a gossip to not try to figure out what he's feeling.
if I had to be honest, I would say it's kind of like it's this mix of pleased but confused, I think, is the best way, given the contents.
So, what did it say, by the way? Out of curiosity, if you feel comfortable sharing.
His eyebrows kind of scrunch a little bit before being like, She did not quite get to properly say goodbye the last time I saw her. I think this is her official way of saying it.
Goodbye? Well, I'm sure we'll see her again.
Well, yeah, farewell if you want to be specific. But, parting words.
Got
miss her.
it. You okay? I said, you okay? I know you seem to have liked her a bit.
He kind of, again, squints a little bit, but he's just... Yeah, I'm fine. I would say so, I am, yeah. Nothing particularly changing, again. We ought to get on the road before we eventually, camp out. I doubt we're going to be doing it here. We barely treaded much day.
Yes, we still have a good amount of time to burn. Can we assume we've taken a short rest by this point?
Yeah, you guys can go ahead.
Alright.
Work on my hit dice.
You get my Song of Rest, so you get an extra D6.
D6.
Yep, if you're using hit dice, you get 1d6.
6 did maximum value with that time reversal thing, so I lost all my health and then regained all of it instantly.
Hey, pretty good. Yo, that's good on like all of your dice.
Nice. I am now up to 34.
Did you add the extra 5?
Oh. Wait, 5 or 6?
5.
Wait. 1d. Wait, 1d. What? Oh, add
I
plus
roll
5?
it. Yeah, I rolled it.
Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! 39!
Hey!
Hey!
And
Thanks,
Tenzing,
Mark.
that rest seems to have done wonders for you.
Well, I'm not bleeding anymore, so that's...
I told you my sewing work was good.
More like blood coagulation, but sure.
Well, if anything, I'm not gonna wobble on the way, so is everyone else good to go?
I would say so. That being said, we now have a empty horse.
Oh, that's
Well, I
right.
could just ride on him.
Well,
We have 3 horses.
I
Me
should.
and 6 are still conscious.
I can just take the one that Crimson had, and lead it. I know my way around the horse.
Yeah, you seem really good at that.
I suppose. Okay. Barrett's
It shouldn't-
a little confused.
You shouldn't be. No, I just I'll ride mine, and Grimson had his own. Unless wait, 6 and oh yeah, because 6 and Varric were both riding with one another.
Nope, 6 had her
No.
own.
6 had
Oh, okay.
Varric also had his own horse.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, everyone had their own horse, but Varric was riding on Tenzing. We only got 3 horses.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
because
yeah.
we were too short for the horse. Well, Varric, are you able to navigate just fine with the height of the horse? If you want to ride
Well, I
it?
was able to ride the horses to go towards Mammoth, so
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
but I think it should be safer if you were to stay with Tenzing. I should be able to lead the horse just fine.
it's fine. It's riding a horse. It's not like summoning the might at the highest level of the arcane. It's a fucking horse.
Yeah, I guess I suppose it comes down to Varric. Do you want to ride the horse, or do you want to stay on the back?
Either or is fine. I just figured it'd be easier if we all just kept a horse.
I'm just saying I can do it because it's natural to me. In this case, you already, before we even left, you had protested about having your own horse because of how it could potentially affect you getting up and
Well-
getting down.
It's just more or less of a comfort sort of thing. It's not a big deal. I was just hoping to get maybe a saddle more my size, but
Then
I can
don't
make-
worry about it. I've got
I'll-
it.
okay.
So, Varric, where are you heading? Are you hopping back on Tenzing again?
Apparently.
Tenzing
Oh.
sits down so he can get up.
Thank you.
Alright. I guess we continue on our little adventure.
Oh,
What?
that reminds me. Before we go, I did have an idea.
What's the idea? And Tenzing, by the way, will keep Duck Grimson in his sash, just kind of like tucked in there.
Still
Hey.
snoring.
It's gonna be all hilarious in 5 hours when he just bursts from your chest like a alien parasite.
Where's my axe?
What's your idea?
Well, you know how I had that funny little thing called sending, and I can magically talk to anyone?
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking, I know who this... DM, what's the guy's name again? It's been 3 weeks.
This is why we take notes, people.
Looks at my
It was
notes.
Jester something.
No, hold on. Damien Jester. Haha. No one
Aha!
has a record.
I could cast a sending message aimed at this Damien fellow. I could tell him, be like, thank you for killing Cooper. I wish to employ your services more, and I can keep the guards off your back. Meet me at this location in a day and a half or so.
And
Also, Tudal has guards waiting for you.
So alert to him the fact that he's being followed.
I am fairly much assuming that he's very well aware of the fact that he's being followed, considering he's been trying to hide his tracks.
and
Did you
he
see
would
his
just-
mugshot? He's a cocksure asshole, I bet.
This is quite different. So it's beside.
Tenzing.
Tenzing.
Focus.
I swear to
Looks
God,
away.
if you fuck, I swear to every god in existence, if you fuck this up because you got a boner, I will.
I'm
Be very
not
upset.
being a bit. I'm just saying that he has a nice face. Is that so harmful to say?
I love the
Considering-
fact that at the same time, Klaus and Six just looked at him and
Yup.
all 3 of them are just like.
Just like at the same time, they're all just like Tenzing, focus.
Anyways, I don't think
Anyway.
anything like that should be considered. I mean, we simply have a means of bagging and tagging. That's all.
Well, unbeknownst to you and Grimson, we actually have a very powerful sedative in our company that can be used to knock the motherfucker out. We can strip him of his clothes and then, go on our merry way. My idea is we can't.
That doesn't sound weird at all.
No. Listen, there's a story behind it. I'll get to it later. But so the idea I had was I contact him, impersonating some noble who's happy that Cooper's dead and wants to employ his services and keep him out of trouble. Maybe if he seems like he's convinced, or if I make him feel like I made a convincing deception, I'll let you guys know. I'm assuming he probably thinks he's being followed right now. People like him aren't not behind bars. If they're not crafty and assuming that there's someone watching them. So, why don't I send him the message, make him think that he may have an ally by killing Cooper. We can talk to him for a little bit, and then we can spike his team.
The cocksure asshole, but he's not an idiot. Do you really think he'd be so close and quick to trust somebody that he doesn't know?
Probably not, but if he's that cocky, then he'll probably think he can handle it.
And if he isn't, he'll get even further away from us.
And
Well,
the general did say that he is the crafty sort.
Would
Yes.
you even drink anything that a stranger would give him? Obviously, even I wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that either.
You did that!
That was before.
Don't give me that horse shit!
He's more crafty, alright? I'm saying that if he's been out of bars this long and he's been crafty bastard, then he probably wouldn't do that.
Well, at that point, I'd probably turn you and Grimson invisible, or, you, Grimson. Actually, one of you could be a duck. Or something. I don't know. One of you if you're good at hiding. I was thinking Klaus could be sort of my man to go to, drag him back to our meetup, where we can have a nice sort of picnic bench. I'll make some tea. And here's how we'll get him, though, is I'll drink it as well, so when I pass out, I'm asking all of you to make sure I don't, nothing bad happens to me.
So in
Do
other words,
I
we're down
look-
2 members.
Assuming this happens when Grimson wakes up and we get an explanation of why he should still be traveling with us, yes.
Do I look like a messenger to you?
No, but that's the point.
Anyways, until anything, an actual, adversarial position comes to, I think what we should do is keep quiet and proceed, and maybe we'll do something a bit crafty when the situation calls for.
Or we could try to lure him into a trap. I'm just saying it doesn't... I'm assuming we're moving at this point. I'm just saying it doesn't cost us any... It's not going to cost us any time if I say, hey, thanks for taking care of Lord Cooper. Let's meet up. I got some work for you. I can keep the guards off your back, and it'll be very lucrative for the both of us. Also, don't go to Tudul. I never know how you pronounce that. Tudul. I'll say it very pompous.
Total?
Tudul. And see if he takes the bait.
This also gives him time to prepare too.
And
Yes,
honestly,
but I doubt he's going to be expecting me to poison myself.
either way, though, we don't know what he's like and what his methods are, so that's just kind of giving him more of a one-up if he does prepare.
This is the shot in the dark. Remember what I said before, back inside of the Stalia Temple? Before, the only thing is that with the enemy, they had every single bit, until of course we found out that he was out in a different area, but even then he still had an advantage. In this situation, we have the advantage of the fact that we are an unknown, at least I hope so, variable.
Well, but we'll still be an unknown variable. All we have to do is catch him once, and then strip him of all of his gear.
He will be a variable that knows magic.
Exactly.
Well, the general said, I think it was more that he had magic items, I think the general said, if I recall correctly.
Which means he's unpredictable, which means that we really shouldn't be messing with our chance. We have the element of surprise and the fact that if we find him, we could tag him just about any time that we can't abandon
No,
that
but-
for the sake of an extravagant plan.
No, but what I'm saying is, if we get him to drink the tea with the flowers in it, he'll pass out and we don't have to worry about him slipping out and being crafty. At that point, we can just tie him down and drag him back to town.
This is
Except-
assuming that he's going to drink it.
Exactly.
If I drink it if I pour it out in front of him and we both drink it at the same, and I drink it in front of him, if I remember correctly, we had about give or take 3 minutes before it kicked in.
He could easily assume that you just didn't drug your own drink, and you only drugged his.
Well, no, that's why I poured out into both.
Varric, you're not exactly an accomplished criminal like this other one. He's not going to fall for something like this.
You
Now,
know that.
Don't you, I do, but don't you have, like, I don't know, some magical means of, like, forcing him to drink whatever sedative you...
No.
Scar has
You
something
don't
like
have
that, I
a
think.
spell that can control people to do things.
All I can do is make someone piss themselves laughing.
I mean, that's one way to take him down when we see him, but as far as we know, I think it might be better to at least get a handle of what he's like and how he works first, and then we can decide a plan if that...
I mean, that's
plan
assuming
ends
we
up
find him.
working.
I'm
If he
pissing.
gets-
You actually didn't take suggestion on Varric. I'm crying.
Why would I take suggestion? It's not very in character of him. Varric's not gonna be like, you do that, you do that. He'll tell a joke. He's not gonna be like, yes, now you will do everything I say.
Understood.
Interesting how Scar has that, though.
In the name of the Lord.
Anyway, no. I can make someone piss themselves laughing, but that really just makes them fall over.
Bollocks. Alright, well, again, I think we should go ahead and go about this as we had intended.
As you guys are walking
Six,
along,
what do you think?
Six kind of arches a brow at you. I already said that I don't think it's a very good idea to alert him to our presence, and I think only an idiot would drink something a stranger gave him.
Looks off to the side.
No
Okay,
offense, Tenzing.
Looks
Didn't
off
you
to the
also
side even
eat
more.
something?
Hmm?
I'm pretty sure you also ate something while we were there.
Anyway, as we will continue on moving.
I was the only one who didn't think to eat, who actively avoided eating things until this one shoved food down my throat.
Klaus just rolls his eyes.
Don't you give me
His
that.
back.
Eyes on the other side, not looking at any of them.
And as you guys are moving, though, Varric, you momentarily get a little distracted as suddenly you notice a dim light shine from your front of your chest. And upon looking down, you see a very familiar card.
Damn it, I was
Sitting
really hoping you
out
forgot
there.
about that.
Fuck. Oh no. I don't remember what card he
And-
got.
Unlike the other, where it burst within seconds of removing itself from the person's body, yours
Fuck.
just sort of hovers there in the air.
Fuck.
And what is that?
Ah, cuss.
Tries to look behind. He sees. Oh god. Oh no. Didn't we all get bad fortunes?
Yeah, I think mine's like loneliness.
Oh god.
What?
Well, hold on. She said mine might be good or bad.
In short, we met this fortune teller and she gave these cards that sort of embed into us, and we either get really good fortunes or really bad fortunes depending on what we draw. And this time around, we got some not great ones.
And as a group of adventurers, you thought it would be good to fuck with fate. Why?
Because that's what we do. Now, if you'll give me a minute. Can I touch this card? Is it something I can actually, like, physically hold?
You reach out to touch the flat surface, and as you do, you notice your fingers sort of seep through it. It's still just staying there, spinning very, very slowly in the air in front of you.
I don't like this.
I hope it doesn't
So-
turn into something that sucks you into another dimension. Or...
Here, hold my bird.
Holds bird along with another tiny bird. Funny enough, even Scar went along with this plan too. I'm just he was our level head last time.
And as you guys continue...
I'm crying.
as you guys continue to gallop, this card's still there. You do notice, Varric, upon your attention remaining on it, it seems as the more you guys move ahead, just ever so slightly, the card starts spinning just a little faster.
I don't like this.
What
What's
did you
this?
say your fortune was?
I think it was something along the lines of I'll be alone, separated from everyone.
Oh no.
Oh wait, what if I like wandered off and go rub one out?
No, because then you'll still be alone, and also no, not the time.
Actually, isn't it sort of turning a little?
Is it? I mean,
Turning.
You
Like-
guys, again, just as brief as it was in the speed of its spinning, it seems just ever so slightly as you guys continue forward, it seems to be just moving slightly off towards the right.
What if? Hear me out. What if it's to help find someone who is lost? Maybe.
what is
DM,
it?
remind me because it has been months. What? Did
Yeah,
the,
I don't even
for-
remember what he had.
Yeah, no.
All right, 1 second. It was the. One moment. Let me get that card since it's a bit far back in my notes. You got the tower.
Yes.
And
And as the fortune teller had told you, it's a bit of a strange one. It can be a good thing or a bad.
Do you
So you're supposing that this thing is trying to lead us somewhere?
maybe someone needs help? Someone who's lost and alone?
Off in the direction that this card seems to be pointing, what can I see?
what can Tenzing also see?
What can
Make a
Eric
perception
see?
check.
Everyone just starts looking out in that direction. We don't notice. We don't notice the army of orcs we're about to run into. We're like, no, we were distracted. We're sorry.
All right. You suppose if you squint hard enough, you can see far off in the distance, there seems to be the lining of trees. And what you guess is maybe a forest off in the distance.
I look at everyone like, someone might be hurt.
So there are two possibilities. Number one, we can veer off of this road and further stick a nail into our plan of trying to expedite things, or we can go ahead and move in through. This is a means of exchange. We can check on this, but if it's actually nothing, then we just ended up wasting more time.
Maybe if we keep moving forward, see how far this card is going to move away from you. We could continue moving
I don't-
off.
But what if someone's hurt? I don't.
That's
I know we
not
have a-
presumption based off of a single card you had received.
Well, it's something to do with loneliness, and what if someone's alone and hurt? I think we should check it out. At least we should make a small detour.
What time of day is it? DM.
This would be about noon.
Okay, so there's still sunlight and stuff.
Yeah. If we ride a little bit into the night, I'm sure we can make up lost ground. Not to mention, he's probably moving at a slower pace, trying to throw us off his tracks.
Klaus is already beginning to veer off towards the side to where it comes off. You all can follow me.
Tenzing
Well-
follows.
All right, and Varric will follow as well. 6, what do you think?
I'm not exactly a specialist in magic, and from what you said, it could be a good or bad thing, so I'm not certain.
I mean, the last time we had a good fortune, we ended up getting a lot of good things. I'm just a little worried about the bad fortune because the last time I almost died again.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if it does turn out to be something bad, we are on horses.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen?
We're not. No, don't say that. Don't say that. You're gonna jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
The worst case is if it's like the mammoths, we can run because we are not going to fight those things. It is also still daytime, so it's not the worst. We have daylight, someone should still be out.
Alright, so you guys are heading in the direction of where the card's facing?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alright, and Varric, you do notice as you turn towards it, the card does shift so that it's more in front of you as you head in that direction. And as you guys gallop upon your horses, the speed of this card spinning does start getting faster and faster as you start getting closer and closer to this forest.
That's kind of creepy.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
No creepier than a reincarnated goddess of death or agony.
Well, that was just scary. I wouldn't say creepy. Creepy is more of a you're uncertain about this.
This
That
is
was just
the anticipation that's creeping me out a little bit.
Well, as long as we're ready, we don't have anything to be afraid of.
who knows? Maybe we'll find a unicorn.
Be interesting. Maybe we could find, I don't know. You guys know what to say. Just so you know, satyrs in this world are like mythological. It's like
Yeah, any sort of fey creatures are believed to be just myths.
I hope we find a unicorn. What if that unicorn decide to come along with us on an adventure?
We don't need another animal.
he wants a second.
Varric just goes, "Oh, how dare you!" as he like puts his hands over Urkel's head.
Also, I gotta ask for a short pause. I got an email I have to send out real quick.
Okie dokie.
Alright, be right back.
Nikki is sending up the hit.
Continue galloping off towards the woods. The trees are clustered together in sort of a way where you kind of have to slow down a bit on your horses just to avoid the animals from tripping on it.
Smacked.
And as you guys are walking along, eventually, Varric, the car that has been spinning about a foot distance away from your chest, or it's spinning outwards, and then actually a couple feet in front of your horse.
Good sign? Question mark.
Repeat that last part, sorry.
It stops in front of the horse?
It's still spinning, but it's moved outwards more, so that it's spinning in front of the horse.
All right, I think that's a good sign. Let's keep going.
And as you guys continue, one moment.
I would like to say that I'm going to start looking out for just perception check to see.
Make a
You know,
perception check.
Yeah.
Can Tenzing keep an eye out for anything that's like traps on the ground or just things that might be hidden within the naturey nature of nature?
Make a survival check.
Also, I love adjectives. Nature, nature.
Varric would like to use mathematics to estimate the rate at which this card is spinning to determine how close we are to our intended target.
Continuing on.
Gesundheit.
Tenzing, looking around, you don't see any like hunting traps laid out or anything. Klaus, looking ahead, you do see towards the direction you guys are headed, there seems to be a very dim, glowing light.
What color is it?
It's a light blue color.
Last time we saw
Okay.
something like that, it was a blue dragon.
Oh yeah, Jimmy. Oh no, poor Jimmy.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah, we
sure
saw
we
the
would
Jimmy.
have seen signs of damage and everything else on the way there. Don't
Should we approach more quieter?
I do
what's the worst that
believe
could happen?
everything could happen. Let's get down on our feet, and he kind of just like calmly gets back.
Alright, I guess Varric will also get off his horse and move quietly ahead.
Tenzing leans down.
Thank
Six
you.
will do the same.
Right, I forgot I
Everyone
was riding on
make
Tenzing.
stealth checks.
Tenzing, wait, no, before that, Tenzing.
Yeah.
Don't you have like it's a chain shirt or chain mail? Won't that be a little bit? I'm not sure if the armor that he has actually causes disadvantage on stealth. I'm not.
He has chainmail, but it's like under clothing plus his sash, so it is technically like holding it down from jingling.
Is it heavy armor? I can't remember.
Yeah, you got chainmail.
Yeah, so-
Heath, we're all no. He's not here. No.
Yeah, so it's heavy armor, so you are disadvantaged on your stealth roll.
Ah, motherfucker. Okay.
Perhaps if you want to stay back a little bit.
Yeah, I'll keep watch of your backs. I'll be here.
You're fast. You should be able to catch up if something goes about. But
Yeah.
just keep your eyes peeled
Oh,
and
nice.
make sure
That was
that you're.
disadvantage.
Wow. Well, fuck me, I guess.
Surprisingly, despite his large stature and his clout, his very hefty armor, Tenzing moves as quiet as a mouse.
Not as quiet as me though. No, but like even then, he's just kind of seeing that as just
Gives him an
Whatever.
assuring smile and does a little tap with both of his hooves. See, I'm quiet.
he kind of like sinks his cheek over to like the side, kind of stretching his lip. Not a smile, but kind of like a before moving on ahead of the.
Gives a little victorious smile. And, yes, I did it.
All right, so you guys very stealthily make your way forward. Six got an 18 with her stealth, and creep your way along until eventually you see the source of this light. And upon walking further into the forest, you see within this very small, not even really a clearing, just open area where there isn't trees, it's more just grass. You see this elk, you think it is? Its entire body is aglow in this light blue color. Its fur is a light blue color. And its antlers stretching high and wide above its head. You would think would normally the mass of it would just be too much and would have it sort of stumbling on its feet, hooves. But surprisingly enough, it doesn't seem to bother this creature as it just continues to leisurely walk about, reaching its head down to nibble on some grass. And Varric, the card that had been spinning still ahead of you as you had stepped off your horse, flies outward towards this creature and spins above its body before bursting. And the creature doesn't seem to pay it any mind as it continues to nibble on grass.
Now, through any folklore or anything like that I may have heard of, do I have any idea what this creature might be?
Yeah, same.
No.
Also same.
Yeah, you know,
No.
I'm a bard. I've heard like folklore and like songs and stories and stuff.
Never heard of anything like this. You suppose maybe it could be mythical
So-
fae, but that still seems weird.
A peaceful, light blue, glowing elk-like creature, tall in
Yes.
stature.
It is very, very big.
Very,
Tenzing
very
is
okay.
Staring in
Ver-
awe because wow, that's really
Klaus
glittery and
looks.
pretty.
Klaus looks back at everybody else and it's just, all right. It's a very big animal. We should move on back. We don't know what's going to do if it actually notices.
Well, hold on. I kind of want to see if it will react to us anyway.
You know what happened last time when something large as that reacted to us? Points
We
over
have
towards
horses, we'll be
Tenzing.
fine. We have horses, we'll be fine, and I'm still untouched. I think this.
I can
this will be
outrun a
fine.
mammoth. You can't.
No, but I can turn invisible. It'll be fine. But just, I kind of want to see. This creature looks majestic. It looks beautiful. I can't imagine it harming us. You two just stay cloaked. I kind of want to see what it's like.
Go on ahead.
All right. And Varric will very calmly and very in a very non-hostile way, just sort of step up from the bush and just
Be
start
careful.
making his way out into that clearing.
Are you still being stealthy?
No, I will approach,
All right.
making my presence known.
At the rustling of your footsteps in the grass, you see the creature just slowly lift its head and look at you. Its eyes are just as strange as the rest of its body. There's no pupils. It's just this glow of light blue color. And it seems to just look at you for a moment in time before turning its head back down and continuing to eating on the grass.
Varric's kind of in awe of this creature. And I'll just say, hello? As Varric will just slowly start approaching. Hello?
Don't get a response. Continues eating.
Varric will continue to move forward, and once he starts getting closer, he might just start holding a hand out.
It doesn't seem to pay you any mind.
Can I go up to it?
Alright, you approach the creature. It continues what it's doing. For a moment, you get like a spike of fear as it takes a step, but then it just seems to continue eating on another patch of grass.
Varric will very slowly and cautiously, sort of start lifting a hand towards it to see if he could touch it, maybe? If he'll let it.
Toward its head?
Kind of its side.
Alright, it doesn't seem to pay you any mind as you reach out. And you're gonna try to pet it?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pet it.
Alright. Everyone, you watching from a safe distance, you guys watch as Varric cautiously approaches this creature, which seems very calm, isn't paying Varric any mind. And as you see Varric reach out to tap his fingertips to its large body, there's suddenly a flash of bright light and Varric is gone.
God damn it.
Oh no.
Klaus just raises. He just stares almost blankly towards what just happened, and he's just fuck.
My curiosity got the better of me.
Guys, where did he go? Varric?
Varric!
No!
Klaus just looks at the both of them, and there's no words, but the only thing that can be ever drawn from his gaze is never doubt me ever again.
Six immediately stands up. We can't just leave him. What happened?
Tenzi's gonna go over to the clearing.
As you make your presence known in this open area, once again, this large elk creature lifts its head to look at you, and then returns to what it was doing.
Wait, where did he go? What happened? Just talking to this creature. He's being non-threatening still, but clearly worried. Just wait. Can you talk? Or can you say something?
No response.
Looks behind, freaking out.
Six runs out beside you. What do we do?
Do we
Well,
all just follow him?
I don't think that would be wise at all.
But he just, and Tenzing does the little gesture of just the poof.
You're panicking. Stop panicking.
Yeah, I'm panicking because he's also, and I don't know anything about magic, and I don't know what's going on with this thing.
I don't know what's going on either. Varric is gone.
I said to the both of you to stop panicking.
Well, you can't tell us to stop panicking because it's kind of hard not to.
Alright, continue. It's only going to make the situation worse as you continue to let your mind take over. Especially you, Six. I expected more.
She flinches and stops. We can't just leave him, though.
We are not leaving him. We're going to sit here and wait and see what happens. On the absolute worst case scenario, we'll go ahead and see what happens if we also touch. I'm not about to leave Varric behind, but it's no need to freak out over a situation we do not understand. It's not outright malicious, but I get what you guys are talking about. It's not good either.
But what if he's in danger?
Then he would be able to send us a message, right? That's how that spell works. I'm pretty.
Right. Can send us a message. Probably he's probably just processing.
Assuming he's still on the same plane of existence, correct?
Pretty sure it can even do that.
Can it?
It can. out of character. It can. It has a very small chance of failing, but it's able to cross dimensions.
Would Klaus know that though, since he's just like, what the hell is a?
Like I said, Klaus just kind of was just like, I don't know. Like he has a very limited amount of knowledge when it comes to spells and whatnot, and sending is one of the more popular ones.
Okay.
I will say, Varric has mentioned that yes, he can send a message to any playing 2 Tenzing before.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
has he? When? I don't remember. This.
Just
Can you
when
remind me?
we've bantered about it at some point. I know
Okay.
that. I remember mentioning it, being like, yes, I can send you any message anywhere, even to other planes. I remember saying something like that.
All right, and I will say with this going on, we will drag Varric over to Whisper with.
I really hope this is a unicorn. Please let it be a unicorn.
And for you two, no conversation until we come back, just so I know time-wise, depending on what happens.
Okay.
yes,
What have I done?
I don't know. Oh, I know exactly.
All right, so Varric, from your point of view, the moment you touched your hand, you as well had just seen this bright flash of light encompassing the entirety of your body and the entire vicinity of where you are. And for a second, you're just in this white space. And then suddenly you feel your body jerk as if pulled forward with a great force. And you stumble forward. And... one second.
I'm scared.
And you feel your feet hitting hard ground, and you end up falling forward, but manage to catch yourself on your hands. What with the force that you were pulled at, and when you lift your head, you are no longer in the forest. Around you, you see stone walls covered in moss. Off in the distance, you can hear a streaming waterfall. And just around the corner of this little stone steps that lead towards a very small river, you can see what appears to be a large stone building.
Huh. Wasn't expecting that. Very glad I had Tenzing hold my griffin. Varric will cautiously approach, I suppose.
All right. And looking behind you, you can see an entryway glowing with that same bright blue light that the elk had been glowing.
Okay. Varric will approach the building just to peek his head in and see what's up.
It's a bit of a distance, so walking forward down these stone steps, you make your way over this very short little bridge. Everything seems to have been untouched for a good period of time. And looking outward, taking in your surroundings as you approach this building, you can see, strangely enough, a sight that's so startling you kind of have to stop for a second, as off in the distance, it is just sky. This ground that you are walking on seems to fall off towards sort of a cliff edge of sorts. And off in the distance, you just see sky and clouds.
Varric is awestruck, first off. Oh my. Varric will go over to the cliff edge.
Peering down, you can see the stream of water that is next to you is also just falling, and you cannot see anything. Looking down, you can see maybe one or two clouds very slowly drifting by, and you get the sense that you are abnormally high up.
Varric will just kind of put his hand, just kind of get on his hands and knees and just kind of put his hand under the cliff edge, you know what I mean? Just sort of be like, huh. And Varric will just kind of like look out and just go, "Hello."
You call out, your voice echoing off into mostly behind you where this cave question mark of sorts is. Your voice echoing within the empty area. But other than the echo of your voice, you don't hear anything past that in the streaming water and the whoosh of air as it occasionally whips by your face.
Huh. I don't see any ground like when I peer over, do I? Like eventually?
Nope, you just see endless sky.
I don't think this is the time to go skydiving. Varric will pull out his painter's kit. And he's going to take a minute to paint this. And as he's painting this scene, because this is fucking beautiful, by the way.
You're looking at a minimum of an hour to do this, by the way.
How about sketching instead?
Half an hour.
How about dedicating it to memory?
Okay, make a just a straight wisdom check.
Wisdom? You sure it's not intelligence, as I am dedicating this to memory?
Yeah, and okay, intelligence.
Yeah.
All right. You capture the scene as best you believe into your memory.
Varric will just say, as he's memorizing this, just going, "So, Malil, have you ever seen anything like this? I don't know if you're listening, but this is something. Oh, this is... I must come back here at some point. Maybe if I learn how to fly. Oh, maybe when Urkel gets bigger, and he can fly. One day. Can Varric just take, like, one of the... Can Varric just take a, He has a candle for some reason.
Okay.
He's just gonna light it and just drop it over the edge.
Okay. You drop this candle off over the edge, making sure to hold on to a firm grip to the cliffside as you lean your head over to watch it disappear. You can see it go a bit of a distance until eventually it's just past your line of sight. You listen, you watch, trying to see if anything odd appears or you hear anything odd. And as you're about to sort of kind of give up and pull your head back, you feel a hard thump on the back of your head. And looking off to the side, you see the candle you had dropped had fallen out from above you.
Huh. Do you want a painting? I have lots of them. Yeah, I have a painting. And Varric will, Oh god, what paintings do I even have on me? He will toss the painting of the stars he had painting one time that he had labeled Goodnight. He's like, do you want one? Just holding it out over the edge.
No response.
He'll pull it back. He'll pull out that strange figure he had, drop it over the edge, and just kind of look up to see if he can see it falling back down.
All right. Dropping it over, you look up above you this time around. And after a brief period of time, eventually you can see it plummeting towards you from above.
Varric will go to catch it.
Make a straight Dex check.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Immediately, you're able to snag it out of the air before it goes plummeting back down again.
How fast does that feel like it was falling?
It felt like the speed of an item of its size falling.
Okay. Do I have any fucking idea, based on legends or anything from a miscellaneous class or story I've heard?
I will allow a history check with disadvantage.
Okay. History.
While you haven't necessarily heard of anything like this, based off of what you've seen so far, and the way that this, from what you understand, this place that you're in seems to just be floating somewhere in the sky, and the fact that when you drop items over the edge, it seems to just loop. You get the sense that you're in some sort of space separated from the current space that you live your life in.
Do I get the inclination that if I were to fall off this cliff, I would die?
You get the sense that you would reach terminal velocity and die, yes.
Okay. Varric will just stand back up. Go, huh? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go for my scroll wheel. There it is. Don't tell them. This will be amazing when they just are like, what the fuck, it's a flute.
Alright, what are you doing?
Varric is just gonna play a song for this nice orderly void. With his accordion.
Alright, I will allow the roll that you did before.
Okay, that should be another +2 then.
Yeah.
So 24.
Alright. How long are you playing for?
5 minutes.
Alright. You play a song out into the open space. With this open sort of cavern behind you, the music echoes, giving a sort of strange reverberation around the area. Eventually, your song comes to an end.
Well, if anyone's out there, I hope they enjoyed my tune. I'm gonna be going now. Thank you for being a nice orderly sky void thing. Bye. Varric will start heading back.
Alright. Walking back the way you came, deciding to not head in the direction of the house, you instead return towards the...
Wait, there's a house too?
I did say that, yes.
I missed that entirely.
You said you were heading in that direction and then you wanted to see something else.
My memory is failing me at the moment. Are you sure you said that?
Yes.
I will go over to the house.
Alright, you kind of curiosity getting the better of you as you're about to head back towards where you had appeared from. Instead, you walk in the opposite direction, walking up towards this very large brick building. There seems to be a long stepway towards an entrance. Just like the rest of this mossy cavern, this place seems to be a bit run down, having been left alone for what you assume is probably a pretty long time.
Varric will just go up to the... Is there a door?
There is a door.
Varric will just give a knock on the door. Hello? I don't mean to be rude.
You wait a few moments. A couple more moments. Nothing.
Varric will knock again a little bit more firmer this time. I'm so sorry. I'm sure you want to be left alone, seeing as you live in a magical deer, but I was just kind of wondering if I could get directions.
Again, you wait and beat. Nothing.
I will open the door.
Okay, you open the door. It's kind of it takes a bit of effort at first, since these front entrance door seems pretty heavy. But with a bit of grunting and pushing, you eventually manage to push one of the frames open, and peek inside. Inside, you see a long stretch of hallway. If not for the dust and aging, the area would seem kind of nice. You see off towards the wall 2 marble statues just standing there for decoration. You get the sense that down the hallway it splits off into more rooms. This place seems to be very, very big. None of the candles rested along the walls seem to be lit, so it's very dark.
I have dark vision.
Yes. So you would see, though, just a short distance down this long stretch of hallway, there seems to be a figure just sitting against the wall.
Can I? They alive or?
From this distance, it's hard to see.
Can I tell if they're like a human or what? What have you?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Perception. 11.
It's kind of hard to say.
Hello. Excuse me. I don't mean to bother you. Could you tell me where I am, please? And I'll get out of your hair as soon as possible.
No response.
Okay. Here, I'll be back. I think. Oh, fuck. Varric will just cautiously step into the house. Hello. Are you okay? Are you alone? Is everything all right?
No response.
Varric will inch a little closer until he can get a kind of good view of the guy.
Inching closer, you are.
I left that door wide open, by the way.
All right. You are able to eventually make out that it seems humanoid, but upon closer inspection, it doesn't seem to be human. Because as you get closer and closer, it appears that parts of its body seem to just be laying across the floor, pieces of metal.
Metal?
It's sitting with its legs outstretched. Its right leg from the knee down seems to just be missing. And you can see it off in the distance a bit of a way. Rust is covering parts of its body. Its head is just resting forward, its chin against its chest, its arms splayed out by its sides along the floor and wall.
Like, you said a metal man?
Seems to be.
Varric will cautiously start approaching the metal man. Hello?
No response.
Can Varric go up and just very lightly touch it? Because
All
this
right.
worked out well the last time.
You lightly touch this thing, whatever it is.
And I pull my hand back.
As soon as you do see a very dim light start to flicker and fade from the center of its chest, and its body adjusts ever so slightly and then lifts its head. It looks at you, seemingly through you from the way it just... and its jaw opens up, and out from the back of its throat is sort of this crackled voice that says, "I am sorry. If wish for assistance, replace core." And then
Where
it
is-
shuts back down.
Huh. Can I look down the hallways?
Alright. There are a number of different hallways.
Hmm.
This place, you get the sense, is very big.
Varric will take a moment to cast Sending to 6, and he will say, "I'm alright, but someone in here needs help. Please come back. I think I found exit. Should be fine. Take a look for yourselves."
Immediately, you get a response back saying, "Where the hell have you been? I've been so worried. I'm gonna make sure that we come and get you. Stay right where you are."
Varric will start heading to the entrance of the house.
Alright, and we will swap back to the others.
Aha!
Something's
Oh my God.
Hello!
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, so
No, don't share. Hold on.
I was about to say, I hope you guys liked my next character. That perception check was very important.
Yee-hoo.
Well,
Alright,
you outperformed everything else, so hey.
So, Klaus, Tenzing, Sick, you guys sort of linger around as this, just idly watching this creature make its way, walking around, just very casual and lazy, and just not minding your guys' presence. 10 minutes go by, 20 minutes go by, and as it starts reaching that half-hour mark, I'm sure you get the sense that some of your party members here are very anxious.
Yeah. No, even it's slowly getting to Klaus as well. It's just alrighty. It's gone on for too long. We're going to have to do something about this.
We should have done something early. You see Six pause for a second and start like stiffen for a moment. And then she's like, "Wait, Varric." There's a moment of silence, her eyes kind of darting back and forth, and you get the sense that Varric must be sending something. And then eventually you hear Six, "Right, of course. We've been so worried about you. Where have you been? We're going to make our way in there. You stay right where you are." And then she looks towards you guys. "Come on!" And without even waiting, she touches this creature, and she disappears with a flash.
Wait, last what?
After
looks over to
you.
Klaus. Okay. Goes over and carefully, cautiously, boop, and poof.
Klaus looks over at the beast. If you did anything to them, I swear to God. And he heads in as well.
The elk seems to lift its head to look at you as you say that, and its jaw just.
Guys, we found adventure!
Klaus can scowl at anything.
And as you guys had touched it, you experience exactly what Varric had experienced, which is this bright, blinding light that takes up the entirety of the space around you. The forest disappears, and you're just in this white space. And then suddenly you feel this tug on your body as if you're being yanked forward at a powerful speed and strength. And suddenly, for the three that went through, first Six stumbles out, falling on her hands and knees just as she did before. Tenzing, you appear behind her, missing a couple steps, managing to quickly roll out before you crush her underneath herself.
Oh, fuck,
And
fuck.
Klaus, you with your dexterous self are able to manage to avoid in time to yank your body to the side as well before you crush Six. As you guys...
Hey, Hey guys, over here.
Becca, you're right. Whoa.
I am fine. There's someone in here who looks like they need a bit of help. Don't go to the left. That's the infinite falling sky box.
Varric, before you continue to speak, let's stop pretending like what just happened is normal.
Oh, we'll do that in a minute. Someone needs our help.
Varric 6 walks right up to you and smacks you upside the head.
Wait, she has to roll the hit first.
Yeah. Well, are you gonna? As you see her approach, you can go ahead and try to dodge.
All right. What am I making here?
Make just this dex save.
Dex save, you say?
Yeah. You manage to duck your head in time just as you see her hand swinging out to smack you against the back of it. She's just glaring at you. She's like, "Why didn't you say anything earlier? We were waiting out there for almost half an hour."
Really? It felt more like 10 minutes.
Tenzing, meanwhile, also goes to approaches, not to hug, but not to hurt, but to hug him. And
Oh, hi.
fuck you, you're awful. At least tell us that you're okay.
Well, hey, I'm sorry. I found the infinite falling sky box and I got mesmerized for a moment and forgot to call you.
For a moment, again, for half an hour.
Did it feel like half an hour, DM?
It was.
You were a bit distracted, but you get the sense it probably might have been half an hour.
Okay. I'm very sorry. It slipped my mind. Listen. I point over to the direction of the infinite falling sky box. I'm like, that's freaky as shit. I love it, and it's amazing view. But I may have gotten a little absorbed. In the meantime, someone needs help in here. It's a metal man. He needs a power core. There's a lot of holes. I was hoping we could, kind of like take a look around and help him out real quick.
Wait, so back up a second. So we're in. First of all, where are we?
DM, you said this was basically some sort of space in between space,
Basically.
like a pocket dimension, one might say, or a pocket.
Like
plane.
like a pocket dimension.
As far as I can tell, we're in some sort of magically conjured space where we are kind of in between the planes. So kind of like a little... Think of the planes as sort of like a sandwich, and this is kind of like a little air bubble in that sandwich.
Just take us to the metal man.
Alright, well, first off, he's deactivated. He just asked me to go find a power core. There's a lot of holes. The place is dusty, looks like it hasn't been lived in a very long time, but better safe than sorry. And Varric will open the door. Well, first knock, be polite, and then open the door.
Do we have the time to be here?
Exactly. You said that there seems to be some weird form of time dilation. If we spend too much time here, I don't know how many days we're going to skip
it
out.
might have just been I got a bit absorbed in the view. I do apologize for that. But, and he opens the door. Someone needs our help. Let's just take a quick poke around here. This place can't be that big, and then we'll reinsert his power core, I suppose.
And how do we get back to our dimension?
Big blue door over there by the front.
Looking behind towards where you guys had stumbled, you do see an entryway. It sort of reminds you of that large portal you guys had seen when sailing towards Destalia Temple, except the inner coloring is more of a light blue, and you can't see past the other side.
Come on, this guy
Alright,
needs
well,
our-
let's find
he
this
needs our
power
help.
core.
Alright. Yeah, follow me, and Varric will lead them in.
Did it say that this power core, whatever, is in here?
No, but I am assuming.
You do a lot of that.
I do, and sometimes I'm right and sometimes I'm wrong, but come on, this guy needs our help.
You do understand the importance of our mission, right?
I am very well aware. Listen, this will be a quick in and out, hopefully.
Hopefully.
I mean, it's not as if it's going anywhere, is it?
But the deer might.
You can even call it that.
Just, you know what? Let's go. We're here. We're gonna deal with it. At least we have a way back out. And if this is just looking for a small item within the house, it's fine. It's fine.
By the
fine.
way, when I was talking to the middleman, and that, that thing in his chest, can I get a rough idea of what I'm looking for from that?
You did not take a look at it, so no.
Alright, I'll go back over to the middleman, tap him again, and see if
Before you guys are in there, for those of you, this is your first time appearing in this area, you do see what you see in the image here, which is just a lot of mossy rock and streaming water, and looking off in the distance where Varric had talked about a void, you can just see open sky and clouds. And what seems to be a drop-off point from wherever this cavern is.
Tenzing, before entering, then would now describing this to be in awe, looking kind of everywhere and taking it in. It's, I guess, similarly to how they were in the Undergrove at that time, especially given that it's nature-based. It feels a little more calm being around this place.
Six follows your line of sight as well. Are we up in the sky?
No, we're in some sort of, little pocket plane. It's, hard to explain, but basically think of it as the planes layered on top of each other. This is like a little air bubble, kind of a space between space.
Are there stars? Or, is it just a void black?
It is open sky, blue sky, white clouds. And rather than having to look up and see just clouds in the sky, some of these clouds are drifting by within eye level.
Tenzing will go to try to touch one.
Heading over towards the cliff edge, you reach out to touch. This cloud just sort of seeps through your fingers. It doesn't really feel like anything.
What does it feel like there, old boy?
Actually, nothing. It's kind of me runs his fingers through, watching it. Kind of like when someone vapes in front of you when you put your hand through it.
It's almost
Basically.
It's almost like a cloud is condensed water vapor.
Do we have the scientific knowledge to know that?
Literally, if you've breathed outside when it's cold enough, that's as much as science as you need.
I don't know. They didn't know that for a long time.
Moving on!
Varric, you called this a void. It's more just a sky, isn't it?
Sky void. I said sky void. Sky box of infinite falling.
Infinite falling?
We need
Yeah,
to
if you throw
find
something off of it,
the
it'll
core.
keep falling. It'll just it'll just keep it'll appear above you and maybe hit you, or it could just keep falling.
Tenzing backs away from the cliffside and moves back towards the others.
You will fall at terminal velocity if you do fall off. I did test that.
Tested falling infinitely.
Yeah.
And you got
Nope.
back here?
No, I didn't jump off. I just threw some stuff off. Like a good scientist.
And it came back to you?
Yeah, it's pretty nifty. Although it was very much clear that it was falling pretty fast.
Right. The core.
The core! To the core.
Yes, let's
Varric
make our
will
way
lead them.
in.
Varric will knock on the door. Oh, let them inside.
You guys see Varric kind of put a bit of effort into pushing these very thick-set wood doors.
Help us open. Oh no, I got you.
Oh, a map.
Making your way in. You guys see what Varric had seen, which is the hallways are lined with candles, but they're not lit. Dust and aging seems to have dulled the place a bit, but you get the sense that once upon a time this place was rather nice.
You know, this place looks about move-in ready. A little cleaning and... Guys, do we have a base? We might have a base. Let's go fix our middle friend.
Hey, whose house is... Do we know whose house this was?
Nope, and I think we're going to find out. Here, follow me. And Varric will start leading him towards his new middle friend.
You guys see a little ways down the hallway. There's a figure that seems to just be slouched against the wall. At first it seems humanoid, but as you get closer you realize it is not a human. Its body seems to be made of metal. Parts of it are broken off and rusted. Its right leg from the knee down is missing. Its head is just rested forward with its chin against its chest. And its arms splayed out by its sides along the wall and floor.
What is this exactly that we're trying to revive?
He seems like some sort of metal butler. He was very polite when he spoke, and I'll poke him again.
There's no movement this time.
He told me that he needed a power core, so I was thinking we could just sort of take a few peeks in the room, stick together. I don't know what's in here, but let's just take a few peeks and see if we can figure out where we are and maybe help our friend here.
So this is what the card meant by lonely.
Yes, and I'd rather not have to leave him here. That'd be quite cruel, don't you think?
Oh, so this is solitude.
It sure is. But hopefully we can help him out. DM, where are we in these halls right now? Like over.
You guys
here?
are like right here.
Okay.
Can we put our
Well-
tokens in, or just to kind of show we're moving around?
Heath, could you drag their tokens out?
Well, let's get started looking. The faster we get this done, the faster we're back to catching our coffee.
Alright, DM, how sturdy do these floors look?
They're pretty sturdy.
Okay.
Echo,
Creak.
into the backpack, please.
There's an occasional creak, but you don't feel any sort of give.
Well, this place is better than the haunted house, so...
Varric will put Urkel in the backpack and just say, Alright, I suppose we should just start doing this systematically. Left or right?
Right.
Alright then. Varric will just start moving down the hallway.
Something will follow. And just kind of, not even perceptively, just looking around and taking in the sights.
Perhaps we should split up. This place seems nice enough.
I don't know. Last time we split up in an abandoned house, it didn't go so well.
It's not abandoned. The owner, at least what I think maybe, is right there.
I don't know. Varric will just keep creeping down the hallway. He'll get to this door, and I'll try to take a look.
Looking around, since this place is very large and you guys plan on scouring out, you do get the sense that investigating this entire place might take a number of hours.
Alright, maybe we should split up.
Yeah.
Alright,
As long as we don't run into ghosts, I suppose it'll be fine. We can echo.
there's a good there's a good reverberation in here. I'm sure if one of us yells, the others can hear it.
Right, well then. Suppose since I can run pretty far, I could take the end hallways.
As can I.
Alright, Six, do you want to start looking down this hallway, and then we'll just sort of peek back and forth between the rooms, and then let's meet up back by our friend here or yell if we find anything interesting.
Alright, and if anything decides to attack us individually, just scream as loud as we can.
Of course.
Sounds like a plan.
And are we gonna keep Urkel on the map here? Or should I just keep moving him with?
Yeah, you can just keep him where he is, and I'll assume he's going.
Okay.
Also, where is our robot friend? Was he like right over here?
Slouched right there.
Okay, cool. Alright, so meet up places, Mr. Owner here. Let's see. Klaus, wants to take the right, I'll take the left.
We'll take the left.
Alright.
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 And Varric will open this door.
All right, and for the sake of time, because there are a large number of rooms,
Can this thing even fit through here?
everyone make an investigation check.
All right.
Investigation, you say?
But for real, can you actually like fit through these?
It's just a map thing, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
Oh,
cool.
and
Just double check.
Klaus, be careful. And bardic inspiration to you.
Oh, okay.
Actually, side note,
What's
just-
your die?
Oh no, intimidation. My bad.
It's still nat 20.
Yeah. And what's your die for investigation or your inspiration?
D8s.
All right.
But yeah, one thing
13.
for you, Zaku, quickly though, is a large creature can move through a 5-foot square at half speed in rules.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
All right. You guys investigate around the area, finding a number of rooms, some of which are pretty empty, some of which seem to be decorated in a couple of different things. By the time you guys meet up and share your findings, Six had discovered that there were a number of just empty bedrooms, she assumed. There were some very old, rickety bed frames and just occasional desk, but otherwise fairly empty. Varric, the rooms that you investigate were all empty as well.
Did we
Ten-
just investigate the hallways, or did we assume we moved up at all? No.
Yeah, and the rooms, hold on. So eventually, Varric, you make your way up to the next hallway. You do come across what appears to be a very large library. Many old, dusty, rotted books, and as well as what appears to be sort of a lab of sorts within another room. Many utensils and materials and all sorts for just people who are more inclined to the sciences. You get once used this room. Tenzing, you do come across what appears to be a forge of sorts. The coals are way too old to be properly used, and you get the sense if someone understood how to use this, they might actually be able to get it up and running, but as of right now, it is very old and dilapidated. And you can spot a couple of very rusty weaponry and such hanging off the walls. And then walking past that, nearby, you see what seems to be a target range of sorts. Just like with the rest of the place, the targets seem very... the wood looks very rotted and old. Klaus, looking along, you come across a dining room and kitchen, surprisingly enough.
Woke.
The dining table seems to be broken. Chairs are scattered around the room, and off to the side there seems to be a broken chandelier. Peeking into the kitchen, you kind of have to cover your mouth and nose at the stench of rotting food. But you get the sense if this area were cleaned up, it was once a really nice kitchen.
Guys, did we just find our base?
Investigating further, Tenzing with your nat 20, you go further up towards the very northern part of this area. Peeking into this room at the top left, you find a very empty brick space. You see a couple of scattered copper coins on the floor.
He looks around. Are they like dusty? As is the
They're a
rest of the
bit
place?
dusty, but you could pocket 10 copper if you would like.
Okay, then we'll do that.
No, the gold's cursed.
And
Cast
then,
copper coins.
If they look not dusty, he will pick them up. But if they look just as aged as the rest of the place, then he will.
you get the sense you just wash them off, they'd be fine, but if you want to leave them there, that's okay too.
No, he'll take them.
Alright. Walking back in the direction you came, you notice a doorway to the left, at the very northern wall of this building. And for a moment, you're a little intrigued by it, since the doorframe is carved in a way very differently from the rest of the other doors within this other area. And you get the sense that it might break off towards something more.
Tenzing will... Wait, is it over here or up here?
Up there.
Up there, okay. He will try to rattle at them, see how... Just kind of get a bearing of how strong they're being held together.
You're able to open it without any issue.
Okay, he opens it up and...
I'm assuming, since it's a big ass door, though, does it make a sound?
Not really.
Okay.
If you guys were within the hallway that he was on, you might have been able to hear it, but with everyone scattered around all across the building, it's too far away. It's very big. Tenzing, as you open the door, what's sort of running through your mind?
Just curiosity, and he won't go inside, but he wants to just take a little once over. But are you asking like emotions or?
Yeah, what's on your mind at that moment?
I guess caution and curiosity and relief that this is a safe house and his friends are safe.
Alright. As your mind sort of drifts, as you open the door, thinking of caution, the room that you're peering into appears to be the forge. And then as your mind drifts over to curiosity, you see the site in front of you morph and change into what appears to be the library. And then as the thought of your friends appears, one by one, the rooms that your friends are investigating appear with each of your friends looking around the area.
What's the first room that he sees with a friend in?
I say the first you spot is 6. She seems to be trying to reach under a empty bed frame, and upon the sound of something, she looks over towards you, and her eyes widen for a moment. She's like, "When did that?"
Huh. Wait, Lass, can you see me?
Yes.
Oh. And he looks back, and then looks towards her again. Does it twice. Huh. Well, I found a portal door? Does Sensing, does he get a sense of, like, what's causing it to change?
Make an intelligence check.
Okie dokie.
Smart boy Summer.
Oh, it's up here. 8.
This is a magic door that knows how to find 6.
I hate it.
He's a modest one. I'm sorry, he's a dumb boy. He looks at her confused. Oh, Lass, I found a magic door. I opened it and I could see a few things, and then it went to you.
Oh, let me try. You see her crawl out from where she was, dusting off all the dust that had clung to her clothes, and then running towards you.
Dust off the rest of her too.
Oh, thank you. Yep. You do find that she is able to step through without any issue, and it's just like, all right. What exactly did you do?
I opened it.
You what?
I just, and he closes the door, and then he opens it again and lets her peek through.
All right. Did you say or do anything?
No, I opened it, and it led me through actually a lot of the rooms that I assume we're all looking through. I saw the forge that I had checked out earlier, which there's a forge under this area. I saw a library, I saw Varric, and then I saw
rooms.
Yeah, I changed rooms. It's like a portal of sorts. Magic door.
I will have her do an intelligence check.
Do you know how this works?
15. Alright. She kind of thinks to herself for a moment. She's like, here, close the door again.
Closes it.
You see her kind of like hold her chin thoughtfully for a second, and she places her hand on the door handle. I want ice cream. And she'll open the door, and Klaus, as you're looking around the kitchen, you see this door suddenly appear in the room.
Oh, great. I'm assuming the wonderful smells also waft into them as well.
Immediately, like,
That's not ice cream.
that's not ice cream at all.
What the fuck are you doing
I like to
here?
imagine she immediately, as soon as she opens, it smells it, and is like, nope, and it closes the door.
Klaus, we found a magic door. Well, Tenzing found it.
What?
Yeah, come over here. Come over here.
He's... Okay. And he just walks into this sudden door that had...
Alright, and as you walk through, you find yourself in a completely different room.
Tenzing closes it.
As you are now way there.
and
Klaus just looks around, and then he just kind of like heads down over to like the big door and opens it, and he finds it's like, wait, I went through there. How did I?
No, come over here. Come over here again.
By the way, Varric is searching the laboratory to see if he can find this power core.
Alright, give an investigation check. In the meantime, Six closes the door and looks at Klaus. She's like, here, hold the handle and say something that you want. I said ice cream, and it took me to the...
Oh, so that's how it works.
Ooh, that's... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'll have to whisper this one.
Alright.
Mysteries.
Alright. Alright, does he open the door with that in mind?
Yeah, it's like the first thing that kind of comes to his mind, even if maybe it's not the best, but yeah, he...
Alright. Klaus, you open the door, not saying aloud, but thinking to yourself what's on your mind, and as you do, I bet Tenzing and Six sort of peek their head over just to get his eye of what it is.
Yep.
And as you open the door, you see a completely different room, one that no one had yet to see in this house when looking around the area, but one that you find very familiar.
At the same time that he opens it, his breathing hitches as he just shuts the door again.
What?
Wait.
What is that?
And that's a very interesting door. And good find, you guys.
Wait.
Did you ask for a house or something?
He just begins to walk over towards the one to the... What's that one about?
Wait, was it at least a room inside this house, or was it someplace outside?
What's behind this, if you've seen it?
Nothing, but... Oh, right. There were 10 pieces of copper. Do any of you want some?
So sort of like a treasury.
Yeah, it was just on the floor, actually.
Guys, this would make the best base.
It would! Yeah, is this inside? Hold on one second. Actually... Tenzin goes to the door and thinks of Varric and opens it again.
Alright, as you do, you peek. Varric is in this small room down here, which is sort of a lab of sorts. There seems to be metal tables and a variety of different utensils scattered about and dusting. Varric seems to be sort of like looking around the area, but Varric, you do hear like a small sort of sound, popping sound, and looking behind you see Tenzing just standing inside a sudden doorway in the middle of the room.
Oh, Buggerloo, you gave me a heart attack.
Oh, sorry. Mate, we found a magic door. You want to come over here?
I mean, I see that. By the way, did I find anything in here? Power core, books, notes, just anything that can tell me more about what research was maybe being done here?
Looking around, you don't really find anything of note to what you're looking for.
Alright. Yeah, sure. Okay, and Varric walks through. What's this?
At your door. It's at the very end of the house. You think of something that you want, and it opens, and I guess apparently, and he looks over to Klaus, it's not just the house.
Really? Ooh, I have an idea.
As Tenzing is talking to Varric as well, Klaus, you feel like a very small nudge of an elbow against your arm, and Stick's not saying anything, but giving you like an is everything alright sort of look.
Klaus has, I'd have to say, a rather perturbed look on his face.
Yeah, Tenzing is also keeping an eye on him, and I also wanted to ask quickly, what exactly did he and Six see? You said a room, but like
I can describe.
You can describe it.
You would have seen the insides of what seemed to have been a wooden cabin. Given the time of day, light would have been pouring through one of the windows. A very simple house. A very simple wooden cabin. Off the top of one's head, nothing would have seemed very significant, but that clearly stops at what Klaus had done.
okay.
Tenzing, I have an idea.
He, after looking over it, Klaus looks back at Varric. Huh?
So you say this door just leads anywhere, right?
Oh!
Hey,
Oh!
I have an idea.
Are you gonna think of the thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna think of the thing, and Varric will go over to the door, and he will just say, "Power cores," and open the door.
Wait, what'd you say?
Power cores.
Oh, alright, so you step through to the side that Tenzing is on. Let me drag you over.
Oh, thank you.
Tenzing will scoot over, so he can...
Smart idea, by the way, the both of you. I didn't think of that.
As soon as you said that, I was like, "Oh, hey, this is probably where we're gonna get the power core."
Hey!
Hey, Zaku, virtual 5. Give me a
Virtual
second.
5!
No, hold on. There's a thing we have to
You're a
do.
brain cell, huh?
There's a thing we have to do. Give me a second. No. La.
So as you say that to yourself and open the door, you find yourselves in the very familiar hallway, near the entrance, and right directly in front of you is the slouched figure.
So
Varric will just take a quick look at him and just... Can he identify what the power core is supposed to look like?
Are you going over and looking the body over? Or?
Yeah. He'll do that.
Make a straight intelligence check.
Tenzing, you want to help me look over this guy?
Sure.
Has Tenzing considered helping me now?
No.
Well, he has a power core already. Is it just out of power? It's just an empty core?
Looking him over, not really sure what he was talking about.
He's a metal man. Chances are that he runs on some sort of energy. So, I don't know, try to think of maybe a battery, something, an energy source. Try the door again.
There's a forge here. I think Scott would
Let me
know
try
how
something.
to-
Let me try something first. And Varric will try to prestidigitate some little sparks. Just
Where are you doing that?
on the middleman, sort of near his chest, because I imagine that's where a core would be.
Alright, you flash some little sparks. Nothing happens.
I poke him again.
Nothing happens.
A shower of
Alright.
sparks implies fiery, not electrical.
I will close the door, and I will think of a fully charged power core. Open the door.
You open the door and once again greeted with the same sight of just the figure slumped against the wall.
Varric, try a recharge or something.
Alright, I'll try that.
Tenzing, meanwhile, is staring at the door in contemplation.
Wait, what are you trying now?
Like,
Recharge.
energy.
Like a charging station, some sort of...
Energy.
Okay. Thinking that as you open the door again, this time you are greeted with a different sight. Instead, you see a room seem to have been made out of metal. You see a variety of just parts scattered along on tables, metal parts, arms, legs, some tools, and then off along the very far corner of the wall seems to be sort of a small platform of sorts.
Why is the
Oh,
music
Binky would love it here. Varric will wander up to this small platform.
All right.
Tenzing will... he's going to... Is there a chair nearby?
Yeah, looking in this... You mean in this room that appeared?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can spot a couple of stools.
He is going to take a stool and keep the door propped open.
All right.
And he'll kind of peep it out to the others. We found something. It looks like what he was possibly made, the little thing. Robot person, whatever a robot is. He doesn't know what a robot is.
Well, I see a little platform over there. We can try to put him in there or something.
Varric's already moving towards the platform.
All right. You approach the platform.
Tenzing
Yeah.
will follow him.
All right. You also approach the platform. You get the sense it's large enough for a single person to stand on.
Whatever happened to taking the metal man?
Well, the metal man slumped in the hallway. He just said he needed a power core. Also,
Chances
Can I-
are that he needs to be recharged. He's a robot, from what we understand, and a thumb.
that's a good idea. Here. That's a very good idea. Tenzing. Can you go grab him?
Yeah. And Tenzing will... Well, actually, this may be a good chance to experiment with something. I'm going to close the door and see if it works. Like, if the door disappears from you, or when I close it and try to go somewhere else, if you're able to do the same thing on your side.
Got it.
Alright, and Tenzin will go through the door, close it, think of the robot person, and flip to him, and I guess Varric will do his thing.
Varric's just gonna... First off, what does it look like when Tenzing leaves?
When Tenzing leaves, the door that had been there is now just a flat wall.
Huh. Interesting.
Tenzing, and you see the figure slouched.
Alright, he'll, hey mate, gonna go for a ride. And picks it up. How heavy is this?
Possible help, I should mention.
All right, with the two of you, weight doesn't really matter. It is pretty heavy, though, despite its size.
Oh, okay. Well, this thing is made of all metal, so it's not surprising. You got that arm?
Of course, yeah.
And as you pick it up, you do hear like a little tink, 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 as its hand seems to fall off the wrist.
Oh no, hold on.
We can pick that up later.
Trying to brush it over with the hoof, kind of like when you're using your foot to grab something that's far away.
You try to pick it up?
Sort of drag it over a bit closer and then pick it up, because he is holding on to the robot person.
Okay. You try to wiggle about to pick it up and then carry the rest of the figure. You get the sense it is very breakable in its current state right now.
Oh boy. I don't know anything about these things, but I hope we can patch him up. Let's see.
Yeah.
While they're getting him, Varric's just gonna start looking at some of the tools and equipment in here.
All right.
And while on the way, Tenzing asks, so, did you see something there you wanted?
What?
You opened the door and you thought of something. And, well, you closed it rather quickly. Did you see something you wanted?
He kind of looks down, as if his gaze goes somewhere else, similar to what you've seen before. I don't know if what I wanted would be a proper term.
Well, I'll admit, I want to try using that door for something else too, but not sure if it'll do me good or otherwise. He looks onward as they're coming in.
Tell you what though, that door seems to be able to travel quite a distance. This place is useful. Out of shape, but hell, actually, we could maybe cut the head of that asshole and just go right to Toadul. Maybe.
Or even go straight to him.
Maybe. I have no idea.
As long as we're able to find that elk, then suppose we could give this a shot. And looks over to Six. She's still hanging out by that area, or does she follow in with Varric?
She'll follow as you guys return.
He smirks at her, say, "Hey, need a hand?" Wiggles the robot hand. High five.
You're awful.
Tenzing, this might actually be a person.
Well, yeah, but are you gonna leave them hanging? Wiggles hand.
Tenzing, you're
Varric would
playing
be
with someone's
proud.
limb.
Varric would be proud and somewhat disturbed.
Six
Also,
also
Tenzing,
looks. Six
got back
also
to our
looks
virtual
very
high
torn
five.
between the two. Yeah, Six
Klaus
also looks torn.
Klaus just quietly says next to Tenzing, of all people, I expected you to be the most sensitive to anatomical jokes.
Alright. I will keep it here. And looks to the robot person. I'm sorry. Bad taste.
Alright, and you guys make your way towards the door. Six rests her hand and says the same thing that she heard Varric say before and opens it for you guys to help the body in. And once again, you find yourselves in the room that Varric is in.
Just by the time it took them to get in, could I have ascertained maybe some of the uses of these tools?
Make an intelligence check.
And Tenzing is gonna have the robot person just laying down on the platform, I guess.
Alright. As you set the figure down onto the platform, you hear the
Intelligence
creaking of... Yeah, you hear the
Another
creaking... You have no idea. You hear the creaking of metal as certain lights in the room start to flicker, just very dimly, clearly getting worked for the first time in a very long time. These little metal appendages sort of reach out from the walls, taking the limbs of this person, humanoid thing, whatever it is, and standing it up straight. And you see as bit by bit it starts taking away bits of broken body parts and then reaching off to towards the wall, and you get the sense like as this sort of claw taps against the wall in a very specific order, a panel pulls out, and you see a variety of different metal parts. this machine and contraption just sort of moving and creaking about. It's very loud with how rusted and old everything is, but it seems to still be doing its job, if not slowly, as bit by bit it sort of tugs and pulls apart this figure and then reattaches with better looking metal, less rusted. You see some clothes get pulled out, dressing this figure or whatever it is, until eventually you see these mechanical appendages eventually rest back to where they were with a very ear-piercing creaking noise of scratching metal and settling down. Now standing before you, while still rusted in areas, this figure looks cleaned up a lot more, and the body parts that had been falling apart are now replaced with more operational appendages. And you guys will see. Heath, if you don't mind.
Robo Butler, Robo Butler, Robo Butler.
Yo,
Damn it.
this is officially base.
I like it.
We got
It's
dibs.
not base, it's based.
It's based.
And there you go.
Oh, I love it already.
So handsome. What a cute potato.
He got 2 toes!
He got 2 toes.
Oh, hello there.
Just looking good, mate.
So there's the figure that you see.
It's a mustache.
Again, though, the center of its chest and the eyes are just this black emptiness. It does not seem to be on, but it seems fixed up.
Alright.
Well, we repaired it. How do we recharge him?
I only assume that maybe it's the forge. By chance.
Why the forge?
Well, I'm thinking energy, and I guess heat is the closest thing to. Is there anything else around here?
There's a shooting range.
I mean, he said eyes and chest, I can only assume.
Well, here, how about we... Oh, why don't we try to maybe... Obviously, it's magical, right? So, what if we put a little magic into it, and Varric will just cast Mending on it? Just to see if it does anything?
You cast Mending. Don't see any difference.
Alright.
The forge, there's a fire pit, among other things. Scar wouldn't know how to actually work this, but if any of you want to try.
It's just
Well, I
basic
got that
dealing
ring that
with
lets me. I have
Oh.
a ring that lets me be good with that sort of thing.
Oh.
That's true, but I don't know. Something tells me that this cold exterior could use a hot interior.
Well,
It's an energy source, and maybe that might be the case.
well, here, and Varric will pull out a pearl. I can always cast Identify on him and see if I can't figure out how he works.
I mean, yeah, that too, but we could also use the door and, just keyword in the.
Yeah, and here, Tenzin, can you help pull him out? And then you can try that, and I'll start identifying him, and we can sort of split the task.
We can identify him while we're heading over there, then. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Well, I have the ritual cast, so I need to actually, sit down with it.
Oh. I mean, do you want to do that in the room or here?
Well, I think we should just go outside the room where the door is, that way you guys can keep peeking into rooms, see what you can find and whatnot.
Alright. And, Tenzing, looks at Klaus for help to bring up the metal person again.
He just nods and moves over back to the leg and torso area to carry.
Backing up. Don't bump into anything. It's more so for me. And how tall is this doorway? Is it tall enough that Tenzing doesn't have to duck, or does he have to duck?
It's tall enough where you don't have to duck. Many of these doors are pretty big.
Alright. Moves through.
That's good for this is our new base.
I told you,
Just
we
past
have
the
base!
Because I was thinking, is like, yeah, beyond this door being an ultimate fucking hub, this is also an easy excuse for getting in between different floors if this place is bigger than But that's besides the point. I'm being presumptuous.
But when we get down there, Varric will immediately sit down and start casting Identify as a ritual.
I can't wait until this thing monster houses and just fucking eats up.
God.
It's just a giant mimic. You don't know it yet.
Hell
Dude,
yeah.
I had that idea for a quest. Is like a castle just appears in the forest somewhere. Your party's sent to investigate. The drawbridge opens for you. It's really its tongue, and it closes. And then you realize, oh shit, we're in a giant ass mimic.
Wonderful.
After a bit of time passes, you are able to identify this as a magic construct, more specifically a warforge. It is a magical construct with its own free will. However, you are able to identify that it is missing its core, which is basically its heart.
Like straight up missing, not.
A functioning one.
Okay. Like I can tell it's broken beyond.
So-
yes.
So it has.
Not beyond repair,
So it has an empty battery inside, essentially.
basically.
All right.
Okay,
then
so
we just need.
look, like, can I tell if if the core itself is damaged or if it's just empty?
It is damaged.
Okay. Varric will then say, all right. Assuming I can identify the core now with the spell being cast, Varric will just cast again Mending to see if he can't try and fix it.
Mending can only do so much.
I know, but if it's like cracks and whatnot, it should work.
Yeah, cracks.
Doesn't work on magic items. I think Mending specifically says that.
Oh yeah, magic item or construct.
Yeah. Which the core is both.
Oh no, the spell can physically repair a magic item or construct, but the spell can't restore magic to such an object.
Which is still useful, because, I mean, a cracked core versus a non-cracked core, which one do you want?
Yeah.
So
Watching
I'm
you,
not
watching you do this, Six just kind of watches curiously and is. You mentioned before that it spoke to you.
Yes, I think it used up the last of its power to do so. Oh, do you think we could ask Pinky? Do you think this door will take? Do you think this door will take us to her?
likely, but I don't think we should go on another detour.
Oh, we could just drop him off. Be like, hey,
I
can you fix?
mentioned the forge. Let's start there
know
before
how to
you
repair-
get distracted.
Hold on.
We have been here for a number of hours, and the longer that we're here, the further he's getting away.
But we could just pop into him, in front of him with this door.
Again, presumptuous. We don't know that yet.
I mean, we could find out, but let's not find out right now. But
One step at a time.
Varric will go back up to the door and just think, replacement core. And open the door.
Sorry, hold on. I hear movement outside my door.
Sorry, it's me. I'll go.
It is also me. I too will go. It goes by the
You're
door.
slithering.
Oh, hey, Zaku. Hey, are we leaving?
Oh, okay. It's the garbage man.
They know. Yeah, me. It's me.
Sorry. What was that again?
Replacement power core.
All right. You set your hand on the door handle and open it, and peering in, you see the library.
Perhaps
Give me a second.
there is an instructional book here for that.
Yeah, so everyone, let's take a look to see if we can't find a book, a manual, maybe a secret place where cores may be stored, that sort of thing.
Oh, great. Studies, my favorite.
Six, you're good at looking for things, right? I think you are. I think you're fantastic at looking at things. And Varric will give her a bardic inspiration.
Oh,
Expiration.
you're going to make me look all by myself.
No, we're gonna help, of course. And yeah. And Varric will start looking for stuff. Klaus, can you help her? And Tenzin, can you help me reach the higher shelves?
Again, is this really the time to be doing this? I mean, who's to say we can't just come back here another time?
We can't just leave him here. Also, I don't know if the deer's gonna be here.
I understand
to
that
mention
we are
this-
wasting time, but I am not comfortable leaving this person behind.
Also, what time is it at this point? You said we've been here a few hours?
Yes.
Like, what time would it roughly be?
About 2 p.m. now.
Okay, admittedly we have lost a bit of time between the mammoths and this, but you know, I still don't. I'm with Klaus. I don't want to leave this guy behind. He's a sentient creature after all.
Oh no, I'm not saying to leave it behind, just... Well, I guess perhaps maybe the core is in here. Who's to say?
Yeah, let's just take a quick look around. Look for like a manual or the cores or whatever.
It should only take a moment, and if we are correct, we can take that door straight to Todul and move up from there. We might be able to intercept.
Do we
I
know
like
if the
that plan.
door actually works that way?
We'll find out.
I have a pretty good idea, but we can only try. But until then, we should try to get into the library and see what's going on there.
Alright, let's do some investigating then.
Great.
Tenzin, can you help me reach the higher shelves? And what I mean by that, can you help me investigate?
Yeah, I got you.
And I will be helping 6.
Alright.
So roll advantage.
Yep.
Advantage and the D8.
Alright. Damn.
Alright, so with the 5, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's 23.
Nice.
Alright, so looking around, investigating the entirety of the library, you guys find yourselves kind of like heft books out and then sit them down. Many of them kind of just crumble under your hands, the pages slipping out and falling apart under the weak binding. Some of them send dust, so like poofs of dust into your face when you open them, and like you find yourself kind of like cough and wipe it away.
Not that one.
Looking around, it seems the majority of these books, the wording is aged beyond comprehension. However, you are eventually able to find a, especially with the 23, you are eventually able to find a rolled up piece of paper that 6 kind of finds tucked between 2 books, and she unfurls it to look it over and calls out to you guys. It's just like, oh,
Find something
there's,
else.
there's actually something readable here.
Ooh, let me see.
She hands it over to you. It seems to be a map.
Of?
Make me a history check.
Could I do it as well?
Sure. Oh, jeez.
Nice.
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 Klaus, that is a map.
Huh? Destroy it.
Varric, after kind of looking it over, you're eventually able to kind of pinpoint that, wait, this seems to be the Southern Empire in its entirety, but more specifically, the area that is nowadays labeled as No Man's Desert. However, that is not what it is labeled on this map.
What is it labeled?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Don't leave me hanging.
On this
And that's
Fair.
where we're left off for today.
Eric's brain just stops working. He's just like, wait a minute. Just like that's just a loading circle.
God.
Very
Anyway.
DXE has stopped working.
this area that you recognize should be labeled as No Man's Desert. On this piece of paper, even though very faded, you are able to make out the words Tedvundrum.
Tevundrum.
Tivundrum? Can you spell that out for us, please?
One moment.
Does that have any meaning to me? Being a well-educated man as I am?
Nope.
Are you sure?
I don't think any of y'all, but like, come on, guys. This is clearly some things that happened before the time of the array. Like, this is
Oh, I'm
giving me heavy ancient energy.
Yep.
Oh, I have an idea. And Varric will roll up the map, walk back to the door,
That and on
And
the. Or go ahead.
and I will just say, I will think of the spot on the map, and I will just say Tavundra.
Okay. So wait, did you go by yourself, or is everyone else with you?
Does everyone else wish to come along before I do something probably dumb?
The last time you did that, we ended up here. Not exactly sure if you wanted to continue to test your luck, but I mean, I suppose go ahead.
I mean, I'm feeling quite lucky today.
He doesn't have to walk in.
That's
I mean,
right.
sometimes people need to learn the hard way.
Great. They can learn the hard way while we stand 30 feet behind.
Agreed.
Anyway. Alright, so I assume we all go back to the door, and I will say, open the door, think of the map, say Tavundra, or hold on.
Tavundra.
Tavundra. There we go. I had to look at it to say it.
You open the door. I'm also moving 6 back. Tenzing, what are you doing?
He's gonna be over. Yeah, I guess a little
Can you
bit
drag our friend-
closer.
Can you drag our friend back too while you're at it?
Oh, yeah, got him. Wait, come over here.
Sorry. Alright, Varric, you open the door, and for a moment you have to squint as suddenly you are just pierced with this searing heat. Wind whipping sand right at your face, and trying your best to peek through this heat and sand being thrown at you. You see what seems to be open desert.
Huh!
So remind me again what this map is. You didn't quite say it out loud.
It's a very old form of the Southern Empire's desert, no man's land. Looks like it used to actually have a name at some point. I'm looking around. Is there any sort of like buildings or anything like that nearby?
Just open sand.
Wait, so that entire town is this desert now?
It wasn't a town. It was basically the size of a freaking continent.
We
Well, I would say
don't know. Do not. Whatever you do, do not step out. We don't know
I'm
if
not
that's
gonna
the door.
step out. I'm just taking a peek.
I'm just saying to make sure.
Never been in a desert before. This is interesting. Varric will just like get a little vial and just like pocket a little sand. Souvenir. And close the door. That was something.
Anyways, we still haven't found out exactly how to power this one. Do you know verbatim what he had told you, Varric?
He said that he cannot assist until he got the power core, I think. What was it, DM?
A core.
A core.
Yeah, he needs a core. Has anyone looked in this room yet?
Which room?
This room, the one to our right, or your left, my right?
Yeah, it's empty, but I had 10 copper. Did you want any of it?
No, but was the copper like arranged randomly? Was there any sort of pattern to it?
Was there?
No, just seemed to be copper. Typical
Yeah,
copper.
yeah.
Scattered about, covered in dust, so I figured no one else is using it, so it was okay to...
Varric will just go over to the room and flick in a gold piece.
Alright, you flick in a gold piece, hear it clink, 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 clink as it scatters along the ground and settles.
Why are we doing this?
I don't know, maybe it was some sort of like puzzle or something, I don't know. Back to this guy. Goes over to the door. Owner's manual?
Try to place the empty core on top of that platform. Maybe it is different.
Maybe? Alright, I can try. Can Varric take out the core or no?
You're gonna reach into this this figure's chest.
Yeah, I'll reach in.
All right. Reaching in, you wrap your fingers around this very jagged metal. Although for the most part it's very cool to the touch, you feel sort of a lingering warmth, and from what you suspect was from that moment when it had turned on. All right, you have your hands around it. Are you taking it out?
I feel like since you're asking, I really should say no. Does it feel like it's attached to anything?
No, I'm just curious.
Does it feel like it's attached to anything?
Not necessarily attached to anything. It seems to be set into sort of a slot.
Alright, Varric will very carefully pull it out.
Alright, you take it out. It's pretty heavy, along with the rest of this being.
Klaus will take it, if allowed.
Hold on. What does it look like first?
It is a very... about the size of your head, Varric. Metal circular ball. Some parts of it seem to be very jagged, and in fact, if you turn it around in the back area, it seems to have burst a bit. Peering into where this little area is, you can see within the center, just floating there, is this red stone, quote-unquote, of sorts. You kind of get the feeling that might have been what had set his chest glowing, but as of right now, it just seems to be a very dull gray.
Well, we could fix the outer core. Maybe that could help.
Try the platform.
But it has a little gem in it. Maybe we just need to look for that. Replace it
Perhaps.
with a new one.
Klaus
that
will
would
walk.
also...
Klaus will walk
I'd also-
over to the door. Power gem. For opening it.
Power gem, you said?
Yeah.
Wait, the gems! I still have a bag of gems! Do any of them look like this?
No.
Damn, I was really hoping me forgetting to sell them off would finally come into play! How awesome would that have been?
Opening the door, Klaus, you find yourself peering into very similar to many of the other rooms here, just an empty one with a table. It seems to be sort of a jeweler's station of sorts once upon a time.
Alright, does it seem vacant?
Looking around, it seems just as vacant and dusty as all the other places here.
Alright, I suppose Klaus looks back at the others. And this is like... looking through inside, can he see any gem that seems similar to the one inside of the...
Looking in, you can see some very dull, rough gems, but upon touching them, they seem to just crumble underneath your touch.
Right.
Well, I could potentially sturdy one of those gems up with mending. If it has any magic, it won't restore it, but it could at least keep it stable.
If a gem like that, if a gem like that disintegrates, then it's beyond that. In fact, it might actually be empty with whatever is already running out inside of that one. And Klaus will kind of begin to step into this area and begin to really scrutinize, look around.
What are you looking for in particular?
Do you need
A
help
gem
with that?
similar.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah,
He
go
wants help
ahead.
with that. Alright. I guess Varric will also look around.
Alright, investigation with advantage.
Denz is gonna keep the door open.
Am I helping you or are you helping me?
Well, I got a 19, so...
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Alright.
This will stand out with you, Tenzing. that is more against the wall with this figure just looking. Alright. Looking around the room, Klaus, you find a number of more, what you get the sense are probably more gems, but they are just as eroded as the other ones, and they break apart and crumble under any sort of movement. Past that, you don't really find anything.
Are there any jeweler's tools around here?
Looking around, you can find some sort of scattered about. They're very old and rusted, and you get the sense that they wouldn't really be able to be used anymore.
That robot person. What are they actually called?
Oh, he's a warforged.
Right.
Well, that explains the forge and the shooting range.
This then brings me even further to why we should maybe see the forge. Maybe this gem draws from heat power. I mean, it looked pretty warm to the touch from what you had said.
Here, do you two want to go look into that? Me and Six can keep trying doors.
Alright, Tenzing, you coming with?
Yeah, might as well try it.
Klaus kind of opens a hand over towards the core that Varric, I believe, is still holding, and he's just, I'm going to need this.
Yeah, just be careful not to break it.
Of course.
Wait, should I cast Identify on that specifically, or would I know, DM, if Identify worked on that too, or would I have to cast that specifically on the core?
You said he opens the handle? What?
Oh, I was asking, would Varric know if Identify specifically identified the core as well as the rest of the Warforged, or no?
It primarily identified the Warforged.
Wait, hold on, before you do that,
Alrighty.
let me take another look at that.
He hands it back over.
And I will just ritual cast Identify again. On the core.
Alright. During this period of time, is anyone doing anything? I forgot to ask that last time.
Well, I mean, Klaus would just kind of like lean against the wall and kind of wait. Still a little bit distracted based off of what had happened from before.
Tenzing will just wait and watch the others look at the door, again contemplating, but turns his attention back to the turns his attention back to the Warforged in the meantime.
You see Sixes sitting next to it. And has sort of a more melancholy look on her face, just kind of lightly petting this thing's while waiting. Varric, you said you're identifying specifically the core?
Yes.
Alrighty. You would be able to identify that the core is powered by a very particular form of rare metal, and this metal is infused by a special sort of magic that you would need a very specialized professional caster to cast it on.
Would I have an idea what this metal is?
Yes, you would be able to identify it as... 1 second. You would be able to identify it as a rare metal called Liberium.
Liberium. Okay. Varric will go, okay, we're looking for a specific metal. It's called Liberium. It's supposedly we can use it, we can charge it with magic, and this should power the guy. Varric will go over to the door. Just think of charged Liberium. Open the door.
Sorry, you're doing what?
Varric's gonna go over to the door, think of charged Liberium, and open the door.
You open the door, and upon doing so, you see that you are in the library again. And once again, you see just displayed out on the table, because you made a bit of a mess of the library investigating everything, but the map you guys had opened is just laid out across the table there.
Hold on.
One more time? That last bit? Sorry.
You just see the map laid across the table there in the library.
Give me another minute. Varric will cast Identify on the map now!
It is a
If you guys
map.
want... Okay. If you guys want... Is there any sort of, patterns to it? Maybe faded lettering, ciphers, that sort of thing in it?
You're trying to see if there's any, hidden messages within it?
Yeah, hidden meanings, stuff like that.
Make an...
Do you think that maybe... Oops, sorry, keep going.
Make, I guess, investigation.
Alright, luck be a lady. Luck be a lady.
You don't find any hidden words or meaning.
Do you think that maybe our friend here might be from this old place, but it's just now a desert?
Maybe...
You think
I got- I got two more ideas. Varric will go through the door, close it, and he will think of Binky.
Alright. You think of Binky and open the door. Peering in, you see her little shop. But from the large front windows that make up the front entrance of her store, peering out, when you would normally see the bustling town of Findlefair, you just see blank white.
Huh. Varric will start poking around.
Alright. You find a variety of different baubles and such that you recognize from Binky's store.
If I go to her back room, is her book there?
Going into the back room, you look for her book, for the space that you know that she keeps it, and you do find.
Alright, I'll put it back where it belongs.
Upon opening it, the pages are blank.
Okay. Fuck. Any librarian in here?
Make an investigation check.
Sure.
Nice.
Looking around the place, despite all the random junk everywhere, you don't find any librarian.
And if I open the door to the outside?
Make me a dex save.
Hey.
Oh, man,
Okay.
you were on a roll today.
Upon opening the door, you manage to stop yourself from taking a step forward just in time as you feel the whipping sensation of wind brushing past your face. And upon looking down, you see the similar sight from when you were outside peering over the edge of the cliff. It is
I
just
wasn't gonna
open
walk
sky.
out there! I was just gonna open the door! Oh, hey guys, it's the Infinite Falling Skybox!
So, are these actual
Wait a second.
locations, or is it just...
I think it's recreations.
Oh, so it wasn't real. Okay.
Wait, but it took us to real rooms in this house. So, were those also recreations?
I don't think so. It's They're just redirections to an existing area.
Nikki, I got super excited there, by the way, and you dashed my hopes.
One moment.
I was like, ah!
I want to try something. And he's gonna go over to the door again and...
I assume waiting for Varric to make his way back through.
Yeah.
Very
All right.
Step out.
He's going to think up the same thing from before, and he will, upon seeing the same view, he will step on through.
All right. Stepping in, you are surrounded by the familiar scenery of inside this home.
Tenzing will curiously peek through.
It's not the biggest, but upon finding a door or anything or a window, looking out, does he see the same pure white, that simulated sunlight from before, but...
Yep.
Curiously enough, though, he would like to go into one of the different rooms of this cabin. What does he see when opening them? The same void? Is it just that one room, or I don't know?
Upon opening other doors, which you would know would normally lead to rooms, you see the void again.
Klaus reaches out and touches one of the walls, kind of taking in the familiarity of the setting.
Is this your house?
You could say that.
A home no longer in use.
Yeah. He has this wistful look in his eye, but he goes back, walking back through the door, not looking. Well, actually, no, he would look back before he finally steps through.
All right.
He lets him step through and bites his lip, and I try the same thing. Hello?
What was that, Tending?
He lets Klaus step back out, and he bites his lip, and he asks the others, could I try the same thing?
Of course. Hey guys, can we take a bathroom break? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Actually, I need one too, so... Pause. Here... Okay. BRB!
Recording's back on.
Okay. Right. Getting back into scene. So, he asked to try the thing at the door.
Yep.
And he puts his hand on the handle, and then he pauses for a second. And his brows furrow in indecisiveness. And he mutters to himself, do I want outside or inside? Because I can do both. I suppose I could do inside. I could do both. And he bites his lip again. Sorry, I'm going to be selfish for a second, and I'm going to try this twice. Is that okay?
By all means.
Doesn't seem to have any limited uses.
As far as we know. And he thinks for a second how to word this properly. And he says, from outside, thinking about the plains and the mountain range. He opens the door.
All right. Stepping out, or not stepping out, opening the door, you get sort of similar to Varric when he had found himself in the desert, but instead you find a more soothing brush of colder air hit your face as you see the open, grassy plains, familiar homes off in the distance.
He takes a deep breath in, taking in the cold air, and again mutters to himself, "It feels certain." And he looks back at the others and says, "Could someone hold the door for a second?"
I got it. Six will move up from where she was seated next to the warforge and head over to stand by you and keep the door open.
Plus
Do you,
moves ahead as well.
Do you need someone to go with you?
I just need to... And he holds his breath as he takes a step forward, feeling the grass and more of the crisp air whipping by, and he is going to bolt forward and just start running as far as it'll let him.
Alright. You're able to run out about a distance of 50 feet until eventually you find yourself coming to sort of this invisible wall. And past this invisible wall, you do still see those homes off in the distance, but you're not able to move further.
He swallows and he puts his hand over this invisible wall. And it curls up into a fist. Right. Creation. Who followed behind him? Did anybody follow?
I was gonna actually say that Klaus might have. He's the only one who can keep up with him, and he was like, "Wait a second, what's?"
Varric offered, but seeing you run off, he's just gonna kind of stand by the door with Six.
I feel like Klaus may have followed, just in this case, since he did kind of dart off.
You see, wait a second. You see tears freely flowing down his face. Nostalgia, wistfulness, sadness, but just a tinge of happiness. I see what you're feeling, Adelia. But,
At first, he
Oh, sorry. He just says, "This is home. At least what it sort of looked like."
He at first he doesn't say much, but he just kind of gives off the same wistful sigh as before, where in a sort of bittersweet way he just says, "Just like home, huh?"
Well, hope I would have been able to run much further. I guess this is good.
You can see this entire place, it's huge. You said that even though there's an invisible barrier, you can still see, right?
And
Yeah.
further on, it's kind of like when you hit the wall in Breath of the Wild, where you can still see shit, but
Yeah.
the game won't let you go any further. And you could see the yurts off in the distance. And are there any? You see any people there? Or is it just location?
Just location.
Okay, so you can see the yurts there. There's no signs of life, but you do see fences where sheep would probably be held, and little stable areas and poles where the horses would be, or like not horses, goat and whatnot. Among other things, carts for moving shit. He looks out towards.
Or go ahead.
Yeah, he looks out towards, and then he mentions, "You know, your house looks nice too. Cozy."
Since they're kind of away from the others, he just kind of quietly. That was my master's house.
Oh, it's his house.
Yeah,
That's where he stayed. Long time ago.
that's where he took me in.
Feels right. It's not too grandeur, but
It's home.
so let's go back. I want to show you one place then.
Alright, I'm beginning to feel my body slowly freeze, so that.
And this is why you should probably
Yes, you guys are able to see your breath.
oh look, it's the clouds.
As you can probably tell with my darker skin, I'm not exactly built for this type of.
Yeah, there's a reason why I wear wool. Come on. And they run back. And Varric and Six can see that he's been tearing up, but he's keeping it together.
Six offers him a small smile.
Actually, Varric was gonna ask Six something while they were away.
Oh, what's that?
Hey, are you alright, by the way?
What makes you ask?
I don't know, you've seemed a little off since we got here.
She looks over towards the Warforge, and then back at you. Just thinking of things, I guess.
Are you okay? Do you want to talk? I'm here for you. You can trust me.
You see her look out towards where Offward, Tenzing, and Klaus had run off, and then the open area that they're in, taking in the surroundings of this new place. I think that once Tenzing is done, I want to try something.
Are you going to try to something of your own past?
Something like that, sort of.
Are you prepared for whatever you may see?
I honestly don't know.
Hey. And Varric will go to hold her hand and just say, you know you're with a family now, right? We'll stand by you. And whatever your past may throw at you, just know that it's no longer your present nor your future. We'll stand by you.
Your words seem to kind of settle the sort of nervous energy that was coming off of her as she kind of steels herself a bit and gives a nod. Right. No matter what it is, a lot of you are still here.
Of course, and we're not going anywhere. There's no need to say goodbye. Ever. Varric will smile. Okay.
She gives you a smile back. Thanks, Varric.
Of course. Like I said, you're like a little sister.
Older sister.
Well, we'll get that detail later, don't you worry.
I'm not dropping that.
Neither am I, surprisingly. Looks like we will be disagreeing on this for a good while.
A good long while. Tensing as you approach, Six offers you a smile.
He gives her a smile back and says, "Sorry about that, I just..."
No, don't apologize. You've talked about your home a number of times, so it's nice to finally have the chance to see it.
It is quite beautiful.
It is. And he looks back one more time. Again, taking in the air, the familiar sense of the earth, and maybe it had just rained and you can smell the wet dirt, along with the faint smells of someone cooking off in the distance. It's a little odd. It's lacking some of the sounds of life. I guess it can't be choosers. And he closes the door.
Well, maybe one day, if things go well, and things turn out better than expected somehow, maybe life will return.
Who knows? But, I'll show you one more part of my home. Sometimes the furniture rearranges a little bit, but... And he goes over again to the door, and he says, "Home from inside." He opens it up, and I suppose I haven't really told you what it looks like on the inside, so should I describe it?
Yeah, describe.
So inside, it looks like a rounded tent. There is an opening from the top. In the middle column, at the bottom of it, is a stove with a wok. You see all sorts of textile carpets with intricate designs. Lots of red furniture, similarly decorated. To one area is places that look like bedding, and of course big enough to hold centaurs, multiple centaurs actually. On another side are there's a mirror by a vanity with a bunch of drawers, vase with flowers. There's also another drawer, and you see jewelry that are hung up on the wall. Pieces of ingredients that are meant to cook later. Dried meats, goat's cheese, those kind of things. Very much lived in, despite you guys knowing that this is a place that is moved often. And Tenzing again looks in.
Also kind of follow in as well.
Six will follow in as well, curiously.
Varric will just kind of stand by the door, make sure it doesn't close, and just say, "It looks lovely, Tenzing. Comfortable."
Was this one in particular yours?
He again takes in the scent of the earth and the sights of everything, and he closes his eyes. Yeah, this one was mine.
It's cozy. A lot warmer in here than outside.
Goes more silent. this time compared to when they were outside. Again, tears rolling down again his face. And he sits there for a moment by the middle and leans on the column.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Do you need a minute by yourself?
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, that was 6. Do you want to start heading over to the forge, see if you can find any of that Liberian?
You said that yourself. It's not wise for all of us to split apart. You two.
No, I was gonna hold the door. But
It's alright if anyone still wants to use the door. I just,
no, you're good. Yeah, 6. Why don't you and I head off to the forge and see what we can find?
I can hold it open for the meantime. In fact, actually, I remember he had brought in a stool, so as the other two kind of walk by, he's just going to use the stool to prop the door open, make sure it's sturdy, before finding a comfortable place to sit down.
6 looks around the interior of this place for a moment. And then at Tenzing. If this is sort of an insensitive question, feel free to not answer, Tenzing. But while I can only imagine the sort of sorrow a place like this brings, is there also warmth and happiness at the memories?
he lets out a huff, a smile that he could muster, and he looks at her through his blurry vision. Yeah, definitely. It's just, overwhelming. Yes, I'm sad that I may not get this back for a long time. But this moment, after being away from its own, it is literally coming back home. And sure, my face looks like shit right now, but I promise that, yeah, it's not sadness that I'm feeling. And
Nostalgia, not sadness.
Bittersweet.
nostalgia. Tenzing will stand up, and he goes over to the vanity and sees some of the necklaces there. Is he able to pick any of these items up?
You are able to slip your fingers through them and pick them up.
You know, this was my mother's favorite. She only liked to wear it on special occasions. The way it was made. And you see, similar to Tenzing's necklace, it has the colorful beads, but it's much more intricately woven. And he holds on to it. He looks around the room one more time. Goes over to the bed, peels out the sheets, then looks back at the door and everyone watching him. Right. Yeah. Sorry I kept waiting.
Take your time, it's perfectly fine.
We are
Like-
here for you, Tenzing.
And like I said, we can delegate things. So,
If I stay here any longer, I fear the nostalgia will turn to other things. And in the end, this is recreation. But for now, let's good things out of this. And he steps through the door and looks back one more time and then watches the necklace. Does it stay in his hand as he steps out?
As soon as you step out, it fades out of your grasp.
He watches it fade and closes his fist. Not too tightly, just as if still holding it. And he wipes his eyes and sort of wiggles his lips. Right. Yeah. Thanks for waiting for me. And I know I talk about this all the time. Sorry. But that was.
Six steps out to follow you and opens her arms in invitation.
He smiles more warmly and goes down to hug her with much more emotion than his usual bear hugs, whereas he holds her close and squeezes. And stays
She
there
returns
for-
it.
She stays there for a couple seconds and then lets go. And he laughs a little. Hope you don't mind a little snot on your shirt.
Looks down at herself. It's fine. I can wash it.
It's
I could just clean it.
And there's that. He has his what's it?
Prestidigitation.
That.
But in a minute though, will you be okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, why don't you?
Did anyone
did
else
you-
want to? I was just wondering. Did anyone else want to use the door?
Bear kind of looks over at Six.
Looking over Tenzing's face, she glances over to the door a little uncertainly.
It's okay.
Well, I'm sort of wondering if perhaps ignorance really is bliss.
I think it depends on how you take it. As much as it hurts to see all that, in the end, it is a little bit of bullshit. It is not often you meet magic doors like this.
remember what we talked about. It's not
Right.
bad to be afraid, but you have to fight it.
And like you said to me, we're here for you.
Of course,
Yeah.
thick and thin. But if you don't want to do this now, we can always come back.
Assuming that we can.
Alright. Even though her hands are shaking a bit from nervousness, you see her kind of wipe them down together and sort of square her shoulders. It's just like, better to get it out of the way.
Tenzing puts
Yeah.
a hand on her shoulder and kind of grounds her.
Varric will just kind of go over to hold her hand and just be like, "We'll be by your side."
Thanks. Alright. Even if something scary pops up, I'm sure you've got my back.
Of course. Yeah.
We'll
Do you
just
want to
punch
hold?
the scary thing.
Yes, and I'll curse at it profusely. Would you like to continue holding my hand?
This is hers to face. I don't think she would need the extra help, so to speak.
Well, it's not a bad idea to lean on each other in tough times.
Perhaps depending on what I see, maybe after.
Yeah.
Alright.
You see her take a deep breath and look over towards the door, which should fall and makes her way over. Alright, no monsters, no something that could kill me, please, I beg of you. Alright. And rather than saying what it is that she wants, she thinks it more to herself and rests her hand on the doorknob before opening it. And inside, you all just see sort of a dark void of just nothingness. And for a moment, she stares out at it, looking down. She moves a step cautiously forward to see if her foot will fall through, but it seems that the flooring, or whatever it is, seems solid. And she walks in and looks around. And
Varric was just gonna kind of stand by, like go in and just stand by the door.
I think we'll follow behind her. Looking.
Is it all still dark?
looking in, as far as the eye can see, it is just an empty black void of nothing. The only light, really, is from the doorway where some of you are standing by.
This is interesting. At first, I thought it may have been a capture of memory, but it seems like there's a weird magical imprint happening here. If this is the case, then whatever you may have imagined, I don't think it exists anymore.
Or it could just be that she has memory problems, so it might just be you can't draw from her memory.
That's a fair point as well. If it's purely memory-based, if she technically doesn't know what she's looking for, then how can she find?
What do you think, Les?
There's a long moment of silence. Her back facing all of you, she just sort of stares out into this void for a moment. And then eventually she does speak. No. I think this is the answer. And you hear her give a deep breath and then turn to face you all with a big grin on her face as she walks out. It's just like, all right, what's on to next?
Hold on. What
Let's
were
go
you
and
asking?
move on over to the forge. That's what I'm thinking. We still have to find the other things. He looks over towards Six and gives her a knowing look of later. Before. So the forge?
She doesn't make eye contact, so she doesn't even really notice it, and points towards the door to where the other rooms are. It's just like, yes, to the forge. Hopefully we find what we're looking for there.
Alright.
6. Are you okay?
Do I not seem okay?
Klaus will look over towards Varric and give him a wince of a look, kind of indicating not now.
What were you looking for?
Perhaps later. We're sort of burning daylight here. Let's get back to what we were doing, yes?
We should.
Alright.
Tenzin looks at her in concern and looks like he wants to say something more, but seeing as she's diverting attention, he huffs and gives her shoulder 2 hard pats and then looks at the door. Right. Watch.
Here, we're looking for a metal called Liberium. As we start walking towards it. Do I have any idea what this metal looks like, by the way?
Based off of the small piece of it you saw inside the core, you got a sense of what it looks like when it's not charged.
Right,
So,
well, at the
we're looking
forge.
for yeah, at the forge. We should be looking for either a grey sort of metal lumps, or maybe it could look different when it's charged. Who knows? But
Piggybacking off of what Six had said before, though, if we cannot find this core, then I do think that we could come back to this later. If the answer is not within this realm, it might be on the overworld instead.
maybe.
Well, there are metals and whatnot in there. Who's to say it's just for weapons and such?
Yes.
Don't know.
Let's to the forge then.
Alright.
He'll take the handle and take it at the forge, as he was in there before, and opens the door.
It's
Alright,
like
you
30
guys.
feet from us.
Yeah.
We have a door right here.
You guys find yourself inside the forge.
Alright.
Klaus is extra, steps through the teleporting door to get into the middle of the hallway and walks from there.
Spends a key point just to dash in before everyone else can get in.
I aspire to be that level of petty.
Tenzing would have, it was Klaus help carry the person. Just bring their
Oh, you're bringing him with you?
Yeah.
Whereas scrap him for parts.
Wonderful.
Anyway, let's see if we, here, the same as before, Tenzing, can you help me look, and, Six, can you, take a look over there, and we'll see if we can divide and conquer, so to speak.
Sure, I can go ahead with that. Though, as we've sort of seen, it doesn't seem that even if we want something, it's going to actually be there. But we can always look around, yes.
I mean, there's nothing really else we can do.
Klaus looks at Six for a quick moment before moving and his eyes back over towards the forge, and it's just, what does the forge exactly be looking like?
Pressed against the wall is very, very large forge, where you can see covered in dust is the very brittle remains of coal way past its usage. Along the walls, you see a bunch of rusted weapons, and then a couple of rusted just knives and forks and other random sort of everyday items.
Okay.
You can see some anvils, as well as what you assume are sort of the little barrels of water for when you press in heated metal to cool it.
Assuming there's no storage container or anything of that sort that would indicate the gym.
Wait, repeat that?
The searching for the power gem and whatnot. Like, I'm assuming there's no like storage container or anything that might potentially, like, no chat or anything nearby.
There's a couple of containers where you can find a variety of rusted metal parts.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. Merrick's going to start looking around, just anywhere he can in this room to try to find the metal.
And Tenzing's gonna take out his longsword and sort of sift through the coal if there's anything of interest in there.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Who?
Tenzing and Varric, and I'll do 1 for 6, sorta.
$11.
12. Had to end at some point.
Tenzing, you find a lot of old coal. Varric looking around, you don't really find anything of interest.
There's gotta be a librarian around here somewhere, you'd think. Well, when I tried going through the door for it, it brought me back to the library.
Maybe there are books that tell us more about where to find.
Perhaps.
A secret door of sorts, maybe? There's got to be a storage room. I mean, if this place is for these Warforged, then, they would figure if one of them got broken, they must have spare parts like that other place, right?
A little bit more coveted, since it seems that both the metal and the gem are particularly weird.
From the core, the metal that's in there, does it still look like it's the metal, like the librarium is still like intact? It just needs to be charged.
Sorry, repeat the question?
Does the librarium in the core look like it just needs to be recharged?
No.
Okay, like I need new librarium.
Yes.
6, do you want to head off to the library? We can take a look there. If you and Klaus and Tenzing, if you want to go mess around with the door a bit more, see if you can't think up of another thing to try.
Sure.
Alright.
Limited uses, so.
I feel like we're just sort of gonna end up where we were at the start, but okay.
I just don't want to leave this guy here.
We might have to if being outside gives us more results. Not to mention, we mustn't forget that we have a mission.
Right. Alright, just let's give it one more good effort and then.
I'm willing to make a detour for the sake of helping a defenseless person, but we must remain objectively based.
I could check the lab again now that I have an idea of what I'm looking for.
You said there was a lab?
Yeah, there's some sort of... They did some sort of experimentation though. It's a bit in disrepair, but... 6, would you like to check the library again? And then we can search the laboratory after that.
Aye.
Alright, sounds like a plan. Varric will start going over towards the library.
You said 6 to follow you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll follow.
Tenzing looks at Klaus. Oh, to the door.
Yeah. I don't know. I would have to say that he just kind of looks a bit more downtrodden than particularly usually.
That she doesn't want to talk about it, at least for now. Do you?
I suppose I could let you know a little bit more. After all, it may be relevant to the people who tried to kill me, potentially. I have no idea.
Just something to release the things that you're feeling.
Don't know, but my master, I already told you the majority, but what I didn't is that he took me in. He was, like I said, a father figure to me. And, well, it was admittedly some of the best days of my life.
You speak fondly of him each time he's mentioned.
He smiles just a tiny bit, but the wistful, dark look in his eye kind of becomes a bit more intense. Well, it would be disrespectful to badmouth a dead man. And he kind of looks, his face drops back from the smile that he had, the wistful smile, back to a frown. That is why when I found out that the door could potentially do it, I thought it before I had even frankly thought of anything else, and it took me back there, and it's so weird. Inside of the house, I could still smell the same scent of wood, the slight air of outside and water from the nearby lake. And he always had this weird old people smell. Don't know why, but it just felt all too real. More real than I ever thought anything could be. I thought that maybe it was a portal until, of course, we found out that it wasn't.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I had hoped and also feared that it'd be a portal. But I suppose maybe it's for the better. You know, it's nicer than any dream that we'll have.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, that is true. I know that the tragedy that happened to your area by the north, was it?
Yeah.
Right. Again, I'm sorry that happened.
No need for you to be. And whether or not you found closure for your case, you speak so fondly of this mentor of yours, your master. Whatever happened to your family, feel free to stop me if I'm going to sensitive territory as well. You said taken in. That means you were lost at some point, for whatever reason. Eventually find closure with that and him.
I had parents and siblings, but he was my father. That's the only way I can put it. I'm sure you had other people. You had mentioned a mentor from a while ago. I'm sure he may have been a brother or some sort of figure to you.
He blinks for a second at the word mentor. And...
Role model.
Oh, right. He's actually a childhood friend. He's a role model to really everybody. But I had known him since we were young. Watched him grow to become the strong person that he became. And, again, the whole thing about strength and what he was capable of and all of his confidence. I don't know what happened to him. I honestly don't know if he's still alive. But
Sounds like he was a pretty powerful influence for you.
yeah, a lot of me goofing off and being able to be so open with people was because of him. Me with my flowers, and I liked to just kind of frolic around by myself. I had my family surrounded by adults and a few kids my age, but I suppose I started off a bit shy, but it sort of showed me to come out of my shell early on.
Do you have a fond memory of him?
I have a fond memory of him being able to pick me up and throw me into the lake.
A role model.
A role model and a giant shithead. And I know
Clearly.
that you said I shouldn't trash talk the dead if he is or not, but that's sort of part of the fondness of it.
Well, I cannot say it is better or worse not knowing, but you can only have hope.
I'm taking things day by day. Because I've noticed that if I hope too much, I start to have expectations, and if it doesn't go through, then it's disappointed, I suppose is the word. But, anyways, if you ever want to talk more about your master, feel free to come by me anytime. I'll tell you about my place, I'll tell you about yours. Little nostalgia, right? It's good to remember.
Sure. I think that wouldn't be half bad. I suppose the last thing I have to say is, as far as things with your family situation, take this from someone who does not have the best relationship with their blood. Like I had said that I had parents and siblings, but my mentor was my pater. I had a house before, but it was alongside him that I had a home. So, I don't know if this is going to help. Yeah, but I don't know if it's going to help, but I don't ever want you to discard your mission or anything. That's not what I'm saying this for. Remember, home changes. It's never one thing forever.
He looks off to the door as they approach it and gives a sigh. Well, that's too great of all of you have been reminding me that. He looks down at little Grimson the duck quietly snoring in his sash. God! He rolls his eyes. This is a tiny duck snoring. This guy. Yeah. So. It's funny, I had this conversation with Varric earlier while you were with Six about me unlearning things, per se. And I suppose this is a case of relearning. As far as I'm concerned, even though, for example, I've only known you and Grimson for so long, even with Varric and Six, I've only known them for a few months. I see you all as, I suppose, found family. Though I suppose that relearning changes and form changes isn't going to be as hard as I had imagined it would be.
Relearning can be difficult, that's for sure. But I'm sure you'll find the ability to manage. Thank you for asking about my master. This is a bit pitiful, but I have not actually mentioned his death to anyone before.
Tenzing smiles his thank you warm-heartedly. Says, of course, I'm curious about him, so, I'm open to any stories. And then his face grows serious again as he mentions his death. And looks at him, waiting patiently.
As he mentions what? Sorry.
As he mentions his master's death, he waits patiently to see if he will continue.
Oh, no, it wasn't anything bad. It was time that took him more than anything else. He was old. It's just, well, he was always a little bit crazy, as I like to say, but I think what it really was old age really beginning to settle in. So,
Was it just his body or his mind as well?
a bit of both. I had to leave before everything went completely wrong. It's kind of the reason as to why I even with this metal man, it's hard for me to ignore others that are helpless. If I can do something about it, then I usually will attempt at best.
Because he helped you the same way.
Because I failed to help him the same way. But that is also part of it, I suppose. I wish I could have done more for him, but... or at least maybe attended wherever he eventually conked out, but watching someone expire from the inside out is difficult.
It is hard. I had grandmother. Though her body was not expired, I mean, she still was in that sense, but her mind went first. It was hard watching someone you loved and knew so well suddenly, well, not be in the same realm as you, I suppose. She changed a lot. But you can't really fight time. And I think the fact that your master had left because of old age was, I suppose, lucky of him. And you did what you could. Whether you want to tell me what went wrong before you left. In the end, you did what you did, and where you are now, I think you'd be proud.
Like I had said before, what had happened is he began to expire. You can say it's old age, but I've seen others die of old age before. I don't think you ever lose yourself like that. I think he lost himself.
From here, regardless of what happens, as much as we want to change time, what happened has happened. And as someone who, you know very well, still struggles with regrets, I suppose. So, things I could have done. So I wish I had done. Get deja vu. I talked about this with Varric as well. And, you know, if you didn't do something then, you're doing something now. As far as I've seen, again, I think you'd be you're using the skills that he gave to you to help those in need. Even if it's out of a place of regret, which, you know, hopefully changes to something different. You're still helping people in the end. It's a good thing.
I suppose. I don't mean to dump this on you, by the
No, it's fine. This thing, well, brought everything in itself. And honestly, it's nice to learn more about you. And what made Klaus. And it's nice to hear about things that will make you a person and not just the warrior you've become, but depending who you are inside, it's nice. Need smiles.
He sees the smile, but at the same time, he kind of averts his gaze. I'm not entirely sure about the last part. But he kind of shakes his head. Thank you. Regardless.
Look,
You... Kind of like his face contorts for a minute.
tilts head. Waiting.
Please don't tell others what I told you. The same thing with the other thing. I want to hold responsibility when it comes to communication of that type.
Of course. I haven't speaked a word. Frankly, unless it's brought up, I sort of forget about it for a while, so I wouldn't be able to bring it up anyways.
That's reassuring.
Don't worry, I won't forget about it completely. But I'm keeping aware. But yeah, that's all on you. It's your choice to make, not mine. And he, again, puts a hand on his arm and squeezes it assuringly. We're thinking about maybe a break at some point after this. Alongside training and other things. We'll talk more. Sound good?
What about later today?
He shrugs. Yeah, it also works. After camp?
Good.
Or during camp, I should say.
Yeah. About that time.
Alright, we'll talk then. Let's find this fucker some power. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, time to use every single synonym for the words power and
Well, we'll see. And goes over the door.
As you get ready to do that, we're gonna flop back over towards Varric and
Flop back
6.
Let's get it.
Alright, Varric.
Huh.
You and
What?
6 make your way into the library.
Right. Varric will close the door as they get into the library.
Alright, what are we looking for again?
We're looking for anything that could be related to Liberia. But before we start, I'm going to preface this with just saying I won't bother you further if you don't want me to, but you said you found an answer. What was the question?
With her back still facing you, her head's kind of turning this way and that. She kind of looks over the array of books. Doesn't say anything for a long period of time. I need a bit of time to think it over myself.
Alright, just know no matter what it is, I still like you for who you are. Okay?
Can I make a bit of a selfish request, Varric?
Of course.
Do you mind taking care of this? I sort of just want to be alone for a bit. Sort out my thoughts, whatnot.
Of course. Take all the time. I'll be here when you're ready to talk. If you decide you want to talk.
I'll try to a bit later. Just a lot on my mind at the moment that I sort of have to sort through. Alright, and she gives you a quick nod without really even looking at you. Leaves.
Before you go,
Pauses just by the door.
I find that it's helpful to work through things with others, but like I said, when you're all ready to talk, and maybe if you have thoughts or things you're uncertain of, know that I will treat them with the utmost respect.
Of course. Thanks, Varric.
Of course.
And even though she's not facing you, you see her quickly bring her arm up to wipe her eyes and then go down the hallway.
Alright, guess I'll start searching the library for any clues of what Liberia may lie, or maybe if somewhere in here there may be some.
Alright, make an investigation check.
Alrighty then. Damn it.
Looking around, you just find more dusty old books with unintelligible words, and then the one map laid out on the table.
Can I go light one of the candles?
Sure. You have something to
Just-
light it with?
Prestidigitation.
Okay.
And I'll just kind of like, not close enough for the map to actually like potentially catch fire, but just kind of like see if holding it up to the light or exposing it to just a little bit of heat may sort of show anything.
Alright. You hold candlelight up towards it. Not able to make out anything different.
Right. I'll take the map.
Alright.
I'll just put really old map in my inventory.
You can write old map of no man's desert.
Alright, I'll write that instead. Alright, well... Does there seem to be any sort of, like, secret passages or maybe a secret, I don't know, anything in here? Just, like, searching the floorboards, maybe pulling the books off the shelf, trying to find something like that.
You've done a number of investigation checks already, so I'm going to use that 11. Looking around, you're not able to find anything.
Alright. Well, I guess there's still the laboratory. There might be something there. Varric will head on, just scoot on over there, see what he can... If he can find this middle now that he knows what he's looking for.
You would remember from looking around earlier with your previous investigation check in this room, you did not come across anything of the sort.
Alrighty then. Balls. Alright. Trying to think here. Yeah, where could that Liberian be? I still have the core in hand, yeah?
Yep.
Looking at the librarium that's in there, like, what do I know about that sort of metal? Have I heard anything about that before, or no?
Make a history. Well, make a nature check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Nature?
Well, while you haven't exactly heard of that particular sort of metal, it's not as if you're very educated on the matters of gems and rare metal.
Excuse me, I love...
What
I
does
know
come
the
to
finer
mind?
Okay.
What does come to mind is that perhaps out of all the places in the known world, a place that is known to have all sorts of gems and metals, and perhaps maybe this too, Southern Empire.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. Well, I could always ask Pinky if she could procure some. Oh, she would be absolutely delighted.
In general, the South, Zeki.
Alrighty then. Varric's gonna just step outside.
In the hallway or outside of the house?
Outside the house.
Alright.
You just kind of look at the scenery.
Taking in the scenery, see the familiar running stream amongst the mossy rock, out towards the open sky. You see still a very clear day, blue skies, fluffy clouds. You do notice Six is back. She just sort of seems to be sitting by the edge. She seems to just be seated with her hands out in front of her. Past that, though, nothing different from the scenery.
Well, while we got a minute, Varric's gonna just, I guess, take the moment and, considering this is a very unusual view, he's gonna take out his painter's tools and start painting it.
Alright.
And as he does it, he'll just start muttering to himself. You know, I didn't think we'd ever find such unusual things when I set it up upon this journey. The world feels different. I feel different. And I find myself considering things I never knew I was before. Is this your work? Or is this mine? And you all paint the painting.
Alright. Make your check with that.
I should probably take myself off at disadvantage. Okay.
Alright. You take in the mossy rock and this very high up view of the sky. And right in the corner of your painting as well is Six's back. Her hood down and just long white hair just sort of very lightly brushing with the small breeze drifting through the area.
So many questions I want to ask you, friend. We should talk. And when Varric finishes up, he'll go over next to Six, sit down next to her and say, "Hey."
Sitting next to her, you see her eyes are closed. She seems to be very focused. And one moment, I gotta do a check for something.
She got panic and pushed me off the edge, killing me.
You're just gonna fall infinitely, just like in the flying duchess.
I've been falling for 30 minutes!
I
Upon
was
looking
thinking
at her,
more like
you
a
do
portal.
see that there is a very small sort of glow to her hands.
Varric will just kind of put his hand over hers.
She seems to startle at the touch. The glow fades away from her hands, and she looks at you. Oh, hello, Varric.
Hey, I've got something to show you. And he'll pull out the painting he just painted.
That's very nice, Varric.
Very nice. I must be losing my touch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I just... And Varric pulling out Urkel from his bag, just kind of petting him. We've been through a lot.
She closes her eyes and turns to what she was doing, but answers you. We have.
Do you think we'll change for the better?
What do you mean by better?
Sure. I mean, even as shortly as we've traveled, I myself personally have gained a better control over my arcane abilities. But I fear... I don't know. There are... With everything that's happened, I find myself at times struggling to remain as hopeful as I did at the beginning of my journey. I don't want to lose that. I'm just scared that I will.
You're scared that you're not going to be good.
No, I'm scared that I'll lose an important part of myself. That I'll lose hope. That I'll stop seeing the wonder in the world. So he kind of just pets Urkel under the chin. There have been things that are helping. This little guy, for instance. This sight, certainly. You, for example, so. But there are things that have made me become more fearful and less hopeful. Everything that happened with Glucksberg and Peter. The incident on the Sawyer Temple. And even now, as we chase down this thief, I wonder, are we really going to be doing the right thing? That's one of the reasons why I really want to help this guy. I don't want to leave him like he is now. But I don't think we really have much choice.
Six kind of gives a bit of a tired sigh and relaxes the position that she was in, giving up
sorry,
on what
I
she
know.
was doing, and
I know you're working on your own thing.
instead unfolds her legs to just dangle her feet off the edge, looking out towards the open sky. As to whether or not we're doing the right thing or good thing, I think that sort of comes down to interpretation, doesn't it? One person's good might not be another person's. One person's bad might not be another person's. I don't want to leave this person behind either, but if the answer to helping him is not in here, then we're wasting our time when we could be out there actually getting what he needs.
I suppose. I thought maybe if we can't find what we need here, we could go back to Binky's shop and perhaps she could special order the material. But still, I don't know. I know you haven't known me for too long, but the world seems so different than it did a few months ago. I'm not sure if it's always been this way or if things are changing or if I've changed, but I don't know, it's just different now. Some parts of it I like, some I don't. I feel conflicted, I suppose.
Conflicted of change.
Perhaps. I think I feel more conflicted on who I am right now and who I want to be. There's so many things I want to do, see, accomplish, but they seem so far away or out of grasp, and other things, I don't know, just it feels like everything has a cost, you know? Like, we're saving those people on the temple. Obviously there's what happened with the inn, there's the people who died in the battle, but there was the Archbishop himself.
So you want to be capable of being a person who does what's right?
I want to be a person who's capable of looking the world in the face and not letting it get to them. I want to be able to see the good despite the bad, no matter what. I try to do that. I don't know, it's just...
6 looks down at her hands, opening them to look towards her palms. Sort of a contemplative look on her face. You know, I was once told that if you're not satisfied with who or what you are right now, you can work towards being what it is that you want to be.
And who told you that?
That's a secret.
Oh, I'm sure I have an idea. But I don't know. It's just, can you really battle one's mind? Can you really deny your real thoughts? Sure, you can push them down, but they're still there. They're still in your head. Like I said, I want to see the good, despite the bad, but it's hard sometimes.
She kind of gives a small kind of laugh, but there's not really any humor in it. It's just more a laugh to laugh. Kind of gets this look on her face, like, again, she's quoting something that she heard and said, not saying that you got to push it down and pretend it's not there. You just put it aside for now. And worry first about what's most important.
Most important. Hey, when they're done with the room, can I show you something?
She looks out in the distance for a moment.
I know you have your
And then eventually
own
closes
fixes.
her eye. Then eventually closes her eyes and nods her head. All right, what is it?
I'll tell you when we get there, but assuming they get done with the room soon, I'd like to just show you something. That's important to me, but I'm sorry to have followed you. I know you're doing your soul searching. Miracle, stand back up and put Urkel back in the bag.
Varric, if it has to do with that door, I think I'm done with that door for a while. Perhaps the next time we stop by here, but for now, I don't really want to go anywhere near it.
Okay, I understand. Like I said, if you need anything at all, just ask, okay?
She nods her head. Just, I'll be out here, so whenever you and the others are ready, just let them know. I'll just be waiting here.
Okay. And Varric will go over, stand up. So he's like about height with her. Go over and give her a hug. And he'll give her a kiss on the forehead. And he'll just say, "You are loved, you know that, right?"
Her expression, which had been kind of neutral since you came there, breaks for just a second before she presses her lips together really hard and shuts her eyes tight and nods her head. I know.
I'm gonna go back inside. Love you, Six.
Mhm. I love you too, Varric. You do hear the small crack in her voice, and then a soft sniffle, but she doesn't say anything more than that.
Varric is getting teary-eyed as he starts walking away.
Alright, and I will say that this is also the time that, as you go to approach the others, Klaus and Tenzing are about to do their stuff with the door.
Yo, I'm legitimately crying.
Hurts to get in character, doesn't it?
It does!
It does!
Oh, man.
I'm in
that-
pain as well, God!
Crab walks at light speed.
Oh, man. Oh.
Klaus had
that-
absolutely nothing to do with this conversation, guys. Absolutely nothing.
And Klaus and Tenzing, you hear the door open behind you and Varric enter by himself with Urkel.
Oh, no, he's gotta take a minute at the door. Okay, push it back down, eyes dry, and... Oh, okay. Dries his eyes, walk back in. So, do you guys find anything?
I mean, you can dry your eyes, but they're still gonna be puffy. But he doesn't say anything. He just looks, and it's just.
Varric is very good at hiding it. He's got a disguise kit. He can.
Tenzing also staring in concern, given that his own face looks fucking the same.
Listen,
Make
I
a
will make
make a deception.
I love makeup art in Varric MUA.
God damn it.
Ooh.
Wait, they still need to make the insight check.
Oh my god. Sight.
Would it be insight or perception, actually?
This would be insight. Klaus, you get the sense just a few minutes ago he was crying. Tenzing, you're just like, oh, there's Varric.
Oh, hi, mate.
Hey, what's up? So, you guys find anything?
We were just starting. We're trying to think of synonyms.
What do you mean you're just starting? What have you two been doing? We were just the library, the lab. I painted a fucking painting.
We were having a conversation.
Oh my goodness. All right. Ugh.
Did you find anything?
Fuck no.
Alright.
Let's see. What was it called again? Linoleum?
Liberia.
Liberia.
To be honest, yeah, we went back here for the sake of trying it, but if I'm going to be 100% real, it was more of an excuse to be able to have a conversation. I genuinely don't think we're going to be getting anything concrete in the real inside of this place.
Well, do you want to try at least a few more things before we call it a day and pack it up?
Sure. I just hope that we are going to have a somewhat reliable way of getting back. Won't be every day.
Sure, we can find this wonderful deer stag portal thing again. Do you think we should maybe take him with us, though, on the off chance we don't?
I don't think that would be wise.
If people touch him, if anyone else touches him alongside us, and given didn't even seem interested in us in the first place, I don't think it'd be that easy to just take it with us.
Well, should we at least take the core with us? That way we can repair it and bring it back.
Maybe.
Personally, I would leave it here. I mean, yeah, for reference, that's one thing, but, you know, it's kind of his, not ours. I know he entrusted us to find the power core, but...
Well, I was thinking maybe once we head back to Fiddlefair, maybe Binky could take a look at this. This kind of seems like right up her alley.
I mean, at least we know what it is, and the core itself is just the metal bearings that's holding it, so...
Didn't you say that, like, from what I've heard and from what I've seen, she seems more alchemically based rather than, like, I think you would require a blacksmith for this type of thing.
Oh no, I've seen her work with all sorts of neat little baubles and mechanical stuff. I think it's something that might... If she doesn't know, I'm definitely sure she probably knows someone who would.
Well, before we even do that, we're going to be near Todul, likely, with how these things are going, so maybe we have somebody that we can ask there, too.
Well, you know, it's going to be a lot... I'm not going to lie, I'm not 100%... I know what it is, as Varric holds out the core. I don't know how to describe it properly to someone who would know it better.
Painted
I think it... No, I think it'd just be better if we just took it with us. I don't see the problem with taking it with us. We can just drop it in the bag of holding and then pull it back out when we need it.
I suppose.
Yeah, it's...
But again,
It's
this
not-
is under the assumption that we can come back here.
Well, if we don't, he's no worse for wear.
I mean, we are simply looking for a metal, right? We don't exactly need everything else, I don't think.
Well, we kind of need someone to be able to charge that metal and then
That metal should be already charged. I don't
Nope.
think.
No, that's not how that works.
Is it not?
No, it has to be manually charged. The lump that's in there is kind of burnt out, so it's not taking a charge anymore. Listen, this is why I'm saying we should probably just take this to an expert. When I'm familiar with the arcane, but this is a little beyond my expertise.
Alright then, so if we're going to be next to Todul, we can try to go ahead and see what other blacksmiths and whatnot. But if that flops, then we can go ahead and go over to where Pinky's shop.
Well, assuming we catch who we're looking for, we had to head back to Fiddlefair straight away. If we go to
I know, I was simply entertaining a possibility.
Let's see where the future takes us and make a plan from there.
Also, you guys do know it is probably around 4 or 5 p.m. now.
Alright. At this point, we're burning daylight. Varric will put the core in the bag of holding.
Yes, we should get out of here.
Tenzing looks at the middleman, which somewhere with them in this room. I don't know where his icon is anymore. Oh, it didn't move over.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, so he looks around and he sees the stool that was brought to the door earlier, and he props it up to the wall, like over here, and brings the guy over, and it sits him comfortably with hands folded. Well, sorry, mate. We're going to keep looking, and hopefully we bring something up, so I hope you don't mind that we take your core heart thing for now, but we promise we will try to bring it back. Better than we had it before.
Yes, and I'm not going to lie. If we bring him back to the living, Varric's just kind of looking around. I think this, and he's okay with it, I think this place has some mighty fine potential. Lots of empty rooms, free furniture, though it is a bit broken down, but a little elbow grease, and we should have this place up and running again. Although getting things in here would be kind of a bitch in terms of, like, furnishing.
It isn't a terrible idea, but I don't think that we would want to be so gung-ho with it. It would be better if he suggested, or made the suggestion.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we just, maybe he's like a butler, and he's like, oh, well, I don't have anyone to buttle for, so...
Did you
Yes,
just say
Snicker.
buttle?
Yes, buttle. It's a word! It is a real word. You can look it up
It's
in the
a word that sounds very similar to something else.
Yes, I know, and he is a child. Let's move on.
He just snorts.
Tenzing also snorts.
Varric just kind of does that pose that Scar did in The Lion King, and just he's like, I'm surrounded by idiots.
Little did he know, he was one of them.
Anyway, 6 is waiting for us, and at this point, I think we scraped about everything we can together. I do want to try one more thing with that door, though.
Well, let's go.
All right. And Varric will just walk up to the door real quick and just go, treasure.
You open the door and look in, and the exact same room off to the left of where you guys are standing, you see the room where Tenzing had found copper.
Damn it! All right.
Looks in. Well, if we're bringing him back to life, Tenzing goes over to the door, puts the copper back.
Did you steal that man's life savings?
But it was dusty, and I figured no one else is using it, so we'll just leave it there. But if this is his treasure, then now I feel bad, so...
Well, I mean, I left a gold piece in there, so...
it's
I'm
okay.
more than... I gave him 10 times the value, but...
Well, now he has more treasure, 10 times.
Close the door. Magic items. Eek.
Like you're just going through his house now.
I'm curious. I have one more place I want to check. But first, magic items. Did I find anything?
Opening the door, you see that you are now in the forge.
Hey, there might be something magical in here.
Rusted and magical, maybe.
Look.
Perhaps it's the forge itself.
Ooh, that's a possibility.
Speaking
We should come.
of-
I was about to say, like, once we get some more time on my hands, I would love to identify literally everything in this place, including the store, which I probably should have done earlier.
For the meantime, however, we should probably get on the move again.
Right, just one last thing, and Varric will be like, "Master bedroom."
Opening the door, you see what appears to be a bit of a large room in comparison to the other bedrooms on this floor. And what appears to be a very, very dusty large bed.
Hey, I found something.
Are there sheets on it, or is it just a frame like the rest of the rooms?
There are sheets on it.
Varric will just kind of poke around the room. Is there any other furnishings besides the bed?
There is a very old desk and chair, and
much
as well as a window out towards just endless sky. And peeking through, you do see the sky in comparison to the other rooms where it had been light before. It's keeping up with the actual time. The sky is now sort of a pinkish hue as the sun is lowering.
Oh, it's beautiful. Varric's gonna poke around that desk.
You open each of the drawers. Empty.
Damn. No secret compartments.
Make an investigation check.
Listen, someone built this house in the middle of a fucking magical beast, alright? They clearly want their privacy. And we are invading it like motherfuckers.
Nope.
Alright then. Well, oh, and one last thing. Exits the room.
Last thing.
Bathroom.
You open the door, and you do find what appears to be a very large bathroom, actually. It seems that you are now outside, and you see pooling water into this very open rock divot in the ground.
Oh, thank God. Give me a minute, and I'll close the door.
You get the sense that is the bath.
Where's the latrine?
Looking off to the side, you will see that a bit of a distance away.
Tenzing, meanwhile, looks at Klaus. You know, if we close the door, he can't find his way back inside.
Varric already closed the door. Instinctually, and then went, shit.
You
And
know,
then
if you
goes
don't
to-
open the door.
And then goes to take a shit.
Got it.
Listen, we haven't used the bathroom and literally, we have not used the bathroom in like months.
Oh my God.
No.
I'm kidding. But anyway. Varric will finish
Tenzing,
with
you
this.
said you opened the door.
If Varric starts knocking on it, will he hear it?
You'd have to wait and see.
Tenzing waits.
Varric will finish up with his business. Okay. Cleans his hands. Alright. Please tell me there's a door.
You do not see anything.
Fuck.
Wait, so I have to think of the words. He said, bathroom, because there's not gonna be a door when he goes back to the
Pretty
forge.
sure if you just think of Varric, you'll find him.
Alright. And he thinks of Varric, opens the door.
Door opens up right in front of you, Varric, with Tenzing peeking his head out.
Oh, thank God.
There you are. You done?
Yeah, I really had to use the bathroom.
Yeah, I figured.
It was the most serene shit I've ever had.
I don't need details. Just come back inside.
Merrick will come back.
Alright.
That,
let's,
my friends, is an epiphany toilet.
Again, I don't need details. Let's go.
Let's move.
Six starts walking.
All right, you guys make your way back towards the entrance.
Klaus kind of gives this place a one last one over before
The place looks rather pretty at this time of the day. The rest of the sky is now just a clear pinkish, and it's highlighting some of the mossy rock. And
What
water.
season did you say it was again?
Spring.
Summer.
Spring?
I
thought it was summer.
No, it's spring. I remember spring.
Well, we've been in spring for
Um,
like 3 months now.
Because spring lasts for that long, usually.
Yeah, we should be getting into summer now.
Okay, so it's pretty close to sundown, but Klaus is just like, now is everyone ready? 6. We grabbed her, I'm assuming.
She had been outside the whole time you guys were talking.
Yeah, she was
Okay.
waiting for us outside. Are there any flower fields? Sorts.
With a quick glimpse around, you're not seeing anything? Within the current vicinity of right outside the front entrance?
Right outside the front entrance, as they're walking towards Six, who is towards
Uh,
the edge. Is there anything?
Well, no, when her name was called out, you hear her voice a bit of the way towards the pathway up to where the entry, what you guys had entered from. She's just standing by there. Well, sitting on a rock.
Alright, Les, we're ready to go.
Alright, let's get going. I'll go first. She'll step through, and with a flash of light, she's gone.
He follows shortly after.
I just had a thought that would probably help us. As he says that to Tenzing. What if we went back to that room and we thought of the location of where the guy is? We might get some insight on where he is.
Now we're just thinking of that.
Tell them I'll be right out, and I'll run back into the house.
Tenzing will pop his head out, which probably looks really weird. It's just like his head popping out of a portal or something.
Well, the minute you touch it, you are zapped out.
Oh god. Okay.
Quickly picking the room,
you
thinking
run
of
back?
quickly picking back into the room, thinking of the guy we were looking for.
Alright, you poke your head out, and you just see an open field.
Any details that are of note?
Make a perception check.
Alright. Perception. 8!
Nope.
Damn it! Closes the door. Run back out. And just
Tenzing is
jump.
gone.
Alright,
So
and
he's gonna be taking
and I'll
a
just-
while, just running, and
I will run through the lights, and jump through. Action star style.
Okay. With a very similar sensation, you guys feel as if the center of your body is gripped and you are yanked forward. This time, you guys are able to kind of better prepare yourself just a little bit now that you understand what it feels like, and are kind of able, for the most part, able to at least stop yourself from smacking into the ground. You manage to kind of stumble a bit as you appear suddenly back in the open portion of the woods, and standing behind you is the large elk.
oh boy, I hate that feeling. God,
And then it's just looking at you guys.
thanks for the lift.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gonna call you Blue. Bye, Blue.
Vare just suddenly pops out, just like already in jumping motion, and goes, "Ah!"
Good job. Did you find anything?
The place bloody exploded!
What'd you do?
Well, I thought for a second, I'm like, I wonder if there's a control panel, so I checked that, and there was, like, a control room, and I saw this big red button. And I
Well,
I'm
just
going to grab
walking
the
away.
horses. Yeah.
Yeah. Solidarity of the entire Varric shit.
Tenzing squinting and just kind of like, wait, really?
Yeah, no, like, it just exploded!
Look at Eric for singe and fire and other things.
God.
Looking him over, he seems fine.
I was able to outrun it, thankfully, but, oh, God, it was
Mhm.
frightening. I'm very legitimately trying to deceive you.
My God.
I can't push the button!
No,
It won't let me-
this is not a deception check sort of thing, because this one is, Tenzing has common sense. I hope.
He falls head over heels for anything he sees. Oh my God! All my
That's
deception
the
checks are now
kettle
going
to the
through.
pot.
All my,
Rude.
all my,
They have to at least be handsome. God.
all,
And like
all
I
my
said,
oh
Why is
no!
it clicking it?
oh
Because
no.
it didn't.
Oh no.
Oh no, oh no.
Maybe
oh,
you
no.
should reload the page.
It didn't go through initially. I'm like, it's not
Why
working.
did you
I
click it 3,000 times, dumbass?
because I was like, it's not working.
Also, thankfully, Six and Klaus are able to find the horses sort of scattered about, but not too far away.
I want to say also, I rolled a 20 for my deception check.
That's not. I'm not counting that.
Crackhead energy.
I'm crying. Tenzing just looks at him, just shaking his head. Sorry, mate, you should have rolled mud first. Come on.
Don't you dare put mud on me.
Reaches down into the ground.
Barrick just starts walking away very hurriedly.
Now come back here. Come
No,
back
no, no,
here.
no, 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 and starts
I have
running.
something for you.
No!
Runs after him and smacks the side of his face with dirt because he can catch up.
Barrick will attempt to dodge.
We'll make this contested athletic.
Why? Why athletics? No, hold on. I can still do this.
Oh, you're about to get finished.
No, cutting words.
Finish him.
I will cutting words.
Yeah, go ahead and cut in words that,
Do
you
cutting
know.
words work on abilities? I know it works on attacks and damage.
Yeah, you're not being damaged.
You're just,
No, hold. I think
If you-
it. Hold on. Let me
if you try
double
to
check
hit him,
that.
You might put some mud in your mouth, Varric.
Hold on. Let me see here. Attack roll ability check. Ah!
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh
Alright.
no.
Oh no.
Oh
All
no.
right, it's a 25.
now.
I got this, guys. I got this. Woo!
Varric, you get a face full of mud.
Ah!
Klaus
you're-
looks
Why?
towards them, and with a visible vein appearing on his head, he just barks out, "Tenzing, Varric,
Yes, sir.
no more.
He threw mud in my face for no reason.
I don't care. Get it off of your face and let's move. We're wasting too much time."
Yeah, prestidigitation, and he picks up Varric and puts him on his back.
I'm very going to start wiping off the mud and start prestidigitating his face.
A prank for a prank.
That's not a prank. That's just straight up mean. A prank is clever. That was just mean.
Guys, walk and talk.
We are.
We're walking.
Well, I'm sitting. He's walking.
You have to get on a horse.
I'm
Uh,
on Tenzing.
He picked him up
Alright.
and put him on his back.
You guys head back in the direction that you came.
Well, that was fun.
Well, so are we just continuing to head south and hope we find something, or we're looking for tracks now?
Yeah, let's continue onward.
Speaking
Alright.
of, You said that you looked through the door to see if you could find him. What did you see?
It was an empty plane with no visible details.
Plain like grass plain?
I would assume so, yes, DM.
Sorry, what was that?
Grass, like it was a grass plane, right?
Yeah, grassy plain. Like, grass that, to person of average humanoid height, it reached up towards, just above their head.
Like, we're looking for really tall grass here. Like, we're talking, like, probably around the height of 6.
Oh, wow. Alright.
Right?
I guess that's any visual cue to start with, so...
Other than
Let's
that,
keep an
it
eye
was just grass, as far as my short-heighted eyes could see.
Alright, grass human height. Guess we'll keep walking, looking for that.
All right. You guys gallop off, making your way back towards the main road that you had originally been on, and continue your galloping for a bit of distance. After about 2-3 hours or so, the sun starts to fully set in the sky and nighttime begins to fall. Are you guys going to continue traveling?
We need to make up some time. Do you want to try to press into the night a little bit?
Didn't we leave a little bit early? I'm sure we have enough. I'm sure we can camp up a little bit earlier.
I don't know. We're already kind of behind him already. I think we should press on just a little bit.
How far down is the sun?
It is no longer in the sky.
Okay, but it's still like relatively light out because it's spring and it's only 7?
It's about 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay.
The way I see it is that if we go to bed soon, later into the night, we'll wake up earlier and we'll continue our pursuit. There's no rush, really. There is, but you get what I mean.
I think if anything,
Right.
up until 9 would be most that'd be pushing it, and then we could wake up early from there.
Exactly. Even though I'm going to likely wake up earlier than that, but that's fine.
Well, Lass, what do you think?
I mean, whatever everyone else wants to do.
I could go for
You
1
sure?
more hour.
You sure? Are you sure you don't have any thoughts on it?
Gives a shrug. Like I said, whatever everyone else decides to do.
All right. Well, I think we should try to make an effort to at least get up early.
So we're camping now then.
I guess, but we should try to at least get up before the crack of dawn.
Tenzing does a little sigh. Everyone knowing how late he tends to wake up. Yeah, alright.
All right, crack of dawn then. Before then, sound good?
You guys are deciding to settle up camp?
Yes. What does the area look like?
The area that you are now in after traveling just for a bit of distance is very similar to just sort of right outside Findlefair, just open plains. You can see off in the very, very far distance is water. The main road stretching out as far as the eye can see. Bit of a distance away, you see a little bit of more very scattered forest, some brush.
Maybe we could set up over there.
Yeah, at least some shade and among other things.
All right, let's break for camp. We can break up in watches. How many watches do we usually take? 3?
3, yeah.
Mm.
So let's take off a ration.
Right.
I'll take the third watch.
Do you want someone up with you? I'm not very
On my own.
Alright.
I'll take the last one.
That's the one that she asked for.
Yeah, she literally just
Oh,
said that.
wait, we only have 3? We only have 3?
We
Is that
only-
it? Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure. I'm used to 4. My bad.
I guess I can take the first watch if you all want to head off the bed.
Well, actually, might I trade? I like to take the first, actually.
Do you mind if
Okay.
I take the third? I mean, I always wake up early anyways, so.
Okay, I'll take the second.
Yes, I can take the watch with you. We can just talk anyways, right?
Yeah, I was gonna do some painting while I was at it.
Alright. You guys get camp ready. Let me flip the music. Alright. You guys
Let
got camp set up.
I don't think I'm hearing the music.
It's just camp noises.
It's just camp noise.
Okay. Alright, good night, everyone.
Night.
Varric, remember what I asked earlier in the day? And she holds out her hands.
DM, can you actually remind me?
Urkel.
Oh. Yeah, sure. Varric will hand off her to Urkel and be like, and he'll just say, alright, you'll be good for your Auntie 6.
You hear a little chirp sound and ruffle of the face feathers.
Tenzing,
Give him a scritchy.
Tenzing will hand over his coat and put it on her shoulders and ruffle her hair up before finding a spot under the tree.
Alrighty. As you guys settle in for rest, I'll have 60 for first perception. Like a hawk. As you guys are fast asleep, she's petting Urkel. She's very pointedly waiting for when all of you were fast asleep. And then very cautiously gets up, creeps her way over towards one of these sleeping figures. Klaus, you feel a
I
very
wonder
small
who it
tap on
is.
your arm.
Klaus positioned himself very purposefully a bit away from the rest of the group, but kind of upon hearing that, he was already beginning to stir slowly asleep before that kind of happened, and he looks up at the silhouette of.
She holds out Urkel.
And this is supposed to help.
Like I said, worth a shot.
Alright. Just,
He kind of pats the area in front of his chest. He's kind of laying on his side, so.
She very carefully settles Urkel down on top of him. Even though her expression is very neutral, there's a bit more of a playful tone as she looks at Urkel and taps the top of his beak. It's just like, no biting from you, all right? Be a good little bird. You get a little in response. Before Urkel just settles his head against you and closes his eyes.
He stares down at Urkel for a decent bit of time, but he kind of gives this sigh, not sure if it's exasperation or relief, as he kind of nuzzles into where he's sleeping just like a little bit more.
Six.
Hmm.
And his eyes are still closed, but he just kind of.
I'm sorry about earlier. today. I saw it in your eyes. You were both relieved and yet completely frustrated. You'll find your answers eventually.
For a moment, it looks like she's gonna leave it at that, but Now she gives a small shake of her head. It wasn't frustration. It was realization. I wasn't lying. I did get the answer I asked for. And you see her kind of look off to the side, absentmindedly tucking some long hair behind a pointed ear, and just has this sort of humorless smile on her face. I asked if I wanted to see the place I once called home before I lost my memories, where people might have loved me, might be missing me. And it was literally nothing. But I got the answer I was looking for.
He sits there quietly for a moment, hearing the ache in her voice, and with an almost nonchalant tone, he just says,
Yeah, you do. Take a look around.
Yes, that is what I have now. I know you once commented before on why I bother with this, and she gestures to the white clothes, robes that she's wearing.
yeah,
I sort of just figured if I look the same as I was found, perhaps if there was a family or friends or anything before missing me or looking for me, they'd be able to find me. They'd be able to see me and know me, even if I don't remember them. But it was sort of just a small hope of mine, but it was pointless. But I mean, it's whatever. I can move on now.
Hey. And he opens his eyes. She may not be looking at him, but he opens his eyes after they were closed and looks up towards her, still unmoving from his laying position.
She's sort of glaring down at the ground, trying very hard to keep herself together.
I know when to back down. Do your best to get some good sleep. We're going to be on the long haul for tomorrow.
A moment of hurt passes her face before she closes her eyes and nods her head. Right, of course. There you are. Sorry for bothering you. Have a good night's sleep, okay, Klaus?
You have a good night too, but never call yourself a bother. He'll kind of adjust a little bit in his sleep. Still, this time though, with his eyes kind of still open, staring down at Urkel, who I'm assuming is getting themselves comfortable as well.
Yep. There's a moment's pause where you hear sort of like the movement of cloth and sniffling and then her feet walking away.
She can't see his expression since he's faced away, but it is a furrowed brow, sadder eyes, contemplative tightening of the lip, but he tries to let it slip away as he tries to slip into sleep planning.
Alright. And second watch, roll your perception.
I'm assuming 6 wakes Varric up at some point.
Yeah, she gives you a nudge and waits until your eyes open, and once they do, she goes to her own little place to sleep.
Anything happen over the night so far?
Everything's safe.
Okay. Does she seem okay?
Hard to say since she turned away as soon as she woke you up.
Right. Good night, 6.
Night.
And Varric will keep an eye out, but over his watch he would like to paint another painting.
Alright, make your perception check. Alright.
He would
Third
like
watch.
to...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just about to say, while he's on his watch, he would like to paint a painting of... He wants to paint a painting of 6. With her bow striking a sort of badass pose.
Alright. As you are doing that, you do hear small movement behind you from where everyone's sleeping.
Turn around.
You see Sixhead kind of paused midway of getting up and holds up a hand and holds up like a motion towards her lips.
Varric will just give a little nod. Is she like beckoning him over, or is she?
She's just
like...
telling him to stay quiet.
Kind of gives her a look of like, do you think something's around, or?
She shakes her head no and makes sort of like a walking gesture with her fingers and then points at herself.
Varric will then point to him and then to her.
He shakes her head no.
And then Varric will just sign, "You okay?"
Gives a thumbs up and very quietly makes her way around the group to walk off just a bit. You can still see her, but she's still making sure to stay within line of sight, but just heading off for a bit.
Okay. Varric will just kind of make sure he keeps an eye over in her general direction, but he will paint a painting of her being a badass.
Alright, make a check for that.
Alright. Damn it.
Alright. You capture in your mind's eye what you believe would be a moment for her, perhaps one day.
Looking at it, Varric is not satisfied, and he will just white it out. Like, nah, that could be better.
All right.
Alright. Varric will go over to Klaus. Clearly see him with his bird. And go, knew it.
I would say that when you do approach him, you do hear some mutters in his sleep. Just in this particular situation, you hear the repeated name, Lacon. Lacon. Lacon.
Varric will withdraw his hand. Is 6 still up?
Yep. Still within line of sight, off in the distance.
Varric's gonna just go over to her. Hey, can I get your opinion on something really quickly?
Again, you had found her in the similar position she had been before, when you talked to her by the ledge, and she looks at you.
No, 2 things. First off, Klaus seems like he really needs some sleep. I think I'm gonna go wake Tenzin up instead.
Actually, I was about to say, he was gonna stir awake very quickly.
Well,
Also, Tenzing did say he was going to be part of Third Watch as well. So he would have been
Yeah.
woken up anyways.
yeah, but
You mean second watch?
Yeah, that's a second. I thought he said second.
Wait.
He was going with Varric, right?
No, he was going with Klaus because they said he wanted to talk, so that's what he asked him.
Oh, shit. God. Okay.
No, it's
So,
okay. Like, whatever works.
Varric will also then ask, by the way, I've been seeing you just sitting down a lot. What are you doing? I'm curious.
She kind of thinks over how to answer for a moment and then says, pushing away.
Varric kind of straightens his back a little bit and says, "What do you mean by pushing away?"
Just pushing away.
Are you an emotion, a thought, an experience?
I think it's time for the next person's watch. I'm just going to stay over here.
Like I said, Klaus kind of startles awake, kind of jolts.
I hear like a little chirping of surprise from the bundle on your chest.
He just kind of quietly says, "Sorry, Oracle."
Okay,
Okay.
guess I'll be getting to bed, but if you want my advice, and you're free to take it or not, but I find that, at least for me, I find the best way to move past something is to stare at it in the face. That's why I painted this, and I'll show the painting of the battle with Avenalo.
She gives it a glance.
This, I personally find it's best to not push things away when they're troubling you, but to face them on headstrong. Force yourself to sort of confront it. It's one of the reasons I like painting so much. It gives me a way to process and work on things that bother me.
and he'll put the painting away. If you're ever interested, I can teach you how to do that, but if this is how you prefer to work on things, I won't ever stop you. But I'd think about it. Good night, Six.
She gives you a small nod of her head and returns to what she was doing.
Okay. Eric will go over to Klaus and Tenzing. Just say, do me a favor, make sure she gets some sleep at some point.
I said before, but yeah, it would be best if she.
Right. Varric will.
Alright.
There, we'll just pick up her call and say, do you need him any longer? By the way.
He kind of, for a moment, a pang of embarrassment kind of appears on his face as he steals his expression as he normally does, but kind of his eyes tired, kind of seeping through the resolve, the stoic resolve. He just kind of,
No, you can take him back.
Varric's kind of looking at him, trying to be like, I don't think you're okay. Yeah, the little guy wakes me up to go to the bathroom in about an hour, so would you mind just keeping an eye on him until then?
Sure.
Thanks.
and standing up, he'll kind of place Urkel inside of his hood like last time.
Alrighty.
Alright. Good night, you two. Go to bed.
I'm assuming this interaction happens from the distance where Klaus was, so Tenzing is by the tree. He just watches and waits.
For a moment, he kind of sees him as just...
So this is the time when we were supposed to exchange stories or something?
Something like that. You're still up for it. You alright?
Just, had some trouble sleeping. Not as much, but, anyway.
And he kind of looks over towards the others. Varric's asleep. Six is off in the distance, and Tenzing's right there.
Tenzing is, his arms are crossed since Six still has his jacket. And he's not really bothered by the cold, something he's used to.
Tenzing, you would see that your jacket is laying a little bit away from where you were resting.
Oh, in that case, he would put it back on.
Alright. But, he just is like...
Oh, I should have... whatever. Come with me.
Alright. Gets up, follows him.
Klaus is going to walk a decent bit away from away from the camp, to where I would say it is still in sight, but it's very much like a decent bit of ways to where you can still watch over everything. But taking a collection of things out of his bag and whatnot, I'd say that he would begin to collect other things, but generally speaking, he's going to go ahead and stoke a fire away from the one that they already have.
On his own or with Tenzing along?
Yeah, I would say since he's around, he would ask for, could you?
Were they making a new fire, was it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, he'd help out. Makes the, gathers rocks, puts them in a circle, digs into the dirt a bit so there's a little hole for it. Whatever dry grass and other things are around, and lights it. On any other occasion, I'd ask if you want to play Truth or Dare.
It will pass, but for the meantime, you happen to be awake. I was hoping that you weren't, but
The reason why you're hoping not.
she said it was pronounced Sute Tsai. Right.
Yeah. What about it? Tenzing, meanwhile, he's nonchalantly asking, but he's keeping watch of his expression, because he sounds even more tired than usual, given they just woke up, but something's off about his voice.
One minute, sorry.
Alright. Fucking fine. If you want the truth.
And he, after stoking the flame, he goes ahead and takes some of the sticks that he's collected, kind of alongside their path, and he begins to kind of stoke up a generally decent area that can hold the pan, amongst some other cooking utensils and other things that he's brought out. A few spices, of several different types, salts, peppers, a variety of spices, a variety of different grains, colors, and everything in one. But most importantly, he goes ahead and takes out milk.
Watches him, and at first is a little confused, but as soon as the pan comes out, then his face goes into a growing grin, watching him. Uh-huh.
Foraging is difficult, but let's see. I have to be a little bit of an improviser, but I thought about it and I was like, hey, maybe I should get more information from the person that actually knows how to fucking make it. Or at least I hope. I remember, I think tea was one of the things that were brought up, so I decided to grab a few herbs. It's not going to be the best.
Tenzing's grin widens. Asking for the road, huh?
Something like that.
A bit of humor returns to his voice, but his face is still much sullen.
Alright.
Alright.
So, instruct me.
He looks at the ingredients and everything and chuckles to himself. And looks at him again. Thanks. Let's see. I'm not going to be accurate because it's been a while. But let's see here. So we have the milk. We have... Hold on, insert me looking at the recipe again because I too have forgotten what's in it. Do you have millet? Sort of, see, you have grains in there. What we do first is we put water and boil.
Right.
And then, let's see, I believe next we start to saute the millet along with the lamb's tail until it melts.
You're going to have to settle with pork.
And that is all right. And he walks him through the rest of the ingredients. You have to boil and mix these ingredients first and saute them a bit. And slowly you add more of the garnishes and eventually the dried meats. And you add the milk last and let it all start simmering together. And slowly the meaty and salty aroma, but the cream of the milk blend together nicely. That smells of home, even if it's improvised. And while he's helping stir the ingredients together, he asks, so what brings us up to this?
Well, after what had happened inside of there and previously, I had thought that with everyone being somewhat downtrodden, it would be nice if something were to happen in which it lifted moods a little bit. So I thought, hey, might as well look around and see what others like so I could try to prepare something. I'm mostly worried about Six, though, so I don't have all of the necessary equipment, but I was thinking of making ice cream as well. She seems to like that, so hopefully she'll accept that.
He smiles down at the pan. So yeah, she pretty sure she ate at least 3 to 5 bowls that night. I don't blame her. It's really good.
It was. I just, that in the result with the blackness. It was weird because she didn't seem happy at all with it, and I knew that she was troubled because she tried to push it into the very back of her mind, similar to how I taught her, but not in the correct way.
His face, which was a grin, is false to that. Yeah, I mean, you don't even know what exactly causes that room to create those recreations.
I think she might be convinced that since nothing showed up, that she has no past or something, but I mean, from what we've experienced, it seems to be very much memory-based, with some minor exceptions like maps and location that we know of or have seen. But she doesn't remember either of those, so I don't see how she could expect to see something out of that.
I don't blame her for hoping, given that it is a door of magic that seems to do much of the impossible.
Me neither.
But
I don't blame her either.
she's, I guess the expectation was a bit high, given everything that she's had. She started from somewhere. She couldn't have been at that fountain where we found her and pinned her there forever.
It's odd. Of course, it's entirely her decision, but sometimes I almost wonder what would actually be best. Whether or not she finds out exactly everything, or if she tries to forge a new life.
I think there's power in closure, as I've mentioned. Openness can do a lot to the brain, but at the same time, I think there needs to be a balance of sorts, similar to what I'm going through. I don't have all the closure that I would like. I'm searching for it, but just like being able to enjoy the sky, nice weather, bird flying, to not close myself off to the other options that are still there. And, well, I guess she's going through her own grieving process. She's still in the middle of it.
I can't assure that ice cream will make everything better, but I don't know. I'm hoping that I can maybe talk to her at a later date. She seemed rather upset, and I would hate to only add to her being upset.
Yeah. I wanted to give her a hug, have a talk. It's just like Ribson. If he's not ready, then there's no point of forcing. When she's ready, she'll be willing, I suppose. And she gets along with you nicely, so even if she doesn't open up to me or Varric, hopefully she is able to confide in me a bit more.
With just a tinge of emotion in his voice, he kind of just coughs out. Yeah, I hope so. But anyway. And he kind of goes ahead and takes out a decently large bowl and proceeds to pour it off into the side, the finished product of the sutesai, with a hint of improvisation. But he goes ahead and sets it off to the side, and he's just goes back to everything else that he plans on. But he kind of looks around and is just like, no, this entire thing was intended to be a surprise. Unfortunately, I knew jack shit about this thing that you were trying to make. So, I'm going to be making some other things now.
Well, you
If
want
you-
to taste it first?
Mm-mm. Not when everyone else wakes up. Until.
Takes the bowl and hovers it in front of him just a little bit.
If you're comfortable with losing the finger that you use, sure.
He smiles, but you wouldn't.
Just like you won't touch this damn soup, if you can even call it that.
Alright. But, for real, thank you, mate. I'll help you with the rest. I'm not that great of a cook, but I do like helping. It's nice to just prepare things. Chop vegetables. And get things organized in their own bowls.
I'll keep mind for that. But, if you don't mind, just finish off the rest of this, watch. Go back to sleep, if anything. I've got the rest of this. Or I should.
I want to ask, though. And he gave the bowl to him, right? Or did he put it off to the side?
No, I put it off to the side.
Okay, so he's not supposed to drink it yet.
Nope.
Okay. He looks to him curiously, and he contemplates for a moment while watching him, and eventually asks, I don't mean to try to broad or anything in a bad way, but why do you care?
Why do I care?
You wanted to help lift our moods, and you went out of your way to find out what we all like to eat, in hopes of finding something that will make us happy. Kind of see that as caring. And you asked me that before. Does this really benefit you?
It's not.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he's just thinking back to the conversation they've had before.
What I do right. I do right by her. And admittedly, well, you know, we all seem to have an interesting relationship with home. Fine. Since I'm sending you to bed early, I might as well cough up at least one story. Black soup, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's actually not very tasty. It's a pretty basic soup, very basic, a bit salty, kind of like a chicken broth, but with not as much taste, but it's my favorite meal. That's because my mother always used to make it for me whenever I was upset. So, food has become a bit of a, I suppose you could say an anchor for myself. So, given that everyone has been going through quite a bit, I thought that maybe it wouldn't be half bad if I were to try to do right by what I've been taught. That is the most simple answer, I suppose.
I don't think you've mentioned your mother before.
No, I don't think I have.
Talk about her just as fondly as you must do.
She is wonderful, but that's the story for another day, or more appropriately in a few hours when the sun actually comes up. For the meantime, though, I need to get everything prepared for everyone.
You sure I can't help?
Technically, this was supposed to be a surprise.
Should I act surprised in the morning?
I don't promote lying, but I will say, do what you want.
Well, you know I'm bad at it anyways.
At least act surprised when you taste his food.
Well, I don't know what it is, so technically it would actually be a real surprise. But, let's see. And he looks up at the sky and taps his chin, thinking of a story. Let's see, story from a story. There was one time when I was little, I was herding sheep, and I had seen a stray wolf pup, and me thinking that it just was a regular dog, I decided to follow it. And so, while leading the herd to the grassy areas, I ended up leaving them behind. And I got a bit lost on the way. And I was told the story by this one of the neighbors that happened to catch me wandering off on my own. And at least back home, we believe in reincarnation of sorts. The story's not all that interesting, but she said, she told me to put up my hands and hold onto a needle. And above a bowl of rice, she had me pour the rice onto the needle, and she told me try to balance a piece of rice onto the head of it. She said that that's how hard it is to be reincarnated as a person again. So, cherish the life that you have now as a person, because the next time you are born again, who knows, you might be a cattle, you might be a sheep.
I'm not entirely too sure on the intricacies of whatever the hell an afterlife might be, but that is interesting. Especially holds a good message. Life is precious, so it makes sense.
In the end, you live with what you have, find ways around. So, I don't know how you see this. I know you're watching out for us, given your original reasons for joining our group anyways. But I've seen much more of you over the last few days, and you say that you're surviving and just living through day by day, but things like this, and he points to the food that he's preparing, watching him chop and put spices together. Things like this really make you, well, in short terms, human. It's nice to see this, at least in my interpretation, your way of caring. And you had been confused about it. Why I care. Why the rest of us bother. But I think you already have the answer.
Don't be mistaken.
Oh, so.
Comically bad people do not exist in this world of ours. Everyone lies somewhere on this spectrum we call a moral compass. Even the worst types of people can do a good deed, one good deed in their life, and vice versa.
So you're
I'm
calling
no
yourself a
different.
person?
I'm calling myself a person. Just because I'm capable of doing good things doesn't necessarily mean that it defines me.
And just because you may have done bad things in the past doesn't make you less of a person either.
That may be true, but certain things stain the mind more than others. So unfortunately, I'm not able to follow that ideology you present before me. Yeah.
Yet.
Maybe.
Well, I have faith in you. As I do faith in Six. And in Beric. And even... And looks down at his sash. Sleeping duckling. And giving him a little rub on the top of his head. Even this guy.
Also, the sun is starting to peek into the sky.
Go to bed. I need to get everything ready.
Alright. Well, either way, I want to say thank you. This means a lot to me. It does. I'll be honest, I don't remember the last time I told anyone about this, and even hearing my own language on my own tongue again after all these years is a little strange.
Yeah, well... Like I said before, just like home.
He gets up and looks at the sun. Thinks again about the grassy plains and looks back at the bowl of the milk tea. And he speaks just ever so slightly different. Just like home. Good night, Klaus.
His brow furrows for a moment, but he goes back to preparing the rest of his meals. A little bit hastened now because...
This is the end of the third watch, though, so this is around the time when everyone starts stirring to wake up.
Oh, speaking of...
I should mention that given the duration of the conversation, he would have been making everything
And
like
also,
rapid fire.
Alright.
Tenzing also had been idly keeping watch because we didn't do a perception check yet.
Yeah.
Should we do one right now?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay. Whoop! Oh, he sees nothing. Just the food.
You guys failed to see the.
That seems about right.
We failed the vibe check.
Understood.
So a dragon comes down and picks up Tenzing like a sheep.
Also, Keith and I are gonna tag out, so I'll be the doing recording now.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 hours. I'm tapping out, guys.
Bye, Heath. Woo, good night.
Bye.
I'll see you guys later.
Goodbye.
You can send me the second half, Nikki, and I'll combine them afterwards and get all posted up later tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Good night.
Alright.
Hey guys.
Good night.
Alright.
So we're still going?
Yep, I
Wow,
could go for a bit more.
We're pushing it late. Alright.
Oh yeah, because Dylan is nowhere to be found and is still a duck, so this is a special.
Yeah.
He really
Alright.
shouldn't be a duck anymore, but are we gonna say like his lycanthropy shit is making the effects last longer?
We're gonna
He's
say that
sleeping.
you restarted it.
Yeah.
Alright, so Varric, you wake up.
We took a long rest, yes.
Yes.
Hi. You, just saying, for those rousing awake, there is an array of smells in the air.
Yeah, something smells rather good. We did take a long rest, yes.
You got one, yes. I actually gotta
Oh,
give
thank God!
I actually gotta give 6 a point of exhaustion now.
I told you guys to make sure she went to bed!
Well, that's her fault, not ours.
Let's see.
Well, at least I have all my spells back.
I have all my dice back too. Yay!
Hooray! And everyone in town heard about it, and we all got up individually and said, okay, let's go over there and destroy the place.
Gwens.
You don't know what that's from?
Nope.
No.
I'll have to tell you later.
Yeah, we are reaching towards the end hours of this, so we don't want to waste too much time. So Varric, you wake to the smells of freshly cooked food in the air.
Huh. Varric just starts looking over. You guys making something over there, or?
Klaus, with a pair of tongs in his hands, just kind of he was facing away, still kind of preparing some things, preparing plates and whatnot, but he just kind of waggles it once he hears Varric's voice.
Wait a minute, I didn't know you knew how to cook.
There's a lot of things you don't know about me. Sit down somewhere. I'll bring you a plate in a second.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Good morning, Tenzing. Good morning, Six. Oh, Six. You.
No, 6 is still off in the distance.
I was about to say,
Lord.
Tenzing, given
Oh,
the oversleeper that he is, you're gonna have to wake him up.
Varric's gonna let Tenzing sleep for a moment, but he's gonna go over to Six.
Klaus sure as hell isn't. This milk tea's gonna get fucking cold.
Give me a second, I'll be right there, but Varric heads off to go see Six. Hey.
Opens her eyes at the sound of your voice and looks at you. And then looks around, not realizing it's turned morning.
Did you get any sleep last night?
To be honest,
Oh,
I was
Six.
not... I didn't really
can't-
realize how much time went by.
Oh, you can't do that. You've got to get some sleep.
Well, a bit too late now. Alright, she'll stand up.
Well, hold on. Here, you can at least take a nap on Tenzing while we're moving.
No, it's alright. It's better that I stay on alert.
No. Listen, you can't go on like that. You can't just stay up all night. I did that while I was in college, and it was a bloody awful time.
It's fine. I mean,
No, it is not.
Vag, you've seen the worst of what my powers can do to me. In comparison, this is really nothing.
And you're still recovering. Please, I beg of you, just once we start hitting the road, just take a nap on Tenzing, all right? I'm worried about you. Listen, I know it's like to pull up an all-nighter, but something's bothering you. Yes, you need to confront it, but you also need to make sure you're not letting yourself fall apart.
I spent the night thinking it over. It's alright.
Well, what did your conclusion bring you to? Do you feel better? Peace? Maybe acceptance?
She looks off for a moment. The drifting wind sort of carrying the smell of freshly cooked food, which also grabs her attention for a moment. And she looks over towards people who have settled to... Oh wait, no, Tenzing's still fast asleep, so...
No, you would see Klaus nudging Tenzing with his foot. He's like, get up, get up.
With the smell carrying in the wind, Six kind of gets like a bit of a confused look on her face and looks over towards the fire cooking the food. Varric, with you standing right by her, you do see a very clear look of disappointment that comes to her face before she looks down at her feet and thinks and says, Yeah. Yeah, I thought about it. And Varric, before you can really even react, you see her lower her hood off of her head, and take out the dagger that Klaus had lended her, as she grabs a hold of her hair up to the point of the base of her neck, and with one smooth slice, cuts it off.
Ah! She did a Sakura!
Yeah!
Varric won't move to stop her. But he'll say,
And which, by the way, let me post the picture. It's not finished commission, but I didn't think this would happen this soon, but...
Oh, what the fuck? Nice!
nice!
Still a whip, still a work in progress, but there we go for
Whip.
now. You see Six put the dagger away, dropping the very, very long hair, because this hair just reached all the way down to her waist, and she just tosses it off into the dirt and puts the dagger back and ruffles both of her hands through her hair to get it out more set, and then gives just this long, tired sigh. All right.
So, what did you find?
There's sort of... how to describe it? Very lonely, empty look to her eyes as she kind of just looks off away, back in the distance of the main road, and says, that there's no longer, there's no one waiting for me. So, just move forward.
Hey. You may not have anyone in your past looking for.
Let's go eat back.
But
She's not gonna listen. She walks by.
you have people in your future, and not just us.
She's out of earshot. She continues walking.
By the time Klaus gets Tenzing disturbed back awake, he meets... he kind of arrives a little bit sooner than the rest of them. It's not exactly the absolute best, but as far as the prepared plate goes, he made sure to reserve a single serving of a separate bowl on the plate of ice cream alongside everything else, particularly that of Slovaki, gyros, and a little bit of the milk tea, just because he made enough of a portion to kind of go around. But looking over at Six, he almost does like a double take before his eyes kind of turn serious, and he's just, hope you enjoy.
She sits down and there's yeah, she looks at you, Klaus, and there's a very clear kind of moment of hurt as she then says, "Happy to help," and takes a bite of her food, staring at the fire.
Derek will
He,
wander over.
he kind of furrows his eyebrows, but kind of droning, he goes ahead and prepares Varric a plate as well, and
Thank you.
hands it on over. Of course.
Tenzing eventually. Excuse me.
Bless you.
He eventually walks over after being nudged, and at first he's surprised by Six's new haircut, and for a moment seems happy for her, but notices her expression, and it immediately washes off into more concern, but sits down. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
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 Oh my fucking god.
And he's still sleeping.
I'm a legend.
As you're settling down, Tenzing, Six, who had been eating pretty quickly, finishes up, wipes off her hands, and stands up just as you are sitting down. It's just like, "I'm going to get the horses ready. You lot enjoy yourselves," and heads off to go take care of the horses.
Tenzing, he opens his mouth and closes it for a second. Then he...
Klaus gets up. He's gonna kind of go after. He has not touched the. He left 2 other plates. One for Grimson in the event that he wakes up on time around here. But he gets up and starts heading over towards where Six was.
Derek is just gonna try to like put his hand on your like thigh or like something like that, and just look up at you and just shakes his head no. She needs some space.
You didn't listen to me last time.
And he kind of gives Varric a bit of a smirk, but he continues on forward.
Please.
And Klaus goes on ahead.
Why does no one listen?
Tenzing watches the two go by, looking like he's going to stand up, but he trusts that us will handle this for now, and figures that she doesn't need 2 people looming over her. And he eventually settles down with a sigh.
Varric puts his plate down and just... Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think people around here respect my opinion?
I think so. They consider it. I think it's a matter of agreeing to disagree sort of deal, where or your best interests, they know. Sorry, let me rephrase that. They know that their best interest is in your mind, but people just function differently and think differently.
Well, I mean, it's just whenever I try to give advice, everyone just blows me off. I don't think people take me seriously.
No, it's not that. It's a mix of timing and wording. Um, for example, when I talk to Klaus, for example, versus when I talk to Six, they take very different cues. I've noticed with Six, my wording isn't always the best, so she doesn't always take it as well as I would hope. But on the other hand, Klaus seems to know what gets through to her to help her feel better. And that's something I've just had to accept, and what we can do is be there for her.
I guess, but still, I don't know, I try to give people my thoughts, and, like, it's not only just, like, on personal matters, it's whenever we're planning something, everyone always just shoots down my plans immediately. They act like I don't know anything.
It's not that we shoot them down just to shoot them down. For example, your thing with the sending thing. It's just a matter of, oh, in that case, we did see a few loopholes, and unfortunately, there are a little too many for the plan to really work. But that's not to say that it may not work later. We do things as we go.
Yeah, but every time, if there's even a small problem, people just rip it apart. I'm worried about Six, and I don't know, I feel like no matter what I try, when it comes to trying to make people feel better, they just don't, I don't know, they just don't take me seriously.
You do know that she cares about you just as much as you do, though, right?
I know, I know she cares, I just don't think I don't think anyone just thinks I know anything.
It's not that. You have your advice and you have your experiences, Varric. I'm sorry that it seems like we're brushing it off, but really, again, it's just a matter of differences in thought process.
I suppose, but still, it's just...
And it's also, as much as we want to be able to find a smile, for example, both of us really, for example, try to help Success to make her feel better. Sometimes our advice isn't what she needs. You know?
I suppose. I guess it's, I don't know, it's just... Like I said, I just want people... I want to help people. But I don't think I can until... I feel like people just look at me and they think, here's this pompous rich kid who came from a good family who never worked a day in his life, and I mean, it's simply not true. My family actually, before my father became a famous painter, we lived in the South. We didn't have much money. We were a humble family. We didn't have much until my father's art career started taking off, and then my mother could afford to go back to school, learn a bit about financing, and then it was really off to the races, but...
You don't think any of us actually think of that of you, right?
I mean, I know I can come off a little snobbish at times, but...
We don't think you're pompous. You have one of the biggest hearts on this group. We all know that. And every time you try to give advice and look out for us and, dote over us, it's really all coming out of love and care.
I don't know. I just feel people don't... Again, I just don't think people take me seriously. I don't know whether they just
see a short, funny little man and think I'm just here to have a laugh or have a fit or something like that, and then or maybe they just see someone who's not experienced in the realm of tragedy or adventuring, and they just don't. They think I'm, I don't know, inexperienced or young and just can't and have everything to learn and nothing to teach. But I don't think that's true. I think
And it's not true. I mean, the inexperienced part, yes, there's still things you are learning along the way, and unfortunately, a lot of them are tragedies in itself. To be honest, no one ever should really have to know about the horrors that we've seen, and this is your first time around really experiencing those.
yeah.
But that doesn't make any of your knowledge invaluable. There are things that we can learn from you. For example, still learning to smile. Sometimes we forget, and you're able to do that for us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just I can't do as much for this group. You, Klaus, Grimson, you're all incredible fighters. Six has her powers, and all I can do is insult people and heal you a little bit. I'm not as good as a healer as Mr. Scarlet is. I'm not a warrior like you lot. I don't have as much combat abilities as Kovacs did in the terms of the arcane. I can't do much.
You're making your standard really high, mate. I mean, even
just
with
trying
me
to
where
make
I'm now, back then I was in a similar position. And given I still, frankly, am struggling with similar mentality, but you just have to keep improving. It's just like Six, she was feeling similar to you, even Grimston feeling he's not doing enough, but you work with what you have, and if you want to get better, you just have to keep training, keep doing it. I didn't get the way I am now unless I, got my ass kicked plenty of times. I can't even count anymore. It was just some, broody asshole kid who didn't fucking know what he was doing. Still don't, but,
I mean, let's be honest here, you're naturally strong, but no, one of the things that worries me is that I know Grimson can cast a bit of magic, but I don't know what his specialty is, and with Scar being gone, I feel as though I have to take on more of that healing responsibility, but then we also need things that help us get by the other problems, like sending has been proven to be quite valuable. And there are other spells like it that I want to learn, but I don't know if I'll have the time to master them all. And then there's other spells that might be more efficient in combat, but I don't want to hurt someone again like I did before.
Varric,
I
Varric, you don't need to be anybody or try to be anything but yourself. If you want to learn something, if you think it'll be useful and you'll actually enjoy it, do it. But forcing yourself again to these standards, to things that you are not, trying to make yourself a brutal killer when you are not, which is not a bad thing at all. Exactly.
But
then don't force yourself to become one.
I'm not. I'm just saying. Like I said, I don't know where Grimson draws his power from. I know Mr. Scar had a good understanding of magic, but it was more in the divine realm. Mine's based in the arcane, which means it's more about a breakdown of knowledge and how to manipulate it. I just feel, I don't know, responsible for being able to provide that, and oftentimes, more than not, I don't have the answers.
Well then, just ask. Ask and learn. I mean, I had been curious about where Grimson gets his powers and possibly training in that. I know jack shit about magic, but that doesn't mean I can't try.
I
The
mean,
same
I
goes
could
for you.
I mean, I could teach you kind of more the basics, the ideas of how to manipulate the fibers of the arcane weave that layers the entire multiverse. I could teach you those things. I actually got a minor in arcane theorem. Did I ever tell you that?
I mean, I didn't go to college, so I didn't know anything about major and minors, but sure, I'd be interested in learning.
Well, it's more. I'll get back to that another time, but how about you? Are you doing okay? I know you just went through a lot. I know it. I recognized your face, and I saw bittersweet on it. Are you okay?
I'm both okay and not okay. I have accepted the situation that I've in long ago. And I've also am still grieving. But the thing is, I am okay with the fact that I'm okay. Which I think, well, some of us here need to learn how to deal with, in a sense, to accept when you do need help, when you do need to speak up. But, I mean, I'm not gonna try to force that into anybody. That's for them to learn on their own.
No, as I told Six, I find it's best to confront your problems head on. It's why I force myself to paint things I'd rather forget about, such as our battle with Peter's monster and Vanillin.
Well, again, she may confront her problems head on by herself. But, again, sometimes it's timing, sometimes it's wording, sometimes it's the relationship with someone. And he nods over to where the two have been headed. We'll see where they go. But in the end, that's something that she has to decide for herself. And all we can do is our best to give her support, because she may think that she might be, she's a lot of unknowns.
I know, but listen, I know I can't force her to do anything, and I told her as much, that she can take my advice or leave it, it's up to her, but I want her to at least feel comfortable talking to me. I mean, we've known her for so long, and I feel she talks a bit, but I don't know. I feel like, and keep this between me and you.
Right.
Ever since Klaus got here, she grew attached to him almost immediately, and started opening up to him more than any of us. And I just wonder if I failed as her friend at some point.
You haven't. Again, sometimes some people just know how to click better with others. They just know where the right ticks are. And, at the end of the day, that's really her decision to make, not ours. I mean, as much as I also would love for her to be able to open up to me, and, we can have our talks sort of like how we do and be open with each other. If she doesn't feel comfortable doing that with us despite our best intentions, then there's not much we can do except, again, give her support. And in time, maybe she'll see how much we've been giving her support, and maybe she'll grow more comfortable talking with us. But until then, I think it's best to not have expectations of someone's reaction. You simply take them as they come. For example, with Klaus, sure, he has a grumpy disposition, but you give him time and openness, then he'll open up, and that's how I saw him smile. So, it just depends. Okay, but know that you are just as valued in this group as anyone else, and I know it's hard when the victories, even the smaller ones, don't seem to be adding up, but you are needed here. You've been doing more good than you realize, just like I told you last night.
I thank you, Tenzing.
Of course.
I just hope to be able to contribute as much as everyone else.
We'll work on that together. I hope to do more, and you hope to do more, so, we'll figure something out. I was actually thinking, I don't know, at some point I was considering maybe even kicking my habit of sleeping in and doing some more running. I used to do that in the mornings,
Really?
Yeah. When I was alone, I'd leave my camp and I'd just run. Just to get my heart rate going, get into shape, especially when I wasn't as bulky as I am now. I had work to do, and so that's what I did, and, me being worried about getting sloppy, I figure maybe it's about time I pick that up again. But, again, we'll work on that together.
Okay.
Right, and he puts his hand on his back and gives him the brotherly shake of just kind of like metaphorically shaking out the anxiousness in him with a smile.
Varric just goes in for the hug.
Yeah, okay, he goes in for the hug too. And he gives him an extra assuring squeeze. Well, you better eat your food. I mean, I don't think Klaus would want any of this to get cold.
Right, and before Varric lets go, he's just going to say, I think of you as a brother, right?
Yeah, my brother as well. That's something I haven't had in a long time. So thank you for seeing me as family.
I've never really had a brother. I've never had siblings before. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, you have an older sibling over there. He smirks knowingly.
I still think I am the oldest. More so at this point to annoy her than anything else, as siblings I am told are ought to do. But, like I said, I'm still getting used to Klaus and Grimson, but you two especially, and I'd even consider this for Mr. Scar, where, this back on Nostalgia. You've lot become a family. Very quickly to me. You're all very kind in a way, and I care about all of you deeply. And hey, once we get back up to Vatal Rock, I can show you the guild, and I can introduce you to my mother. And if we ever head down to Vatal Rock, I have a ton of extended family down there. I may be a single.
I'm sure they're all as wonderful as you are.
Well, my parents were both kind of the black sheep in their families. From what I am told.
As you goes to talk about your family in the South, we'll do a quick flop, and then we can flop back if you want to talk more on that.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. About wine time. Klaus to follow after 6, who is quote unquote power walking towards the horses, but there's clearly sort of a pained wobble, but she catches herself before trying to continue a bit more carefully and slowly walking in that direction.
Klaus will catch up to her pace and just kind of quietly asks, sorry, 1 second. Twin's voice almost activated. 1 second. I was just like, I felt that growl coming in.
Legion!
But no, he's just. Hey, slow down. Hold on. Do you mind if I talk to you for a second?
Still kind of walking. She eyes still forward. She says, "So now you want to talk." And then as soon as she says it, she sort of just kind of gives this long sigh and comes to a stop, and it's just like, "Sorry. Yes. Yeah. All right."
Well, for starters, I wanted to thank you for gathering that information for me. Turns out that I needed the entire fucking recipe, but that's besides the point. I wanted to, yesterday, I admit, I wanted to apologize. That night, when you had caught me, I was a bit emotionally raw. When you had come to talk to me, you had seemed very upset, and I was tired and a bit upset myself after what had happened. So I fear that I have kind of stepped down early, which is irresponsible of me.
She gives a long sigh, a set look, sort of a frustration that's been on her face since the start of the morning, settling more to a tired one. She shakes her head. Not your responsibility, Klaus. You're not my parent. You don't have to apologize.
That's not what I'm trying to say. It's just, you know, it's not my responsibility, but I mean, we sort of made a pact as far as it came to watching out for one another, so I just wanted to make sure that I upheld that part. I'm not very good with words, so sorry if I'm coming off a little bit cryptic.
I'm about to say something that's a little childish, so bear with me. You know, despite all the crap that has been going on, despite pretty much feeling like crap, I won't lie, I was really looking forward to helping you with that, you know. God, I sound like a fucking child. But
Cooking?
helping you with the surprise, like we had talked about. You said I could help, and we could both surprise the lot of them, and it'd be all good fun.
I had. Look, I've become a bit of a hypocrite. I had, after the entire day of saying not to be presumptuous, I had presumed that you were a bit upset, so I decided to step away unknowingly.
Ugh, it's weird. It's like as he's talking about these things and as he's like kind of going through these realizations, acknowledgments, and whatnot, it's like every once in a while when he tries to say something that is close to what's the word, intimate, he kind of freezes a little bit. But even then, he pushes out each word.
I, at least from what I can remember, I had really only wanted for you to scout for the information. I didn't know that you wanted to set up the entire surprise as well.
You offered it, and I agreed.
Must have not have explained myself well enough then. It's not childish. It's not. That's my blunder. I even, how do I put it?
For a moment, he kind of like takes his hand to his nose and kind of pinches the bridge of his nose and just
Class think. Can you permit me something?
Sure.
Can we, for a moment, go back to yesterday night when you were telling me we can sit down, have this conversation? I was a bit clouded. Misjudgments were being thrown about, and I don't think I was readily available to actually listen at that time. I am now.
Her shoulders kind of slump a bit. She glances off in the direction of where Tenzing and Varric are talking and back at him. I don't want to ruin the good fun you're having now.
It's...
emotions creeping.
Talking to you won't ruin anything. The rest, they're enjoying their meal, that's for sure, but this is more important than a meal.
Oh. Her gaze looks back again in the direction of where they had been heading towards the horses. She kind of lets this sink in for a moment. And then immediately that the expression of shifting between frustration and neutral just starts to crumble, and she bites her lip really hard. Oh. Do you actually mean that? You're not just saying it? God, I'm sorry.
he kind of, the moment that he sees this build up, his shoulders kind of drop a little bit as his eyebrows furrow. Of course I do. Even if... Fuck. I don't have friends. For the longest amount of time, chasing after what I would pursue after didn't matter, never did. But in this particular case, I'm not good with words right now, so let's just entertain a situation in which I happen to care about your well-being. Let's entertain the idea that upon seeing you downtrodden before, it's been difficult for me to think about very much else other than everyone else also being rather downtrodden. And let's also consider the fact that, frankly, seeing you upset kind of makes me upset. And it really makes it difficult to enjoy a morning when you happened to also be downtrodden. To steal Tenzing's words, yes, I do care. I do mean it.
She looks at him again at that, and then finally her expression just sort of full-on crumbles into full-on crying, and she wipes at her eyes, is just like, I'm sorry, I've been trying so hard to keep it in. And I've been doing the meditating, hoping that might help if I push it aside, or anything else. And I was ready to talk last night, but as you said, I did not know that your mind was not in the right set, but from my line of thinking, I thought I was just going back to the same where I'm just quiet and in the background, and I'm not supposed to care or tell anything, and I was really scared that I was going to fall back into that mindset again, because you have always been really nice with acknowledging me there, and I thought I was getting brushed aside yet again.
Klaus walks over kind of next to her and kind of drapes an arm kind of across her back, the hand resting on the other side of her shoulder as a bit of a sideways hug for just like a quick bit before a natural progression. He kind of goes ahead and brings the both of them down onto the ground, kind of to where they're kind of sitting next to one another, leaning on one another. And
She's sobbing while he does this.
in a similar motion, he kind of goes ahead and kind of clutches the top of her head with this hand that was previously on her shoulder, and just says, pushing away sensation is necessary for meditation, but it's destructive for self-growth. There are times when you should distract, to take away all distractions, and there are other times when you have to feel it. That being said, I apologize
for making you feel that way. It wasn't my intention to necessarily push you away. I just... I'm not very good at... not very good when it comes to connections with other people. So, as far as accidentally hurting feelings, it happens more often than, frankly, I would hope so. And I fear that it has affected you in that case, and I apologize for that. But I can at least assure you this. You're not going to fade into the background, not ever again. Even before you had a voice, you had a voice. I told you this before, and I'll tell you it again. Somehow, even when you couldn't speak, I was able to understand you better than the rest of them. You're... I believe the term is larger than life. Not sure if that's the correct one, but...
I'm supposed to be crying, not laughing.
Well, if one thing I've learned from emotions is that they kind of fucking suck and are unpredictable. So I don't think there's exactly a rule book to follow here, now is there?
No fucking kidding. Damn it. And even though she continues crying, she does give in to his gesture a bit, leaning a bit into him just to rest her head against his shoulder, her hand still against her face as she tries to wipe away these tears. I'm sorry.
Do not be. You see, it's one thing when you are pushing away other different types of smaller thoughts, but there were times when I would become so upset that I would be unable to meditate until I had processed those. Meditation, it can bring still, but it's no different than an umbrella in a storm. It protects your head, maybe, but the rest of your body is still going to get washed. You need to deal with those other things before you can move on. I speak from experience. Oh, well, let's say I'm still learning in that regard.
I guess we're both a bit of a mess then, huh?
That is true. Yeah, I would say so. But I can tell you one thing. I don't know what you consider to be signs of weakness or something. But being upset, that's not a problem. You're allowed to get upset. I know I come off as rather unemotional, and for the most part, that is true. I am rather jaded to a lot of things.
You never.
Kind of doesn't rustle her hair, but just kind of moves his hand just a little bit. Yeah, well, you still feel happiness, sadness, fear, anger. I'm still human. A person. More than anything. And so are you. I'm sorry. I'm rambling at this point. Um, my objective was to make you feel better, but then I guess I made you cry, but now I kind of made you laugh. So I'm not exactly sure where I am on this progress meter of mine.
He has like a look of legitimate confusion on his face. It's like, am I doing a good job?
Even though she's still wiping her face, he'd be able to feel her body shake a bit in laughter as well. Well, before coming over here on a scale of 1 to 10, I was probably at a 2. At least at a 6, maybe 7, or 7 now, at the very least.
Why did you cut your hair?
Giving one more wipe at her eyes, she lowers her hands from her face and reaches up to fiddle with some of the strands. Like I said last night, what with what I saw, well, the only reason I've been continuing to dress and look the way I was when they found me was because I figured somewhere, anywhere out in the world, there had to have at least been one person looking for me or expecting me, but there isn't. And I can't continue hoping for something that isn't there. I got to move forward. As much as I don't want to admit it, I sort of figured that this would be the case.
When you have a complicated past, sometimes it disables you from being able to return back to it the way in which you wish you could. But it's in those times often that you need to find some sort of purchase. If you let yourself get swept up by the wind, there's a chance that you'll never land back down. So, the way I see it, right? You are your own person. And I know that you may want these answers from your past or something. But while others have connections and ghosts, demons from their pasts, in a way, you can almost say that you don't have that same ailment, not to the same degree. Of course, in between places with these memories of yours, but what I'm trying to say here is your present and future matter much more. From what it sounds like, you've been preventing yourself from really, truly acting as yourself in hopes that one day this expectation will save you. I can speak from personal experience that sitting around waiting for this miracle to happen, that's never a good idea. No different from a farmer who's on his knees praying, hoping for that rainstorm that was supposed to occur 2 weeks ago. If you continue to sit on your knees and pray, all you're going to do is starve yourself. At some point, you have to get up and move, and from what it sounds like, you've made that decision. Six.
Hmm.
Where did you get that name?
It was the only thing I could remember. 6 just repeated over and over again in my head. So I figured it must be my name.
What if you picked a new name? Finally said fuck all with who you are.
She, still remaining in his sort of half embrace, she lifts her head off his shoulder to look at him. Sort of a furrowed brow, like she never really considered it before. A different name.
You know, Klaus is a derivative of my longer name is Nikolaus. I only go by Klaus now. After my master found me and everything. It's the name that I truly identify with.
Klaus is.
It's Nikolaus was someone very, very different. But Klaus is who I chose to be.
Who you chose to be. She kind of looks down at the ground at that. A new name.
Want a suggestion?
Sure. What did you think?
Well, common, the language, because of the way that it works and because it's so widespread. There are small dialects and everything. It's cause of accents and whatnot. Where I come from, there's a small bit of dialect, meanings and other things, but there is a name. Alexis. First glance, it doesn't seem like too much, but given your case, I thought of it because it means helper or defender.
There's a moment of silence. And then even though her eyes are still sort of irritated from all the crying, a sort of small smile comes to her face. Well, it's better than the first thing I thought, which was 7, because 6 is afraid of 7. You're supposed to laugh at that. No,
No,
actually
sorry.
don't.
Currently, I'm wanting to throw something at Tenzing because I had realized that at the end of Alexis, it's just 6 backwards. So, if you want to make number puns, go fuck on right ahead. But I guess there's a bit of a poetic justice happening there. Flip the name on its head and give it a new meaning.
Alexis. It is a pretty name.
You sure? I'm pretty sure 7 is better. He has a cheeky little smile that's appeared on his face.
She gives like a god damn it you sort of pat against his chest at that. Aren't you supposed to be the one that sort of smacks me for the stupid jokes?
I'm the teacher, you're the student. I can get away with this shit.
That's not fair.
Life isn't fair.
Fuck.
But it's just a suggestion. I don't expect you to make a sudden change, but I thought with the hair thing. And his eyes kind of go from a bit more elated to something a bit not darker, but more subtle. I refuse to allow my past to control my actions. I know that I have my demons, that's for sure, but I actively fight them every day.
So it's a never-ending battle, then.
I have not reached what would be called a finish line, so to speak, yet. But if I can say one thing, I haven't found it yet, but I do know in some cases it gets easier. No one ever said life was supposed to be easy, especially with the line of work that we have.
But at the very least, it looks like we've both got people to help push us to that finish line.
That's part of what makes it easy.
Thanks for all of this and for helping push me to that finish line.
He kind of raises a hand and kind of scratches the back of his head. He kind of, at first, looked like he was going to say something kind of unrelated, but he kind of reels it back and, of course.
And, you know, normally I sort of ask permission for this sort of thing, but if I do, you're going to say no, so at the very least, please do not hit me too hard. And she'll turn and give him a firm hug, similar to how she had done to Tenzing earlier, just a firm hug. Thank you, Klaus.
I feel like at first he was kind of caught off guard as suddenly his torso was enveloped in arms, but given the situation of the moment, I suppose he wouldn't really mind, as he kind of takes a hand from her head and kind of wraps it around her shoulder, kind of resting it on her bicep. Not a squeeze, but a hold. And he just kind of rolls his eyes a bit, and he's just, yeah, no problem.
And staying there, clearly taking advantage until she does get smacked or something, she remains there, she speaks and says, I didn't get to ask earlier, but did Urkel help?
A little bit. I normally wake up a lot more aggressively, but this time when I started to wake, it was before any of the bad things happened.
Well, not exactly warm milk, but I'm glad it helped at least a little bit. Perhaps we might be able to convince Varric to lend him more.
I wouldn't want to impose.
Oh no, none of that. I was doing that earlier and you told me to stop, so I'm going to tell you to the same.
Well, I suppose, but you know, Varric and I have had a bit of a rocky start, and I'm not exactly sure how he views me.
Varric is very much used to a certain type of person. What with traveling all over the place, you sort of think he might be accustomed to more personalities, but he definitely seems to have a preference for a very specific sort of personality type. I think he just needs a bit more time to get used to you. And just like the rest of us, he'll see that you are a great person.
Alright, time's up.
Like I said, I am doing this until I am hit or
5,
something.
4,
You can't scare me!
3,
She grips harder.
2, 1. Alright, you asked
Shuts
for
her
it.
eyes really tight.
He waits.
She peeks an eye open, still clutching tight.
He just a bit of a smirk comes to his face. He just kind of shakes his head a little bit.
You're insufferable.
You're welcome. And she'll give one more very firm squeeze of a hug, raising her hand actually to sort of brush against the back of his head and sort of a caress, and then backs up and very shakily stands back up. Offers him a hand to help him up.
Yeah, he accepts. That being said, when they actually do get up, though, because he doesn't do empty threats,
Fuck.
she will feel a low. She will first feel a low hum, which she recognizes as his key, kind of beginning to ring in her ear as a jolt of pain flashes through her arm in the form of, like, very similar to getting buzzer handshaked.
Is she able to rip her hand free, or is he clutching on?
No, he's clutching on.
Ow, 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 ow. Okay, close. Ow, ah.
Alright.
And he lets go.
Ah.
Don't worry, it's not actually harmful.
She glowers for a second, and yeah, you know what? She's gonna try, actually. She immediately snags his hand, and she's gonna try to do the same.
Oh my fucking god. It's not even a thing that's possible yet for her.
Yeah, no. She rolled a 9, so she grasps his hand, and he's literally just staring at her, like, with a super focused expression on her face, just, like, tongue sticking out. She's focusing really hard. Come on, and then grips with her other hand. Come on! Damn it!
He just stares down, and then,
Are you done yet?
lets his hand go and stares at her hand as if it betrayed her.
What he does is that after he is released, he's just like, see, you're just not at that level too. And then he begins to fake convulse.
What? You guys actually make a deception check. Oh, she rolled a 13 in insight. Klaus! Oh god, did I actually overdo it? Are you alright? No, Klaus, seriously, are you okay?
Klaus stills for a moment as he just like stops and like motionless, eyes closed and everything all dramatic like.
What?
And then an eye pops open.
You are a right bastard sometimes. Even though she's glowering, there is a smirk on her face.
I will say, if Eric saw Klaus just fall over like that, he'd immediately start running over.
He didn't fall over.
Yeah, he was. Oh no, yeah, he would have fallen over. Yeah.
Fell over. All right. As Six sees Varric running in their direction, she looks down at him, keeping her voice low so that there's no ears listening in. Just this a mixture of like a fond smile, but also like "God damn you, that was terrible" sort of look on her face, as she says, "And as I promised during our meditation session, Klaus, you are a wonderful cook. There's your one for the day." And
1 year of my life just flew away.
she gives a cheeky grin just as Varric is coming back over with a panicked look on his face. He's not dead.
What happened? Why did he fall over? Is he okay?
Nothing. She channeled the fullest extent of her ki, turned it into electrical energy, and I felt my heart palpitate as I fell over.
Do I believe this shit?
I will say that after Klaus says that, Six is just sort of like, I am a key master now, and just holds her like a kung fu pose, and I will allow deception with advantage.
Oh my god.
Okay, no, that'd be okay. If that were me, it'd be disadvantage, and you know it.
Oh, please,
Oh,
you're
God.
acting like it's hard to beat.
You're acting like I have a high insight.
You might still
Touche.
beat this. It's not a bad one, not a difficult one to beat. Let's see. What's your insight? Oh god.
Oh no.
You get the sense that Six really seems to have tapped into her abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Even without the advantage, you still would have lost.
Yeah. 11 and a
Alright.
14.
You see Six sort of make this like ha ha kind of like smacking the air sort of motion. Wha-da!
Just
I'm
because
really
Klaus
happy.
can't.
On this.
Okay,
Just
listen.
because
There's a
Klaus can't
point
help
where
it.
there's a point where it's just like, even if I rolled a low insight, there's still a part of me that's like, no.
What are
You
saying,
just can't
Judah?
make it out. Just because Klaus can't help it as she's doing these poses, literally what he's gonna do is just kind of move his foot in the right area in one of these incorrect ass poses, just to get her to fall forward. But he's gonna catch her.
God damn it, bastard!
Saying this,
In
Eric
her
is just-
wobbling leg, you guys see Klaus's foot just kind of inch out to topple her over. It doesn't even take a kick; it's just a light nudge, and she is down. Thankfully, caught
Eric is-
before she smacks her head on the ground.
Yeah.
Eric is just gonna, with a very tired expression, just say, "I'm glad you're feeling better. I'll see you later." And he's gonna go back to his breakfast.
Wait, Varric, 1 second.
Mm.
And moving her way out of the Klaus's grasp for catching her, she stands up to face you guys. The joking look falling to more of a apologetic smile as she says, "I'm sorry for being a right brat for the past number of hours."
I mean, it's in your nature, so obviously that's something you can't always fight.
Tenzing, this is supposed to be the part where you're like, no, you're never like that, Six, you're wonderful.
Oh, you're wonderful, but you're also a giant brat. And he gives her a shit-eating grin.
Takes one to know one.
Can I ask
Well,
you
first of all, just because you're right doesn't mean you have to say it out loud. And lightly nudges him on the floor.
What was that, Bert?
Can I ask you something?
Hmm?
Have I been a bad friend to you at some point?
What makes you say that?
I don't know. You, at times, just seem fed up with me.
It's not that I'm fed up with you, Varric. It's more... she moves to sort of kneel down so that she's not looking down at him, more semi-eye level now. Back on that cliff that we sat by, towards the end, yes, I was very grateful and touched by what you told me, but at the same time, I had told you before, Varric, that I wasn't exactly doing great, and I wanted time alone, and you didn't exactly respect that wish, and approached me to talk about the things that were bothering you. And I'm always more than happy to help, of course, but I was really not in the mindset to help. And she glances at Klaus from the corner of her eye at that, and giving him an apologetic look too, and then looking at Varric. It is mostly that, Varric, if someone sort of asks for something rather than push, sort of let it be, you know?
Yeah,
If I seemed annoyed, that is the only reason why, but towards the end of our conversation, I was relieved to hear what you told me.
Well, I just wanted to... I don't know, I wanted... You said you were pushing away something, and that made me worry. So I want to always give a piece of myself before I try to ask for a piece of you or anyone else. Bless you. I don't think it's fair for me to ask you to give away a part of yourself without me first giving you insight into me. So if me talking about what I was thinking about seemed selfish, I apologize. It's just, I only feel it's fair.
It's not so much that bothered me, Varric. It was more just... I asked for some space, and you said you would give it to me, but I only had a few minutes before you came over.
You had an hour. I painted a painting before I talked to you.
You were still within the vicinity, Varric. Even if I'm not facing you, I could feel you there.
Well, was I really that close to you? I was over probably, 20 meters away? I was trying to give you space.
If you remember, Varric, when that entire situation was going down, when I was looking at you, I was trying to discourage you from pursuing her at that exact time.
Listen, I'm sorry if I did not respect your boundaries. It's just... For me, I like it when people check
check up on me and see how I'm doing. It helps me know that they care. And for me, knowing that people will go out of their way to make sure I'm okay is what makes me feel better.
And
And talking about things and confronting them is how they make me feel better, so I wanted to
I
do
know
that for someone else.
I know that, Varric, but
I'm sorry.
she reaches out to rest a hand against his cheek and then against his shoulder. I know that, Varric, but not everyone is you.
I know that. It's just I want to help as much as I can, but I don't know how. No one ever. It's nothing.
Varric,
It's fine.
It's not saying
no.
nothing.
I want to say something. A good point that I've learned myself is that not everyone is made for everyone. I've already told you this, but you have a very good heart. That is the basis of basically anyone who ever wants to make any type of good change. But the thing is that a good heart alone can't carry you through every single situation. There are some people that I could talk to that would listen to me, and there are others that would not give me the time of day. That being said, those same people that would not give me the time of day are people that Tenzin could reach. I'm not
Listen, it's
saying.
just
Go ahead.
no one ever asks me for my advice. I always pipe up. I'm always the one to start the conversation, but no one wants my advice. No one asks how I'm doing until I've already shown that I'm very not good. I want to be there for other people, and I want to feel like people can count on me. To feel like I want people to know that I care, and I want them to feel like they can come to me. Everyone
That
always goes
is
to someone else.
that is the type of stuff that happens naturally.
No, but I feel like no matter what I do, it either ends in failure or or no one takes it seriously.
I'm
I
sorry
was
to
serious.
say. Go ahead.
Well, like earlier, I was serious about my plan about sending a message to, Jester there, Damien Jester, and seeing if we could trick him to drinking some, sedatives. I thought it was a good idea. If I felt confident in my ability, if I felt like I gave a good ruse, I felt like we could have pulled it off and maybe, got him to come to us. Granted, he's tricky, but the sedative I'm talking about worked on us despite Scar's magic, Leon's elven heritage. Like, it beat all of our countermeasures, and I thought we could use that, but everyone thought it was just a terrible idea, and they shot it down quickly, and
Well, it's like I said, Varric, earlier.
I know, it was a bad plan, but it's
No, it's not that it's a bad plan. We saw some holes in it simply because we really don't know how this person functions. That doesn't mean down the line we can't use this plan. We're essentially getting information on him first, and then, who knows, maybe your plan actually may be the best course of action. I guess we just don't know yet. We're taking precautions because, like with Peter, we really didn't have a lot of information. That's what got us there in the first place as well.
But the problem is we're not going to get any information unless we can track him down, and I figured this might be the best way to do it. And
Here's the thing.
But, listen, it's not the point. The point is,
whenever I try to suggest something, people either blow it off or just tear it apart. I want to be useful. I want to help, but I feel like I can't. I feel like I have no value here. I try to make people feel better, but they never... But no one ever comes to me for advice or for comfort. I want to make people, the only thing I can do is heal your wounds slightly and
Varric,
whatnot, and send you messages. I can't do anything for you.
Varric, I believe very much just based off of what I've seen and heard from your actions and talks with people, it's not that people aren't listening to you or feeling better after you talk to them. It's just, I believe you're upset because you're not getting the specific response that you want.
I just want people to feel like they can come to me.
But it's like...
That's the thing, Varric, like, using earlier as an example again, had I been given some time to sort of think my thoughts over, I would have gone to you to ask for some help, but as things progressed and certain things happened, my mood worsened, and I honestly was just not in the mood to talk to anyone until literally forced in that instance. But when it comes down to being able to know when the time is right to offer your help.
I should also mention, you do seem to have a habit when it comes to tunnel visioning on plans, ideas, and outcomes. There have been times where you would suggest things, and for a moment there, if I were to really look at you, it feels as though you did not see any type of flaw within the ways in which a plan can go. I've seen optimists, but sometimes it feels as though you expect something out of a situation, and when something else does not happen, something else happens, it surprises.
Well, no, I understand that there can be flaws in plans, but again, it's just... I don't know, it's just no one... I feel like the moment people start criticizing it, it doesn't matter what I say from then on, and I don't.
I can't speak for other people, but Varric, you have helped me a number of times. Honestly, when many times I was sort of just feeling my worst, things that you said lifted me up quite a bit. More specifically, back at the hotel when I was in my room, you told me that you felt that I was like family to you, and in that moment, I think I really needed to hear that. I didn't realize how badly I needed to hear that. Especially with everything that is going on now with past stuff. Knowing that the lot of you are here and hearing it from your mouth really helps. And like I said before, when talking on the cliff towards the end of our conversation is when your words did help, and you said that you cared about me and loved me, and again, it was something I didn't realize just how badly I needed to hear. And the same goes for all of you as well. I love you, Varric, and Klaus, and Tenzing, and Grimson as well. He's part of the family, even if I'm still haven't had the chance to talk with him much yet. But even if we don't outright tell you or show it, you have been helping.
And I think part of this is also just communicating what it is you want. If you want us to check in on you, then that's what we'll do. But as we're still figuring each other out, even families who've been with each other for many years, there's still things to learn. And if checking in on you makes you feel more validated, that's what we'll do for you because we care. We do love you. And even with the talk and you checking in on me earlier, and he nods over to the fire where they were sitting on before, and even before then, you checked on me then, it meant a lot to me. Again, as I've said, you have more power than you realize, but you need to let yourself look at it. Come here. And he goes over to hug him.
Six does the same.
Thank you. Beric will just look up. So you're not coming.
Yes,
Again.
he is.
That's not my thing, unless all of you would like to get shocked.
Alright, hold on 1 second, and
Come on,
Tenzing
Tenzing.
lifts both of them up and then flops over Klaus, who I think is still on the floor.
Klaus is gonna, Six is
No,
gonna try to make a
he's
grab for
standing
his
up.
wrist to stop him.
Come over here.
Snatch away.
No, don't force him.
He's gonna say, I will start swinging.
Don't force him.
Only because
That's
Varric is saying so.
It's nothing
Yeah,
It's nothing personal. It's just
I'm sorry if we haven't gotten the best along.
no.
You
It's
know,
it's
I
not.
don't think you're a bad guy, right?
It's not that. It's just
What?
closeness can make me uncomfortable on different occasions. So I just try to avoid it whenever I can. So it's
Well-
not personal.
Oh no, you've always seemed very... You don't seem to like to interact with me, especially when I'm in a more upbeat mood.
Well, it depends. In past times, when it comes to your more upbeat mood, oftentimes, well, for example, when you played the prank on me, I didn't necessarily appreciate that at that time, especially because, I mean, I had barely knew you. In fact, frankly, even toying around with Six, or kind of thinks about that new name, but kind of pockets it for later. Like, even then, it was only until I got to know her better that I was a little bit more comfortable in that case. I don't hold any animosity towards you, but at first, frankly, and I'm just being honest, I did think that you were just a pompous asshole. But later,
I
inside
look
of the
over at Tenzing
mission,
and say, told you.
He said at first, let him finish.
but later, when you actually do peel towards your more emotional layers, I can see an actual person. You sometimes do kind of hide behind your ideas of being completely nonchalant. When I first met you, of course, you were a little bit downtrodden due to the loss of your friend, but otherwise, you kind of pretended like you didn't have a care in the world. And I don't trust many people like that.
It's not
But
that I pretend. It's not that I pretended I didn't have a care in the world. It was that I was trying to stay positive at that time. There's a difference between ignoring your problems and dealing with them later. I don't run away from my problems. I face them. And
Speaking
I'll pull
from
out and Varric will just pull out the battle from that we had against the Venalil, and it's just like, I don't feel good until I face my problems. This is how I do it, or at least one of the ways I do it.
Well, Varric, the thing is, there's a difference between running away from your problems and giving yourself time to process the problem and the emotions that it's caused. And sometimes some people need a little more time to process, and then they'll be open to deal with it and face it head forward.
I don't know. I've always been strong in my emotions, and I know if I let things get to the wayside, they'll eat at me really quickly.
That depends on how you deal with them. You haven't been adventuring as long as, well, Tenzing was a mercenary. There are aspects of this particular life that you aren't exactly the most adjusted to just yet.
Listen, it's not... I'm still learning how to be an adventurer, but I'm not blind to what's going on around me. I'm just trying not to let it change me at the core of my person. I want to see good and light and hope in the world. I want to believe it's a good place. It's just that sometimes it's just... I know there's troubles in the world and everyone has their sorrows and bad things happen to good people for no reason, but I don't want to lose that hope. I don't know what I'd do without it. It's my inspiration. It's my drive. It's me. I don't have that.
If
I let myself lose that. I don't know who I am anymore.
If every day was sunny, eventually this entire fucking place would be droughted. If it rained all day, it would get flooded. With the way that the weather is alongside the mood, both are necessary for balance. Sitting around and pretending to be happier, always seeing the good side of every single situation, that's not a bad thing to do, but it becomes bad when you begin to ignore the bad that is in there. Everyone needs time to rest, and if you, for example, after the fight with Avinalil, you can't just sit there and be like, yay, we defeated them. There was a whole bunch of terrible shit that had occurred that needs to be addressed and that needs to be acknowledged. If you just slap on a happy face and pretend like this was just another day, you prevent yourself from actually moving on.
But
I
I
mean,
don't do that.
look at you. You quite literally keep every moment with you in the form of pain.
Yes. It's how I process what's happened. It's how I cope. It's... Klaus, I was extremely upset after what happened with Vanderbilt.
It was an example. I wasn't using you particularly as an example.
But I do acknowledge there are bad things. I just try not to lose hope. That's what I'm getting at.
You don't have to. No one ever said that you had to lose hope. The only point that I was ever trying to drive home is that you don't need to pretend like everything's okay. Or even if you don't, actually, no. You don't have to pretend like everything's okay in order for you to not lose hope. There are others that acknowledge and see and feel how terrible everything is, but they still...
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Well, your entire thing, if I can try to wrap it up inside of a sort of summary, is you walk around with a candle in your hand, a light. You try to shine that light around others, and even when it gets windy, rainy, you still try to keep your light up. There is no shame when it gets put out, because when you get through a storm, you can put it right back up again. What I'm trying to say is, even if you have to feel the absolute gravity of a situation, even if you do feel sad, depressed, or anything else, eventually there will come a time where you can continue to do what you did before, and that is continue to be happy. What I'm saying is that yes, maybe you don't run away from your emotions. You made that very clear that one night that we had talked. But I find that you preserve feeling them at the wrong times. You shouldn't be afraid to not pretend. Pretending won't give you hope. In fact, like pretending, it's false. So, if anything, it will only give you false hope.
Klaus, I don't think I've ever really pretended to be something I'm not.
You just said that you try to always remain positive in these types of things, which means that, yes, while you see all of the terrible things that are happening around you, you are more or less grasping at straws to keep it a somewhat positive situation.
No, it's not necessarily that. It's... Yes, I try to always... I'm aware of my failures, and I know what they are. They eat at me. But I find that it's important, at least for me, to always try to... In a terrible situation, I can acknowledge it's a terrible situation. I do. I figured you have known that by now. After what happened with Vanderbilt.
Again, I do.
I don't, but I try to remain hopeful. Because for me, if I don't have that, I don't know who I am anymore. It's not that I'm ignoring my problems, it's not that I'm running away, it's not that I'm pretending to be, better off than I am. It's that I can see a light in the world when there should... I can see a light in the world in an otherwise dark world. Because I have that hope. I'm not saying that everything's always good and right, and I don't pretend that it is. We wouldn't be having this conversation if I did. For me, it's not about ignoring the faults in the world, it's about trying to remember that there are good things too, and trying to make sure that those good things get acknowledged. It's one of the reasons I'm a painter. It's to capture the world, both the good and the bad, and to show it to people. Get them to feel emotions, get them to think about things. Art is a medium in which can change the hearts and minds of thousands who witness it. I want to give myself to the world, and I want to make sure that the world can learn from the bad and enjoy the good. And so, yes, I try to stay positive. I try to look at good situations. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Because I want to because I do believe that, innately speaking, the world is better than we make it out to be. You can look at the full scale of things. You can look at things on a grand scale and see how society can be wrong and corrupt, its laws unjust.
But if you look at people, I find that more often than not, people are good. Even when they're put into systems that otherwise encourages them to do bad things.
I only have one more question for you then.
Alright?
With this belief system of yours, does that mean you are prepared to be repetitively put down when your theories are incorrect? From what I understand, that has applied previously with the Grand Priest. You wanted to believe that he was good, and then everything else happened.
Well,
Are you prepared for losses like that? Because that's the unfortunate thing. If you continue to believe in the best of other people, you will inevitably be put down very often because of that.
well, I can believe in the best of people, but I can also be prepared for other possibilities if I've given a reason to. The Archbishop, the mistakes I made with that, from what I had interacted with him at that point, I didn't really have a good reason to think that, or really any reason to think that he had malicious intent. We were just chatting at that point. Yes, he was bad, and yes, it did lead to bad things, but hoping for the best in people and not preparing myself for something bad and refusing to learn from my experiences are two different things. I can always hope that someone will make the right decisions. And sometimes I'll be disappointed, other times I won't. But if there's anything I've learned, it's to prepare. It's why I want to try to gather information. It's why I want to try to set up as many variables as possible. It's one of the reasons I came up with the plan I did for catching this guy was, if we can convince him to go to a location of our choosing, get him to maybe drink what we have to, make Tenzing and, say, Grimson invisible, so that way they can just pounce on him if he starts to try to walk away. Like I said, it was... I've learned that things may not always work out as you planned, but if you try to prepare properly, you could, at least at the very minimum, minimize the damage.
Returning back to the previous conversation with the plan, I do not know exactly why it was treated as something so much as personal. Plans hit or plans miss. I mean, even with what I had said before, I was simply looking at it from a tactical battle point of view.
Well, it's just
I have experience with that type of stuff, after all.
Well, it's just, like I said, I really want to contribute something, and every time I try to propose a course of action, I feel as though it gets shot down fairly quickly. At least when it comes to the bigger stuff.
It depends entirely on what you're trying to go for, to be honest. I can speak for the others, but I'm fair in just about everything that I do. If I think that the plan is good, I'll follow through with it. If I don't think so, I'll try to suggest something else. In your particular case, I saw it as a perfect means of throwing away the only advantage that we had, which was the element of surprise. Yes, he may have a general idea of who may be coming after him, but in this particular case, we would only be throwing away our only advantage. Now, if I were to completely ignore the fact that that would happen, objectively speaking, it would look like a good plan. It's deceptive, crafty, except the fact is that the person we are dealing with is also deceptive and crafty.
Which is why I don't want to fight him on his turf, on his terms.
Fighting on his turf would be being crafty as well.
No, I mean, like, if we were to chase him if we were to say to chase him onto the road somewhere, who knows if he's prepared traps, maybe set up places to, like, trip up our horses, that sort of thing. If we could get him
Yes.
to come to us and not give him the chance to prepare, I think that'd be an advantage to us. Listen, I don't want to talk about the plan anymore. I just want to say, I feel like I can't contribute as much to the group.
Unfortunately, that has a lot to do with how you personally feel and less to do with how reality is going about. You have the ability to boon the rest of us. You have the ability to influence the enemy. You have the ability to do a lot of things. In fact, a lot of things that the rest of us are incapable of. Because of that, you actively influence the way that the battles and everything go by. Yes, while talkativeness is not exactly my favorite trait in other people, you have a lot of charisma as far as it goes, so you're able to get what you want out of a lot of people, even if social cues aren't exactly your best. Calling yourself useless is very similar to calling my blades ineffective. Yeah, at first they may seem a little unintimidating, but if you get close enough and look close enough, they're actually extremely useful.
Listen,
I cannot sit here and suddenly make you view yourself in a completely different way, because it seems as though you've worked to get to this area to where you feel this deepened need to feel needed at all times. I don't know where that came from, but all I know is that is something that you're going to have to defeat at the end of the day. Because the fact is, you are useful, but if you keep on telling yourself that you're not, that's not going to change.
I don't know, what do you two think? During
Well,
10 and 6.
I said my part by the campfire, and basically everything that Klaus has said was my words. I don't know if you wanted a second opinion or not, but that was it. In the end.
Oh, go ahead.
In the end, Varric, it's up to you. And again, just because something doesn't go through doesn't mean that it wasn't helpful. The fact is, you still gave a suggestion. Could have said nothing. That's still contribution, even though it wasn't really taken within consensus. But yeah.
Adding on to that, I said my part. I agree quite a bit with a lot of what Tenzing and Klaus have said. I mean, it is one thing where I can tell you how I actually think and feel about how you've helped, but it's another thing entirely if you don't believe us. I believe that is sort of something you have to learn how to work out, Varric.
Like I said, I think what you all said is just, I just want to be more, I just want to be able to, I don't know, contribute more, that's all.
Alright, let's say pushing aside everything that was said, let's do under a scenario, which isn't a true scenario. She like reaches out to rest a hand on his shoulder. This is just a completely irrelevant scenario, but say that were the case. What you're saying is the truth, which it isn't, but let's say if it were, where you feel as if you are not contributing or helping or anything of the sort. Do you remember what, I mean, as upset as I was at the time, I did mean it when we spoke on the cliff. Remember what I mentioned earlier about even if you are not happy with what you are now, then work towards and strive towards the sort of person that you do want to be. Yes?
Klaus's eyebrow quirks a little bit at that.
Alright. It's just... I'm trying. It's just... Like I said.
I believe in you, Val.
I just... Thank you. Like I said, I just want to feel needed.
Take this from a person who actively uses their own body as a weapon. You can do all of the training that you want, but it won't mean anything if you don't change your perspective.
I know you can do
That's-
it, Jack.
With a bad perspective, it can make the strongest man feel like the weakest, and the weakest man the strongest. You are strong, but you don't seem to believe that. That's what you should work on.
And it's like I said earlier, you're holding yourself to a standard that is not you. You're holding yourself to a standard in which you have not trained in something. You're comparing yourself to Scar. He focused on becoming a cleric. That's why his healing is so good. Klaus and I have focused on our bodies, and that's why we can hit so well. You have focused on your arts and people skills and your arcane magic, and that's why you're so good at that. But if you're going to hold yourself to a standard that's not something that you had trained in, then you're setting yourself up for disappointment. And, like Six said, you want to get better, then you can work on it. And as I've said by the campfire, I didn't get to the place I am now unless I worked on it myself. We all started somewhere. None of us came to the place we are now without having to put our blood, sweat, and tears into it, as if you had with your work. None of us can paint like you can, but if we were to put our drawing standards to yours, in which we've never studied, then we're also going to feel like we're failures.
Alright. I think I get what you're saying, but... I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. I know
It's alright.
what to do.
You're part of the family, therefore your emotions are just as valid and deserving of attention. Don't apologize for it.
Exactly. And also, her gaze kind of flickers up back the way you guys had come from. It's probably better if we start heading back before all the hard work that Klaus has put in with the food goes to waste and it gets cold.
That is true. And
Speaking of which, Tenzin,
Hmm?
how was the dish?
smiles at him. Just like home. A bit different, but the warmth. Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, sorry, continue.
And as for you six, I'll try to not make the ice cream as liquidy that time. It's kind of difficult when we're in the middle of the fucking spring and everything is hot.
Sorry about
Isn't
that.
spring about over?
To be quite honest, I didn't really... She kind of looks off to the side. Actually sort of very much embarrassed now. She sort of thinks back on her actions and the way that she acted, and just a flush of embarrassment coming to her face as she sort of scowls at the ground, just like, with how I was acting before, I didn't really get to savor it. But I still have room, so I will fix that.
Also, how did you freeze ice cream out in the middle of here?
Oh, interactions as far as everything goes. If you find
he kind of like thinks about it and is just like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to explain the full extent of this thing, aren't I?
Why don't we save that for another day?
You could just say that he glosses over it for now.
Yeah, he basically glosses over the whole, thermodynamics of everything that goes on with water and salt, the extraction of liquid,
Yep.
the aspects of what yeah, the whole shindig.
Also,
You begin to wonder how Klaus, of all people, understands anything. You're a scholar and you're like, what?
And as
Now, if you explain it to him, he's like, "Oh, okay, I see what you mean." But then it's also like he's also thinking, he's like, "Did he just remember this verbatim?" And doesn't actually know what's going on?
as you guys get up to head back in the direction of the camp, before we wrap it up, just one last thing. As you guys are walking, you guys sort of hear off to the side from Six her going like,
Oh, before I forget, now that I'm a bit more pep in my step, a bit more cheery,
she takes a couple of steps ahead of the rest of you guys, turning on her foot, though with a bit of a wobble, but she seems to immediately catch herself, reminding herself that, she doesn't still have the strength in her legs back yet, but starts walking backward and raises her hands to sort of tussle just like poof, just right underneath where the cut line of her hair is as she grins at all of you. She's like,
what do you think now? How's it look?
lovely. Absolutely lovely. But
Well, I think it complements the shape of your body quite well, if I had to say.
That's a little creepy,
Yes.
Varric.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you were to pose
No,
with your
it's-
right foot
it's-
forward and
it's
then
the wording back. But
what?
It's
No!
the wording. It's the wording.
Listen, I am, and Varric's doing that thing where he like puts his arm, like makes the L shape with his fingers. Is like, yes, that could be a pretty good angle. I could see.
I need to fix the split ends. Looks like you cut it with a knife.
While this is happening, Klaus kind of goes ahead and just kind of speaks up to Six. Not in a hushed tone, but kind of a little bit quieter. It's just, so what about the name? What do you think?
I'm definitely going to think it over. And,
All right.
and actually, yes, still needs your opinion. Go ahead, be honest. If it's shite, tell me it's shite.
Oh, the hair?
Yes.
what are you two talking about?
Don't worry about it for now.
looks at him like she's preparing herself to get roasted.
You're talking about the hair, right?
Yes, if it suits me. If it looks good.
After I fix up a little bit of the ends.
Before
As
Nah,
by the way, as
Uh,
if anyone was paying attention, as soon as Klaus said, "Don't worry about it," Vera just kind of looked a little.
Okay,
I mean, okay.
continue, Judah.
Yeah. But Klaus will literally just go ahead and kind of walk over towards her and will literally go ahead and kind of, again, it's very much like he's in the very similar mode as to where he kind of corrects posture. It's just like suddenly he has he disregards personal space, and he just kind of goes ahead and kind of takes the bangs that have been kind of flowing a bit, kind of parting in front of her face, and he goes ahead and pushes them back, actually. Just kind of using his fingers to kind of go ahead and pull them back and kind of stepping back. All right, now it shouldn't obscure your vision. It's good.
She kind of gapes like a fish for a moment. One thing entirely for like the typical like moving body around for proper positioning, etc., etc. Another thing entirely to literally brush your hair aside. She's just sort of gaping for a moment, and then it's just like, "That is good to hear," and turns on her heel and continues walking forward.
He's just ... in his head.
I recognize that look.
I can still hear you, Tenzing. Shut up.
I see what that look was.
No, you can't. She
Yes, I
kind
can.
of remembers that she's an elf and raises her hands up to cover her ears before you guys can see any sort of coloring. Stops forward.
I see what you're doing, and he follows.
I'm going to
and
kill
he-
you.
No, you can't, because I'm going to hug you. And then he goes over to hug her from the back, and mutters, "I'm glad you're feeling better."
She gives sort of like a backwards hug, wrapping her arms around the ones around her, and smiles. Thanks, Tenzing. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's alright, I understand. And since we're getting all the touchy-feely things out of the way, I actually wanted to say this since you broke up. But he looks off to the field, and his chin is resting on her head while still kind of idly walking forward as they're moving along.
I'll say that she kind of gives up, realizing she's already struggling to walk, so she kind of rests her heels on your front hooves so that she doesn't fall.
He lets her lean back enough so she doesn't actually fall over. I'm ashamed to say, but well, the carnival back then, when he was still alive, I didn't properly get to apologize. I'm sorry that I forgot that you were not with us. And it's been on my mind for a long while, and I should have apologized a long time ago. Suppose it's better late than never, but I promise it's not going to happen again.
Oh, Tenzing. Sort of sad smile comes to her face before she adjusts, turning herself around and to hug him from the front with a tight squeeze. It's all right. Thank you.
No, it's not alright. It's... we left a whole person. And, well, it's not great, and I imagine you didn't feel great about it. You sort of very much showed it back then, so... again, I'm sorry. That was rude of all of us, and you would have very much enjoyed that, so I hope the next time we run into a carnival again, that you'll get to throw pie at our faces, try to eat as much as your tiny body can handle, and accidentally shoot someone in the foot at the shooting range because we accidentally did that. And talk to a bunch of, I don't know if there's going to be more Kenku or something. And you can kick all of our asses in the wrestling ring. Things like that.
I bet I could have kicked all your asses.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would be surprised. Binky, she nearly toppled over a strong woman. I think you'd like how she looked.
Really?
Are you talking about Binky?
No, nothing.
God,
no,
he's
we're
like
just
a
saying
dog
how
with a
strong she
bone.
was.
Say that again.
Nothing.
She's hardcore. But
Isn't she a delight? Oh,
she is a delight.
Absolutely a delight.
Oh God, we pressed the binky button.
Oh no.
I
But
didn't
again,
I didn't even know who was being talked about, and yet I immediately... interesting.
but again, I promise not to do that again. And know that you are loved here. So, and he hugs her tight. Love you, sex.
She hugs you back tightly in return. Sort of. There's a long moment of silence, and then she just sort of says, Alexis.
Blinks for a second.
Sort of 6 backwards at the end of my name, but I mean, knew me, right? So
He
What brought this on?
Klaus speaks up. Helper or defender. It's one of the names in my hometown.
letting go of her hug from Tenzing, she reaches to touch the scarf at the front of her neck, look kind of coming to her eyes as she shakes her head and says, "Not helper." And she pats the knife that she has resting against her that Klaus lent her and gives each of them sort of this determined grin. "Defender."
Tenzing's smile widens ear to ear.
What
Alexis.
changed?
Well, I could give you the answer, but this is her story.
She,
Moving forward.
for a moment, she looks like she's about to sort of run her fingers through her hair, but she paused, not wanting to mess up the work that Klaus had done, and looks down at Varric. "Well, I guess you could say that little birdie sort of convinced me to go all the way with moving on, and I think it's a good idea. The only reason I really stuck to the name Six was because out of an empty mind of no memories, it was the only word that I knew, the only thing repeating in my head, and I figured that because that was all that I knew, that it must be my name. But the past is the past, and whoever I was in the past is a different me. So, she kind of takes a couple steps back away from you guys, again being very careful with her weak legs at the moment. Gives sort of like a flourishing bow at each of you. It's just like, "It is a pleasure to meet all of you, Tenzing, Klaus, Varric. My name is Alexis."
Tenzing bows just as deeply. "My lord and savior, my god, Alexis, it is a pleasure to officially meet the new you."
If my eyes could roll higher, they'd fall out of their sockets.
Well, too bad, mate, because you're stuck with us, and gives him a nudge.
He's just mad he doesn't have an imaginary top hat like us.
That's true. Maybe one day he'll ascend to our great stature.
Maybe I should have got you to name yourself Seven.
Get it? 'Cause 7, 8, 9.
Because that's why Seven's afraid of...
Hold on. Sorry, Varric, you were saying...
Varric's just gonna walk up and hold out his hand and says, well, I guess, welcome to my family, Alexa.
Alexis. Or, I suppose, for short, Ali works.
Or Alex.
I was about to say.
Alex, Ali, whatever.
Alexandra.
Ew, no. Immediate
Okay,
look of cringe.
Alright, first off, my great-grandmother was named Alexandra.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Varric just gives her a look of, like, not even, like, amused, just more of, like, what the fuck?
I'm sorry.
That's my family, then.
Continue.
Anyway, listen. I just want to welcome you to my family.
Yes. We are all one big happy family now, yes.
Why did you word it like that?
her shit-eating grin just grows.
Any modicum of joy ends up making him feel constipated. We should.
Oh wait, is that why you called me like a dad earlier? Is this what? Ugh.
No.
Wait, are you talking to me or Varric?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Wait, wait, seriously, are you talking about Varric or me?
Myself.
What?
You called yourself dad?
Oh no, I think you called me. You said and I quote, "You're such a dad," and I didn't quite understand that.
Oh,
but now
no, I
it's
said
called
you're not
family.
my father.
Oh.
That's impossible.
Oh, yeah, no, it was Tenzing who said that, actually.
Wait, was it
goodness
me?
Yeah, it was. I said something and you just said you're such a dad.
Well, I mean, you are.
I don't.
Anyway,
Right.
so my I'm like I said, I'm glad we got this all out of the way. I guess I'll try to be better.
And we've got
But-
your back.
Yes, but I'm very happy for you, Alexis. I'm very happy for you. That's gonna take me a minute to get used to. But
Like I said, you could use Ali or Six. Or, Alex, sorry. It's gonna take me a bit getting used to too, apparently.
ooh, how about Alafalma Whiskas Naso Snippledool?
I'm gonna get the horses.
It's Gnomish.
Wait, we haven't finished eating yet.
You got to eat two
It's no-
cows.
It's the Gnomish translation.
No.
He was about to protest, and then his own stomach just began to fucking barrage.
Yeah, that's fucking right. You're sitting down
Damn
now.
straight.
And Alexis, envious of you. One day you could cut my hair too. And he shows off the short strands of hair that he's slowly starting to bin. So he's slowly been chopping off bit by
Oh,
bit.
come here, you. Sort of like wiggle, like inch forward.
He follows the wiggle and does the same. I'm coming.
Big hug. I'm so
So,
proud of you.
Alexis,
Yes?
Twirls.
so now that you're changing up your style a bit, I have an idea.
If you're talking clothes, I actually have an idea as well.
No, I was thinking we could go down to Binky's shop, get her to make us a potion that just changes our... do you not want to go to Binky's?
Varric, I do like Binky, but this is starting to border a bit on the stalkerish end.
Never mind.
But you said there was a particular potion that you wanted.
If you don't want to go, it's fine.
What was the potion?
I was just gonna see if you want to see if she'll just make us like a sort of like colored hair potion roulette sort of thing. Like we just both drink one randomly and see what kind of hair we get.
It's kind of like his hot pink one from before.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe at some point.
If you don't want to go, it's fine.
I mean, from what it seems, since there was a bit of period of time where my hair was black when you dyed it, whatever sleep I found myself in, and her eyes go distant for a moment before she shakes her head, whatever that was, it seemed to have turned my hair back to white, so...
Honestly, I think you just aged a couple of... Well, hair dye takes a couple of weeks to fade, so... I think you just went through hyper-aging, like sort of like your body went through aging really quickly. Its own like sort of sphere of time. You know what I mean? Like...
Are you saying I look old?
No, I'm probably a couple of weeks older for an elf, let's be honest here. That's nothing. For me, that's barely anything.
Tenzing, do I have wrinkles?
No, you don't have wrinkles.
I don't know. I think I see a crow's feet right over
Tenzing!
here. Pokes at her face.
That's
Anyway.
horrible.
My point being, it seems that your body went through time much more rapidly than everyone else experienced it. It would explain why your muscles atrophied so extremely, the hair dye faded from you, and why you returned so quickly. My point being is, I don't think it's sleep that was the problem. I think that getting yourself comatose like that was.
That is
Well,
what I
you didn't
said.
comatose. No, you said sleep, not comatose.
No, specifically
difference.
when I went to sleep, as in implying that specific case.
Well, you have to use your words carefully. I went to college, you know. I learned very much the art of wordcraft and how to use words very specifically.
Well done.
There's like a small, brief sort of moment of discomfort on her face at this topic before she's just like, well, let's get to that feud, shall we?
Yes. Also, question for you.
Hmm?
Actually, all of you.
Yeah.
Assuming we have a successful adventuring career, would any of you actually ever consider going to art college?
No.
No?
Well, art college?
Yeah. Just sort of a Institute of the Fine Arts.
I mean, I'm sort of an expert already, and you see her flip her hair.
Varric just pulls out a canvas, some paints, and a brush. Go.
I'm not gonna even have her roll. She's gonna do this on purpose.
I can't believe you would doubt her skill, Varric. Shakes his head.
You see, after a bit of time, like she's got like the full-on like tongue sticking out of her out of her lip, like squinty eyes, like focused face, bottom lip, yeah, out of her lip, just like super focused face as she makes like very flourishing gestures of her arm as she paints.
It's absolutely amazing.
Varric is just leaning back and just sort of this sort of like smug, impatient look, just sort of let's see what you got.
Passes back to his plate, criticizing every single bite that he. This could have used more seasoning. This is a little bit too mushy. This is a little bit too hard.
And eventually, the finishing product is a stick figure of with short hair now and elf ears. The stick arms are now, rather than stick arms, these big, like, bulging muscles that take off the entire...
Yes.
that take up the entire canvas, and rest just sitting on these giant biceps is the rest of you guys.
6, if I wasn't gay, I'd say that's hot.
I know, I am... Take it all in.
I don't see what that would stop you.
Varric just pulls out some spectacles that he only uses as a prop and lifts them up a little bit and puts them back down. Well, let me see here. Your form needs some work. Your choice of color was interesting, if I have to say.
Nope, it's perfect.
Exactly.
Let me see here.
You see her stick her fingers in her ears and lift her head up, just la la la, I can't hear you.
Your proportions are a little off. Your proportions are a little off here. I believe that you only have... Okay, first off, you don't have this many muscles in an arm. Like, just in general. Even a really strong arm. You put, like, 6 extra, like,
Varric,
ligaments
Varric,
here.
have you seen me? That's just how incredible I am.
Oh, yes, of course.
You need glasses.
Exactly.
I have glasses, as I back up my spectacles.
Oh wait, actually, let me add on a little more. You see her reach out to sort of make like a speech bubble above each of your heads. She makes the bubble first, and she's about to write something over Tenzing first, and as soon as she makes a line to create a word, you immediately see her flinch and wrench her hand back. She's like, "Oh, okay, that's not gone. Good to know."
Yeah. What were you gonna say? As I take it.
Well, for Tenzing, right, you are so buff and manly. Hold me and carry me, please.
That's very accurate.
I will do it in the most beautiful handwriting possible.
Good, good. For Grimson, right, if your biceps were beef, I would be a connoisseur.
Can you fit all these words in if her arms are taking the entire page?
It's getting really difficult.
I'm sure you can do it.
Varric pulls out a finer brush. Okay, better.
Next for Klaus, right? That is all I can teach you. You are now my teacher. You are amazing.
Word limit here. Bring it back down.
God damn it.
Yes, please do before I vomit all over my food.
I'm the...
Oh, rude.
You're the
I'm
best.
still eating,
how
too.
About this? How about this? You're the best. Teach me now.
Teach me more.
Eh? No. Have him say, "You're the best. You're the teacher now."
Oh, that's
No,
good.
no, wait. Or
Oh?
the master has become the student.
Ooh, I like that.
We're going with that. All right.
Klaus looks back down to eat his food, but he has a little smirk on his face.
And then, and Varric, you got to copy what I say, don't change it.
Of course.
Squints at him.
Flutters my eyes underneath my fake spectacles.
Alright. Well, Six, you are a muscular, beautiful, gorgeous creature.
Tenzing leans over to Klaus. Aren't you so proud of what you created?
Varric is just going to, as he is going to pretend to write that down, but he's really actually just going to draw himself, like his portion of the, like his stick figure, actually make it look somewhat like him.
She's standing
just
right
say-
next to you and tries reaching to grab the pencil out of your hand. Varric, you said! You said!
Varric will just kind of make a biting motion at her, like, ah!
You guys see
Fire.
the two of them fighting over this pencil.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Going to shock the both of you. Wait, hold on. What are we doing? We need to get on the move.
Oh, right. Alex, God, I almost said Six again, drops the pencil so that Varric just falls.
What? Why do we assume that she got it?
No, you guys were both yanking on it.
Yeah. Anyway, Varric will very quickly finish that up, and then say, your form needs a little work. I think your proportions are a little off. I find your color choice interesting, and we'll work on
Sorry,
your
I've
lines."
gone temporarily deaf. She takes a seat and takes a much.
Oh no, I wrote that down.
She takes
I
a,
wrote that down. See?
when she grabs her food, she takes a much, in comparison to when she had been rapidly just trying to get out of there, she takes a more contemplative bite this time to actually taste it. And it's just like, yes, this is actually very good.
Tenzing leans over to try to steal some.
Tenzing, no. Watch your weight.
Please.
Do you have?
Please. What are you calling me fat?
Yes.
I mean, you are like
Again?
You are like 2 tons.
He's not fat. He's just
Muscular. Big
big
boned.
bone.
Yeah.
Chubby.
Klaus, I'm going to sit on you.
Hey, not me for once.
You're
Alright,
going
let's
to
go.
crush him.
Exactly.
Trust me, he's already done it to me several times.
Don't think I've ever heard of that as a threat before.
He starts to scoot over.
Suppose when you have a 2,000-pound ass, that
Starts
makes
to
sense.
scoot over. I'll take that as a compliment. And he starts leaning into his space.
He
By the way,
very
Tenzing,
while he's doing this, hopefully he's not looking. Klaus takes out one of his daggers and just holds it there right in front.
Hey, Tenzing, can I ask you a random question?
Huh? And he pauses right before his ass touches the knife.
So, you know, like let's say we get stuck in like a snowstorm somewhere in the mountains or whatever. It's freezing cold. We assume you have died of hypothermia by that point.
I know where this is going, and no, you're not allowed to eat my dead carcass.
I wasn't going to eat it. I was going to cut it open and sleep in it for warmth. I was wondering if you're okay with that.
That's still killing him,
He
isn't
looks
it?
at him in horror.
Have you never seen that play? The one about the warriors from the moon? Who...
Varric, what the fuck?
You're willing
And
to
then-
sacrifice Tenzing?
No, I said assuming he's dead.
Why are you
Dies of
assuming he's
hypothermia?
dead?
Well, I'm assuming.
Questions are fucked up.
No, here's the thing. Listen, I saw it in a play once. So, it was about these space warriors who lived on the moon, and they were fighting in this, like...
Also, sorry to cut off, try to wrap this up, I do need to end soon.
Okay. So they're basically fighting this evil empire. There was a rebellion. They got stuck out in a snowstorm, so they cut up one of the beasts to hide in its entrails for warmth until they could be found. I'm wondering if we ever in that situation, if it is okay, assuming you are already dead.
No, it's not okay. I'm not going to space. You're not going to say, ow! And accidentally poke self into. What the fuck? I was just bleeding a day ago, and you're already trying to pierce things into my butt. Wait.
Hey, don't mess with my stitch work.
Technically, you did it to yourself.
Oh, for the love of God.
Opens
Listen.
mouth, closes it. You're just lucky that
Yep.
you made.
You're just
Don't
lucky that
mess
I'm
up
what?
my stitch work.
Just lucky that you made food. Sips on his bowl.
Ugh. All right, let's get going.
All
He
right,
just shrugs.
and you guys finish up your meal, and this is where we're gonna end.
Yeah.